Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome, operators. The time has come. Ubisoft has teamed up with the Esports Club to create a comprehensive esports ecosystem in South Asia for Tom-Clancys-Rainbow-Six-Siege. Over the course of the year, players from all over the region will have the opportunity to partake in events as they work to earn a spot in the brand new South Asian Nationals. The South Asian competitive ecosystem will consist of two stages, the TEC Pro Series and the main event that is the South Asia Nationals. Players and teams from across South Asia will join in a new set of events called the Esports Club Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege. These events will have 3 editions: spring, summer, and fall. Each carries its own prize pool of $2,000, but more importantly, grants the top 8 teams coveted SA Nationals qualifier points. After the conclusion of the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition, the 8 teams with the highest number of SA Nationals qualifier points collected throughout the year will move on to play the first ever edition of the new South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege. The South Asia Nationals represents the highest tier of competition in the region and carries a prize pool of $10,000 split among the top teams. The event will be divided into 2 phases. First, all 8 teams will compete against each other in the league stage in a round-robin system with best of 3 matches and no possibility of a draw. The winning team receives 2 points and the losing team will receive 1 consolation point if they manage to win a map. At the end of the league stage, the top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, where they will face off in a best-of-3 double elimination bracket. The grand finals will be a best-of-5 contest to determine the 2022 champion of the South Asia Nationals. We hope you're as excited as we are to get this started. To be sure you don't miss any important updates about Rainbow Six Esports in South Asia, follow the Esports Club on Instagram and Twitter, as well as the official Twitter handle R6 Esports SA. A very warm welcome once again to all of our viewers at home who are joining us live here at the South Asian Nationals, presented by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, alongside, of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, The Real CCV, as we are back once again for, this time, the lower bracket final, or semi-final 2, depending on how you want to call it. Of course, this is the match that will decide the second grand finalist, who will face the Hunters tomorrow.
Whew, man. To think of it, we started with so many registrations at the end of, all the community cups and all that. Once in the Pro Series it started, we had the registrations. Eventually, everything decided down to the top 8. Now, out of those top 8, only 3 teams remain. Yesterday, we saw KIRA Esports getting eliminated as well. And, they should be going home with $700 US. But all the teams participating in the South Asian Nationals, be it the group stage or be it the playoffs. Let's have a look at exactly what they're fighting for. Of course, glory 100% is on the line.
Yes.
But alongside that, the South Asian Nationals boasts a prize pool of $11,000 US. The winners that shall be decided tomorrow itself will be going home with $5,000 to their name. Runners-up will be getting $3,000. Third place, that shall be decided today, $1,000 US. Yesterday, we saw KIRA Esports take 4th place for themselves, so $700 for them. And of course, onwards it goes from 5th to 8th. But it has to be mentioned, the prize of the most valuable player of the entire tournament, who shall be getting the $500 all by himself.
Absolutely. Those $500 are going to be another big reason to go for the MVP, right? Be the best support for your team. Be the best killer, kill chaser of your team, as it were. Have the highest survival rating, so on and so forth. And I'm pretty sure there's a couple of contenders already for
there are many.
Several names come to mind. We'll talk a bit more about that when we get into the match of the day, of course. And that, of course, is a little bit later, folks. But I have to say, like how CCB was saying, all the way from the beginning, from the first Community Cup, from the first Pro Series, it's been a long journey, but only 2 games remain for this final Nationals. Of course, the 4 teams, one of them have been eliminated: Hunters, Shaheens, KIRA, and MercenarieZ. KIRA Esports, unfortunately, having to bow out at 4th place, bagging $700 US for themselves. I'm sure they would have liked to have had a better, overall performance, but MercenarieZ and Shaheens will today take center stage, as one of these 2 teams will get to the podium position of 3rd place, $1,000 USD to their name, and one will go on to face the age-old rivals of this region, the Hunters LFO.
Yeah, let's have a look at the brackets. Let's see the entire structure in which all 4 of these teams have been playing so far in the playoffs. We started with the upper bracket quarterfinals, right? The seeding was decided as per the standings of the group stages. Hunters faced off against MercenarieZ. 2-1 was the score. MercenarieZ had the first map to their name, but sadly they could not close out the best of 3. They lost. They faced off against the losers of the second upper bracket quarterfinal. That was KIRA Esports. MercenarieZ defeated them. Yesterday, Shaheens as well against Hunters. They won out on the second map. It went to overtime. Shaheens did secure the win on Clubhouse, but sadly the BO3 yet again just couldn't go their way. So Hunters LFO, the 2 wins that they have had in the upper bracket so far, have been barely just, by the skin of their teeth. Next time in the grand finals, they'll have a little bit more legwork, considering the fact that it's a best of 5, but still they need to prepare. And that is why everyone, I think everyone in Hunters will be closely watching this match between MercenarieZ and Shaheens, seeing exactly whom are going to be their future opponents, because they've already faced off against both of these teams. Even for MercenarieZ and for Shaheens, not only have they faced off against each other, they know who their future rivals are going to be. pretty well. They know what they're up against, and they know they can defeat them. If either one of these teams can push it into overtime in the BO3s, they can take a map for themselves. Surely they can take the wins in the grand finals as well, and that is exactly what Hunters will have to defend against, considering they've already been through it, through the upper brackets. They haven't had a single loss, a proper loss to their name. It's all down to Shaheens and MercenarieZ to be the dark horses and upset everyone.
Absolutely, and mind you, even with the 2-1s, right, in the upper brackets that Hunters have had, that only constitutes 2 maps in the entirety of the nationals that they have dropped. And I think if we had to do a count, right, of the entire Pro Series, all 3 editions of them, and the nationals so far, I'm pretty sure Hunters would have had the least number of maps dropped overall, by a wide margin as well. So, of course, players have seen them time and time again. In fact, most teams in the top 8 have faced the Hunters a lot. Some of them even played in the Hunters roster over the years as the roster has changed, so on and so forth, right? There was a moment where Sparko and Jittery had taken the back seat, so a couple of new substitutes had come in. Of course, EX7 has long since departed the entire region. He's off doing his own thing in life. So Rattler has come in. He's basically become the permanent new player. Well, new is a matter of relativity. He's been here for a while now. But I do like how he plays. He's fit into the roster really well.
Yeah, even Venpai, their substitute, right?
Yes.
The couple of times we have seen Venpai, if one of the players of, if one of the players in Hunters can't make it, he subs in, he joins, and a great performance. But overall, since we are on the topic of the rosters, let's bring up the team intros and let's have a look at the proper core 5 of each of these teams, starting with Shaheens.
Man, that roster truly is an impressive one and a daunting one to go up against. Envy, Mighty Ellie, Caesar, Skywalker, Doctor. They truly have risen in recent months as well. At the end of the Fall Pro Series, right, we had been talking to them once they won the Grand Finals in GMV. They did mention how before they didn't have their full squad together. Now that they do, they've been a force to be reckoned with. But their enemies, their opponents, Mercenaries, they've been here for the longest time. Let's have a look at their roster as well.
Talk about roster changes, talk about communication improvement, and of course talk about improvement in performance. Mercenaries are definitely on par with Shaheens based on how quickly and how rapidly these guys have improved. And honestly, the current form MercenarieZ are in, by current form I mean seeing these guys for the past 2 days, they look deadly. The way in which they have, produce the kind of gameplay in the server is really scary. And I am saying this as someone who's not even in the server, who's just watching the match. To the opponents, one can only imagine what they think of MercenarieZ right now, because the changes that have been made very recently, strategic and also practical decisions in the roster, the way in which they conduct themselves in the server is highly admirable. You look up to them and you see the changes working for the better. That right there is the best part. I think the best example of that is going to be, I had quoted this term yesterday, but the radical change of putting Hasib, the IGL, on the Ash so many of the times in so many of the maps really puts MercenarieZ on the stronger foot forward. And I think that's what they'd really like against Shaheens, to also fight fire with fire. But we've got to see where all of these fights shall be fought. So let's bring on the map veto. Let's have a look at all the maps that shall be played in this BO3.
Here we go, the map veto coming up, folks, and this is going to be an interesting one. I feel like maybe a couple of maps that we haven't seen in a while. Yes, indeed. Villa, Skyscraper, Cafe. This is the first Cafe we are seeing all nationals.
We don't jinx it.
Yeah, I know, right? It is the decider map. Yeah, it is the decider map. So it could still not happen because of a 2-0. But this is the first potential live Cafe that we'll be seeing. But we'll get to that in a moment, folks. First off, Villa picked by MercenarieZ. That is a very interesting decision, I feel like. I think they haven't gone for Chalet purely because Chalet promotes a more aggressive playstyle overall, and Shaheens, they really are an aggressive team. I think we've stated that, you know, over and over again.
Yeah.
Villa, on the other hand, a little bit more reserved. You need to do your homework, you need to do your droning, you need to do your clearance. Otherwise, you're just not going to get rounds. We saw that, you know, when the Hunters tried to be aggressive on Villa against Mercenaries, didn't work, right? Or when Shaheens tried to be aggressive against Hunters yesterday on the same map, didn't quite work. So all things considered, I have to say that is a very smart pick from the Mercenaries. They're going attack first as well there. But on the other hand, Skyscraper from Shaheens, now that is what I'm very interested in.
See, both of these teams in the veto, they are playing to their strengths, and they're even allowing their opposition to, you know, play to their strengths. They are not necessarily banning out those strong maps. Mercenaries choosing Villa the last 2 times in the 2 most recent days right here in the playoffs. We have seen MRCZ play Villa up against Hunters. They end up winning 7-4. Against KIRA Esports, 7-1 was the score. They did not even allow KIRA to properly, you know, fit into the map, because of which they just didn't have the best of times. Shaheens, on the other hand, yes, we haven't seen Skyscraper at all in the playoffs so far. However, we do remember Shaheens in their performance in the fall edition of the Pro Series. We remember Shaheens playing this in the group stages a couple of times in the Nationals as well. It is a really strong map of theirs. If they can defeat Hunters LFO in the fall, you know, edition grand finals, they can surely look to defeat MRCZ. But still, there is that element that needs to be addressed. Both of these teams also relatively, to a certain extent, know each other's map choices. It's not like Shaheens are completely unaware of what happens on Villa, while at the same time, we've also seen MRCZ play Skyscraper and pick it up a couple of times.
Absolutely, and you know, Mercenaries on Skyscraper, the match that really comes to mind is Summer Edition right towards the end, you know, in the semifinals, I believe. Lower bracket, I think. Mercenaries had a lower bracket run in the Summer Edition, if I recall correctly.
Yes, MRCZ had one in the lower bracket.
Yes, they played KIRA Esports in the lower bracket final. Skyscraper had come out, and MRCZ completely tanked KIRA Esports in that map. It wasn't even a competition, not even close for that matter, folks. So, yeah, MRCZ definitely have a lot to say on Skyscraper, and for the Shaheens, that map is not probably going to be all that easy, but I'm sure they're not expecting it to be an easy game either. No one is.
No,
It's
no.
Mercenaries, one of the longest standing teams in this region, one of the longest standing rosters in this region as well. You know, new changes, new players regardless. You know, Hasib, Taha, they've been here for so long indeed. MI7 as well, of course. And same goes for some of the Shaheens players as well. You know, Dr. Envy, Mighty Ali, some of them actually used to be MRCZ players back in 2020 during the mini major years. So, you know, this is going to be an interesting competition, I feel like, with a lot of back and forth, a lot of history.
Yeah, there's been a lot of history as well, a lot of, I mean, recently words have been exchanged, let's just keep it at that.
Yeah.
But all to say that there is a lot on the line for these players. I think this is going to be one of the matches where, of course, as a viewer, I'm sure a lot of people watching will understand the complete context behind whatever these players are playing. This to them, honestly, is not going to be a simple game of R6. Unlike, you know, what you may consider their group stage matches, right? This has a lot of baggage attached to it. And I feel like that is only going to amplify the emotions and the kind of gameplay we are going to be seeing. But speaking of gameplay, without any further ado, let's jump into the matchup. Let's start off. We can have a look at the players. Everyone seems to be ready. Yet again, you've got Thin, smile on his face. It's the 3rd day of the playoffs, and for the 3rd time, I'm going to be making the exact same joke. Is that if Thin is not in the R6 server, he is attending a stand-up show. But right now, some of these operators are going to be stood up and sent off as we move on to the ban phase.
Very quick decision by the Shaheens as well on the first attacker ban of the night. It is going to be the Twitch. Shaheens have been on this ban quite a bit recently. Twitch to go out first. Of course, similar to Flores, her drone can be quite the nuisance, especially since it got effectively infinite range and the power to jump. That thing is now, well, certainly quite the you know, quite the piece of utility to watch out for, as it were. But speaking of Flores, Mercenaries decide, you know what, Twitch is gone, might as well get rid of her other attacking counterpart as well. Both operators who have those drones that can destroy utility in whichever way possible. Flores with the more hard utility, Twitch with the soft stuff. Both are now gone. I'm expecting a mute ban on the defense at some point. Mira will be banned in the meanwhile. Mercenaries, of course, do not want to take the risk. Mira on Villa, a tried and tested combination that has stood the test of time. The final ban of the map now falls on the Shaheens' shoulder, as it were. And they've taken their time with the decision. They're not going to go into it just yet, but a few seconds remain. And the final ban of map 1 is going to be Melusi. So Mute stays in. All right, this is going to make for some pretty interesting rounds, I believe. And that Melusi ban, it's been a while since we've seen one of those.
I mean, that is true. It's been a while since we've seen the Melusi ban. But both of these teams on attack really focusing on the, banning out the operators who can destroy utility. Means that, operators like Azami, operators like Jaeger, Vamai, Goyo as well, they will have so much to play forward. And yeah, I mentioned these, and already we are seeing the Jaeger, Vamai combo be brought up. And of course, why would it not be brought up? Shaheens on defense, they can now effectively burn out so much utility of MRCZ that I feel like the attackers, no matter which team is attacking, in the first 6 rounds it's going to be Mercenaries, then of course the swap happens. To a certain extent, I believe the attackers may just be going for, a hunt of the roamers, a hunt of the opposition. They may start picking operators such as Jackal, Lion, and you've got, Taha already on the knock. We saw Taha on the knock yesterday, and he was able to produce a couple of kills, very, very sneaky plays, traverse around the map in such a way no one spots him, and I think he's looking to do the same thing. But overall, MRCZ may develop this style where they're like, forget utility, let's just kill the opposition just so we can win the rounds that way, because that's the one advantage the attackers have. Lion is there, Jackal is there, they can get so much info in such a manner that even if they don't get rid of the utility properly, it's still irrelevant. They can still just completely, destroy the defense, and without defenders being there, they can start their own execution, and with whatever utility there is remaining, they can deal with it. But of course, all of this is easier said than done. I know, and everyone knows for a fact, all 10 of these players in the server will indeed be focusing on the kills. That right there is just a fact. It's not even an opinion, it's a fact. Everyone will be looking out for the frags. But at the same time, you can't get over aggressive, you can't get complacent. Both of these teams have had problems of exactly that happening in the past, where they overpeak the angles, they just go for runouts, and it blows up in their face. They've got to be aware of such a thing not happening. But so far in this round, a minute has passed, and still the defenders stand towards Trophy and Statuary. It's intriguing to see what kind of roam clear MRCZ are looking for.
Well, for now, they've approached the shield on the bedroom door, going into Statuary. Ayan wants to get something off of this, but of course, the roamer has since fallen back. The Goyo, that is, Maidieli, who was here, along with the Wamai, Doctor, both, again, conceding ground, knowing full well that if he denied the attackers any kills right now, unfortunately, Skywalker being unable to follow through on that. Taha does get the first one. That is on first floor, and Taha's position will be given away. The call-out will be there that, hey, there's a knock down below. Taha has to be careful about this. There's a Goyo here as well. I don't think he's heard the shuffling around that Maidieli is doing right now. No C4s on the defender side as well, so it's not like they can use their remote utility to take Taha down. It's going to take regular old bullets, as it were. The good old-fashioned way. Maidieli crosses along the door line. There we go. Taha's seen him, but can't quite connect a shot. Another player coming in to help him with this. Maybe a Grenadier, as that would certainly be
Less than a minute.
Good for them, but yes, less than a minute. 54, in fact, on the clock right now. They need to get Maidieli out of here if they want to have any chance of this round going their way.
Oh.
And beautifully done. The double peek behind the Gemini. Taha gets one more. Maidieli down. Envy has to gas off the main stairs, the front stairs area, excuse me, to stave off the attackers at the moment. There's still a Jaeger down below, mind you. Caesar, we did see him. He's still right below main stairs as well. Yes, in Art Station. Could get one. He's watching all the possible angles. There's one in the hallway. There's the knock, and he gets it. That's a refrag. That's a double. Caesar, beautifully done downstairs. That's going to halt the MRCZ push just a little bit. Doctor with another. And there goes Envy. The trade back is there. Din with two. Wait a minute. It's suddenly down to Doctor. Finds one involved. That's diffuser drop. Only 8 seconds. Does he know where the player is? Din does, but he has to go for the kill. He doesn't quite get him. And there, oh, he had to run. He had to run. There was no way he was closing the distance. Otherwise, well played by the Wamai behind the bar. But still, too close for comfort for the Shaheens.
Too close indeed. Mercenaries, man, too much time spent, again, hunt all of these roamers. To a certain extent, they were successful. Taha getting the entries, actually multiple. He got 2 kills to his name, but still the amount of resources, the amount of manpower spent meant that mercenaries had little to no time executing. Yeah, the Ace Selma breaches were there. They did manage to open up the bomb site, didn't have too many problems there, but ultimately time got to them. And this is exactly what I'm saying. Mercenaries, if they want to hunt the roamers, they can, but they need to, speed it up, and that is exactly why I think MI7 has gone on the Jackal. I made this point earlier in the round. I said that Lion Jackal being there certainly, speeds things for MRCZ if they're looking for this exact same strategy, because both of these teams, to a certain extent, this is one of their core theories of, having a huge roam setup. Either they have one lurker. Usually on the side of like MRCZ, it's Taha, who's being that alibi. And for the side of Shaheens, Doctor has been on that alibi as well a couple of times in the past. Right now, of course, other people are following suit with that. It constantly keeps on changing. But yeah, either they have that one deep roamer, that one lurker, or they have heavy presence offside. And in the last round, Shaheens opted for that heavy presence, right? They had 3 of their people right here, 3 of their people looking to just waste the time on first floor. It did work out. It wasted enough time, and it meant that MRCZ could not win the round no matter how close it was. This time mercenaries as well are like, okay, we can try and attack the bomb site directly. Let's hurt the anchors. Let's hurt and, let's push the defenders to essentially retreat back into the bomb site. We don't quite care for the roamers. We just want to get the site control. Already Skywalker has been damaged. Yet again, Hasib as the Iana, as the entry fragger, should be looking for kills. No, it's Taha once more. Beautiful stuff. And it's going to be Hasib following on. Mercenaries are continuing suit with how their early rounds usually go.
Oh boy. And now with Dr. Dan, it's going to be a bit difficult here, but Mighty Ali does fire back. The first kill for the defense. Ayan finds, whoa, wait a minute, through that one little breach, the rotate that was made there by the defenders themselves. Ayan finding 2. Well done indeed. And that is a very quick answer by MRCZ against Shaheens' first round win. MRCZ, like you said, they said utility, we barely know her. We're going to go right into the site, of course, as it were. Forgive the corny joke. As we're going to be moving now once again back to second row trophy, a repeat of the site from the Shaheens. Now that's interesting. Normally they don't repeat sites too much, but we did say that against the Hunters a little bit in map 2 Clubhouse. So they might be thinking, okay, we lost the first round, that's fine, let's go back there, let's try something different and see if that works out for us. They've got the Aruni out this time.
And the Azami as well.
And the Azami. So they've a complete shift up from what they were doing last round.
Yeah, I mean, again, makes sense, right? Shaheens are confident that they can win the gunfight. They know a particular reason why they lost the previous round. They were like, MRCZ just got easy access into the bomb site. And to a certain extent, yes. Yeah, they had, the Goyo, the Vamai, Jaeger combo present to prevent all the utility, but sorry, mercenaries just rushed into the bomb site. This time with the Azami Kiva barriers, this time with the Aruni Surya gates, it's going to be a lot more difficult, or at least delay the attackers enough so that even if mercenaries, even if someone like Din wants to, just push into the bomb site as that sledge, the members of Shaheens, the defenders, will be aware that, okay, a Surya gate has just been disabled towards bedroom and bathroom. Let's keep an eye out. Maybe an attacker pops up. Let's hold that angle. But this time, instead, Din is going to be on the Zofia, Ayan rather, playing that sledge. And yeah, yet again, another full shake-up of, the kind of tactic mercenaries are going for. No more roam hunt. They are focusing plainly on that entry frag. Finka, Zofia, Ash, Knock, Sledge, 2 frag grenades. You've got the Ash and Zofia, and then you've got the Finka to help even further with smokes, not even with frags. So mercenaries are really going for kills, and this is what I like to see. Both of these teams are improvising. Shaheens went for their own change. They were like, okay, let's have slow down utility. Mercenaries are like, let's have 3 speed operators who can just push in. But no matter which operators you have, it's still down to your crosshair placement, and this time it's Envy who strikes first, and for the very first time in this entire matchup, Shaheens shall be the ones to get the first kill.
And that's a big one as well. Ion is the one to go down. That's your sledge. 2 grenades, full soft breach, the L85A1 rifle. More so than that, it's Ion who's gone down as well. Beautiful player in his own right, of course, and a threat to the Shaheens defenders right now. Gone with that beautiful shot from Envy. So that takes a lot to do. And of course, you know, they've put Mercenaries now on the spot that they've lost the first player. What do they do now? They've already approached so close to the trophy site. At least the Ash has. Haseeb, like you said, big role change for Haseeb in recent days. Playing the Ash more so. The knock also very close. The Goya canister has been popped, so can't quite enter just yet. But you have this part of the map being watched. The grenades, the anti-grenade measures have been taken, that is. But the Wamai Magnus being deployed. There's also an ADS maybe on this doorway as Mighty Ali holds it down. But Caesar going down, and meanwhile, Ali fires back immediately, seeing the knock. And that, of course, is the trade that you like to see. Skywalker on red stairs, comes around, gets one, allowing for the diffuser to be dropped as well. That is a big issue for the Mercenaries right now. They don't have eyes on diffuser, nor do they have eyes on where these defenders are. It's all down to Din and MI7. Make that only Din as MI7 goes down. Skywalker on red really proving to be the linchpin right now. And this Lone Zofia can't really do much. Envy finishes off the round, and complete shakeup from Shaheens. Well, it clearly worked, as they will now once again reinstate their early lead.
Yeah. Whatever Shaheens were looking to do, it did work, having a huge on-site presence. And generally, I mean, apart from like, apart from Skywalker, you know, being that Jaeger roaming around the adjacent rooms of the bomb site, everyone really stuck by their guns, didn't want to have a roam of too much. And I feel like that's, there are two reasons to it. I think the biggest reason was they just wanted to not have a repeat of the last round where Mercenaries just, you know, swung the bomb site, killed the anchors. This time they were like, we can go for trades, and that's exactly what happened. And of course, the other reason was, yeah, by going on roams, you do risk your own life quite early on. As much confidence as I assume Shaheens will have their own crosshair placement, will have in their roamers and all that, it's just the fact, if you are a roamer, most of the times you are alone. If you die, no trade will happen. We've already seen that in rounds 1 and 2, the way Taha manages to get those opening kills. But this time, Envy being in the bomb side, he just got a, you know, a really nice kill on towards bathroom. And after that, eventually, everyone in MercenarieZ, considering their composition, yeah, they focused a little too much on that fragging side of things. They just wanted to go for the kills, didn't have proper information, didn't know, or like, should I say, didn't have the situational awareness to realize where the defenders are. I mean, the way in which Mighty Ali and Skywalker, you know, Mighty swinging from inside of Trophy next to that statue and getting a couple of kills, and then Skywalker being on top red stairs, no one at all just checked him. He got a freebie right there. Those are the kind of things the attackers should be looking to avoid, because those are just like silly mistakes that, yeah, those cost you your life really, really badly. And as an attacking side, you don't want that to happen a lot. But still, for MercenarieZ, it's only a single round down. You know, they can come back from it. And I think both of these teams, the way in which they're going, the way in which the blows are being traded, yet again, it's going to be a very, very close affair between both of them. And once more, trades have happened. Caesar's gone, and Hasib also departs.
2 big kills right now as MI7 has breached into the lower vault, wanting to find this mute right about now. Skeleton key is out, and it will work out as well. He gets one, but Taha has been downed on the other side. Mighty Ali getting one, well, at the very least, dropping Taha to the floor and making, you know, Mercenaries now play for that diffuser. Now, position of Mighty Ali, at least a tentative position, should be given away. MI7 with a very small breach right there on that vault wall. Of course, knowing full well that the kill will be confirmed in the meanwhile. Envy gets that. Wait a minute, Mighty Ali still contesting. Finally gets DBNO'd. Will be cleaned up on. There we go. It's a 2v2 now. But Din is less than half, and that is less than ideal. MI7 on the other side. Full health, but on the buck with flashbangs. They can't really clear too much utility before things get a bit dicey once again. You've got a smoke and a Wamai to go through as well. So those flashbangs and Zofia's whatever concussion or impact she has left, some of them will be swept up in the meanwhile. Doctor shoots at the drone on main stairs, waiting for that push to come in. He knows full well that he's got plenty of cover. The shield is there. The ADSs are there. He won't be flashed, not unless they do a full Hail Mary send. He's playing the shield perfectly. He's gonna get the buck. He's gonna get the second one. Actually, it's the smoke gas canister that finishes off, one of the two attackers coming up main. But again, MercenarieZ a bit too over aggressive, a bit too overzealous, I feel like.
Yep.
And definitely the roam clear on their end. Once again, this happened on round 1 AVG as well. They simply took way too long and lost way too many bodies on the roam clear.
That is true. And I feel like for the side of MercenarieZ now, the one round, that is probably, I mean, the one bomb side that Shaheens really have no choice in opting for, considering they've won on Trophy and Statutory, and just now they have won on Aviator Games. We got to go to Kitchen and Dining. Unless it's going to be Shaheens, you know, opting for, you know, first floor living room library, which I honestly don't think will be happening. So keeping that in mind, I think MercenarieZ now exactly know what bomb site it is going to be. MercenarieZ know exactly how to attack there. It's only a matter of predicting, you know, Shaheens in their play. Both of these teams really have a heavy preference on their room. And this is something all of us have seen for the past, I'm just going to use the playoffs as an example. But for the past, you know, 2 days on so many of the maps, from Shaheens, I still remember the game they played against KIRA Esports on the map of Theme Park, the upper bracket quarterfinals, where, you know, Shaheens' preference with the roam is that they want to contest for the kills, no matter where they have the roamers. And I think a great example of that was by Cafe, where they had the shield set up, and I think usually Envy used to play behind that, or no matter which player it was, could have been anyone out of the 5, but they always went for the kills. MercenarieZ, on the other hand, the kind of roam preference they have is a lot more of the confusing kind, right? Taha, you give him the alibi. 3 speed means that he can traverse across the map very, very quickly, and it's really hard to catch him unless you know exactly where the alibi will pop up. So keeping that in mind, yeah, they're two very different strategies. MercenarieZ are right now trying to contest Shaheens for the kills, but what they don't realize is Shaheens know exactly how to play against that. They know when to peek, they know how to peek, what kind of kills to go for, and which kind of kills to ignore, which is why for a couple of times MercenarieZ in the roam clears, either too much time gets spent or too many of their important operators just die out very early in the round and they can't launch an execution. But this time, MercenarieZ should know exactly what to do. It is Kitchen and Dining, Buck and Sledge both have been opted for.
Alright, double soft breach coming in from the MercenarieZ. Ayan now swapping into the Nook as Taha goes out for the Breacher. And of course you have Din rounding things out. Of course, this is still subject to change. After all, the attacker repick is now a thing you have to remember. But on the other side, from the Shaheens, the site is still first floor dining. No surprise changes there, unfortunately. You know, we would have loved to see them take on the Hunters living room strategy, right? Because Hunters actually use that against them as well. So I would have loved to see them, you know, sort of adopt that, make it their own. But okay, you know, maybe a bit too much wishful thinking there. On the other side, mind you, they've got largely a similar setup to how they had on the 3rd round of second floor trophy, round number 3 that is, with the Azami, with the Aruni. Of course, they've got the alibi. No Wamai this time. They've got the smoke and mute combination instead. So a little bit of information denial, a little bit of intel gathering through that alibi, through the studio gates being, you know, denied by the attacker, so on and so forth. Of course, plenty of site reconstruction. Doctor really plays a mean Azami as well, so you gotta watch out for that. And MercenarieZ, as they drone this out, as they see the setup on second floor, the decision making from them and what their response is will matter a lot right now. And looks like they do want to go for the roam clear at least a little bit. They've sent Din out to the second floor. They've also sent Taha, who is their diffuser carrier, to go for, you know, just a clear on second floor. I mean, smart in a way. The AK-12 is one of the strongest guns in the game. You want that in the place where the gunfights will be happening. So it is a little smart, as Taha's drone will probably be ratted out, so he's just going to take it out. But he's got the position on Doctor right now. That's one. But here's the thing. There's an alibi who's very much willing and very trigger-friendly at that too.
Oh, that is true. All of these, you know, defenders just holding the angles, and like you said, the trigger discipline has got to be there, waiting for that perfect opportunity when they know they shall get the kill, but rather it's going to be MI7, and he gets rid of the mute mighty early on the people who can be very dangerous in close quarter combat. And the only person with that C4 is out of the mix. Means that Shaheens, if they want to, if eventually Mercenaries reach the stage of planting the diffuser, which they very well can, they got to focus to deny it with the smoke gas canisters or to go for kills. And definitely Shaheens prefer the latter option. Out of those two, kills are their bread and butter. And Doctor goes for a triple. He just pushes into bedroom and kills flow his way. He makes sure no one stays alive and makes sure he's the only one standing. Diffuser drop, Mercenaries, no major way for them to retrieve it just yet. And again, the bomb site is on first floor. Shaheens have a solid advantage against their opposition right now in this round. They have completely stabilized this round, and it is extremely difficult for the two vertical breaches to, deal enough damage to the defense in order to, properly have a winning chance, I guess, because in a 2v4, 35 seconds, highly unlikely Mercenaries will be able to crawl their way out of this.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough position to be in, and a lot of tough decisions will need to be made here. Do we go for much verticality, or do we just try to storm the site, so on and so forth? And again, the Shaheens are going to be trying to play for the site retake. I feel like they've all sort of gone into site adjacent areas instead of staying very close to the site, bar for a couple, mind you. As MI7 drops down into red carpet hallway, has to watch Mudroom. Haseeb taking damage on the other side. There's Caesar to take one, and there's Doctor to get his fourth. What a round from Doctor specifically. That second floor hold was entirely up to him, because Mighty Ali was gone, and I feel like Skywalker had retreated, right?
Yep.
Fearing that if Doctor went down, they still needed someone in the site. But Doctor, confidence brimming out the edges right there, peaks and gets 3, finishes the round with 4, and you can see Mercenaries, we saw their faces right now, they are worried. It's 4-1. Shaheens on the defense, mind you.
Yeah.
They'll be going into the attack the second half, so MRCZ comeback is still possible. However, the more rounds they lose, the more difficult exponentially it's going to get.
Exactly, that's the thing, right? It's been talked about a couple of times right here in the Nationals, that the point of momentum and of course, the point of losing out on your map. Mercenaries definitely would not like that, because as much as they are sure they can defeat, Shaheens on the map of Skyscraper, push it to Cafe Dostoyevsky, they wouldn't like to lose out on Villa, and particularly not in such a way where we have seen MRCZ defeat KIRA Esports 7-1. It's not even been, it's been just over 24 hours since that happened. And 2 days ago, they defeated Hunters right here. So today again, Shaheens, I think Shaheens doing something completely different, more so constantly changing their defense is what is getting to MRCZ. And if this is kept up on the map of Skyscraper, Shaheens will have a solid advantage. Skyscraper can be a lot more confusing than Chalet as well. The way in which, all the rooms are structured. Some rooms are really wide, meanwhile some provide that area of, provide that feeling of claustrophobicness to any player. But okay, Envy just went for a peek towards towards the balcony, gets Ayan, that's one kill, and another headshot for him. The SMG-11, yet again it works. Sledge and Ace gone. Mercenaries will now be left scratching their heads. How do we breach in the side? Envy does a little bit extra. Yeah, these are the kind of plays that really always should be punished. As a matter of fact, they are. But I feel like he can justify his performance to everyone. He may have been the smoke, but he has smoked 2 players for the price of 1.
Absolutely, and that headshot machine of a gun, that is the SMG-11, really proving its worth at the hands of Envy right now. Caesar, another interesting position being taken by the Somai, inside of the bathtub no less. I don't think we see anyone play this position too predominantly, at least not in the way that we've seen Shaheens bring it out so far. But hey, what am I to judge at the end of the day? If you want to have a nice bath in the middle of your game, that's up to you. But he's uncontested here. There is an upside down repeller on the Astro, but Skywalker unable to quite land the shot there. Of course, takes a bit of damage in return. Then, unfortunately, of course, for him, not able to clean up that kill. Haseeb, excuse me, is very, very apprehensive with that long angle. Again, Doctor taking damage, peeks out, goes down. Beautiful shot by Haseeb to get that Azami out of there. That corner was quite the contentious position as it was. Skywalker watching, but Haseeb has been downed as well. He goes down. That's Caesar with a kill. The bathroom has been taken over, but 2v3, they keep losing bodies. Mercenaries, how far can they realistically keep this up? Well, if MI7 has his way all the way to a round victory.
They are looking for that. Good chances they can. But yet again, it's about the position. Do they have information where Shaheens are? The drone work is going to be coming out. You know, MI7 will be getting some info as to where at least one of these defenders is. But Skywalker! Oh! Speed transfer is there. Headshot landed. And now it's all down to then. He's stuck in that corner, picks up the diffuser, but Skywalker peeks again. And once more, it's the Jaeger to finish things off. 2 headshots, 2 kills, and overall 5 rounds to the side of Shaheens.
Oh boy.
This round started with a double kill from Envy, ended with a double kill from Skywalker. Goes to show, you can be an anchor like a smoke, or you can be that roamer like Jaeger. Everyone has to pitch in, everyone has to get kills, and that's the motto Shaheens are going for. For Mercenaries, yes, everyone has been getting kills. Sadly, not as much as they'd like to, and sadly, not as much or more than the side of Shaheens. They have been losing out on a couple of their duels, because of which ultimately it's getting to them. It's certainly, you know, going to be at the back of the mind of MercenarieZ to get back into this game as soon as possible. They trail by 4 rounds. Shaheens a single round away from match point, and is 2 rounds away from entire victory. So it seems like right now, unfortunately, an issue for one of the players from the side of MercenarieZ, and it means that, yeah, the lobby will be rehosted. But again, you know, this gives a bit of time for all of these players to also think about the side swap and what to anticipate next, and of course go over what has just happened.
And they're going to need to do that, of course. MercenarieZ, they took that timeout right in, what was it, round 3, right, when it became 2-1.
Yeah.
And even then, even after the timeout, Shaheens just seemed to become even more unstoppable after that, winning another 3 rounds back-to-back.
Right.
They're going on 4 rounds now as well, with the 4K from Doctor, the double 2K from Envy and Skywalker in the last round as well. MercenarieZ are on the defense, but the question now has to be asked that how many rounds are you as a team willing to give away when the swap happens, right?
Right.
Because now that the swap is in, MercenarieZ are on the supposedly advantage side of Villa, defender side,
True.
right? However, they're 1-5 down.
Exactly.
Momentum is truly in the Shaheens' grasp right now, and in Villa, that matters a lot, as it were, because let's be real here, Villa as a map, unlike Oregon, unlike Clubhouse, where, you know, if you play good fundamental siege, you can still get away with a deficit. In Villa, it is so much more difficult to do that, and we have seen that time and time again. Sure, MercenarieZ themselves have made this comeback before. I believe it was against KIRA Esports.
KIRA, yes, 1-5.
Yes, so they've done it before, but here's the kicker. Shaheens are a far more aggressive and far more structurally sound team than KIRA currently has been.
And also punishing teams.
And also very punishing. Yes, agreed. So,
yeah, that's one of the things about Shaheens, right? Is that not only is their playstyle generally like this, if they find a mistake in your playstyle, a mistake that they think they can exploit, they will. If I want to give an example, just the round we saw, what did Envy do at the start? He peeked from closet. He got a double kill with the SMG-11.
As a smoke, no less.
And that's as a smoke, because again, right, in the mentality and the theory that I believe Shaheens apply, it's that it doesn't matter what kind of operator archetype you're playing. You can be an anchor roamer, like I said, Jaeger, smoke, Vamai, irrelevant. If you are a player in Shaheens, if you know your opponents are making a mistake or are about to make a mistake, you act on it. That's it. Not necessarily do you have to communicate it, don't necessarily have to, you know, be very much ready for it. If you have that feeling that you can capitalize off of something and have an advantage, you do it. Now, yes, there are times where they indeed go for this and it backfires. Envy, after a double kill, he went for the run out as well, which definitely was unwarranted. Sure, Shaheens won that round in the end, but it could have led to some unwarranted consequences for the defenders. But still, point being, Jack, that Shaheens, these guys, every single one of their players is very much aware of how they want to proceed. And MercenarieZ, not only do they need to have their own plan in, but as players, these guys need to be very much situationally aware of everything that's going on in the server. And you can't, make basic mistakes. I know Siege can get very complex at times. We've all seen it. So much utility to think about, your positioning, the way in which you execute, but at the same time, not checking the barricades, not checking the windows, and just losing out to these kind of gunfights can also cost you a lot. And those are really the kind of gunfights Shaheens look for.
Oh, absolutely. Those odd gunfights that you just do not expect, right?
Right.
Sending the smoke out to peek out of closet and then bathroom window, or so on and so forth, or having the Azami, right, be the one roaming all the way off site, vertically or horizontally, doesn't matter. It still nets them kills. The Goyo, who normally teams would have him play close to the site, right, to detonate his own canisters, what do? They have My Daily pick the Goyo and go downstairs, waste so much time. In fact, because they send Skywalker, they send, Doctor sometimes, alternatively, right? They rotate out their roamers constantly as well to keep the attackers on their toes, keep them unaware of who is where at all times. Shaheens move a lot on a given map. And that is something that works really well for them. It's similar to the Hunters in a way. Hunters also move a lot in the map, right?
Yeah.
They're constantly moving, constantly, scurrying about all over the place. It's very hard to pin them down. Same with the Shaheens. Very hard to pin them down as a team. You need to try and isolate the gunfights, but the problem is you may have droned out an alibi on, say, Classical Hallway 5 seconds ago. You go to actually peek Classical Hallway, boom, there's an Azami with a Kiva barrier right there waiting for you. That is the kind of playstyle Shaheens have, and it is so hard for Mercenaries right now. I mean, the scoreline should make it more than evident, right? 5-1 currently going to the Shaheens. I mean, folks, I don't think Mercenaries have ever had it much harder than this, other than maybe some of the old Hunters matches from back in the day, but still, this truly is shaping up to be one hell of a match for them.
Oh, indeed. And I think this is going to continue, hopefully, till Cafe. Again, as casters, I'm perfectly fine. I mean, if I'm speaking my personal opinion, I'm perfectly fine with either one of these teams taking the win here. I mean, it doesn't matter much to me personally. I just want enjoyment, and that definitely is there right in front of us. But at the same time, going to a cafe, going to that decider map, it's going to make it all the more special. Kind of like yesterday when we saw, Hunters up against Shaheens. We saw Hunters, first of all, take the win on map number 1. Completely, just no one thought it was going to happen. I think 7-1 was the score yet again.
7-2 actually, yeah.
7-2, okay, my apologies. But yeah, still an extreme score nonetheless is what I'm trying to say. And then Shaheens made that comeback on Clubhouse. We went to the decider map, and that is where Hunters secured it eventually for their side. It was really long drawn. It was fought out. The players as well, I think, tiredness and just fatigue was hitting them like a train, and that's been one of the major themes of these playoffs, because unlike the group stage matches, which, if we are being honest, relatively were shorter in length, some of the teams, they didn't have the best of performances. Some of the matches, they were 2-0s. We saw 7-1, 7-2s. These right here, these matches are being dragged out by the players because of just how many rounds are back and forth played and just how many wins each team gets. Because of that, these players need to pace themselves, and this brings me to my second point of Mercenaries. We saw this up against Hunters LFO day before yesterday in the upper bracket quarterfinals. We know how strong MRCZ can be, but we also know over the course of a best of 3, they can get tired and they can get a little more frivolous with their mistakes, or they can get, the amount of mistakes being made, unfortunately, can increase for their side. That BO3 was a clear-cut example of that. Again, if anyone is unaware of what had happened, was Mercenaries had won on Villa. 7-4 they defeated Hunters LFO, believe it or not. Hunters just did not have a good time in the server.
Oh yeah.
Went to Oregon, second map. And there, Mercenaries were 4-4, quite equal, okay. MRCZ get the advantage, 6-4, a single round away from ending the BO3, pushing themselves into, the next stage. 6-6 it is, overtime, okay. 7-7 it became, overtime match point, and MRCZ lost. So, alright, it's not the end of the world. You lost out a map. Decider is still there. We went to Chile, and there Hunters LFO won out the map. I think 7-4 was the final score. MRCZ, they went from winning on Villa, overtime on Oregon, to losing it out. It was, again, that downward trend that eventually costed them. The reason I'm mentioning this right now is that even if, if we do see that decider map against Shaheens, something similar can happen. MRCZ just need to prevent it.
And I feel like Mercenaries know this, right?
Yeah,
you
yeah,
see
yeah.
their gameplay right now. So
Yeah.
far, sure, they've lost most rounds, but one important thing is there's a sense of urgency there. They want to get this map. They want to get these rounds, and
Right.
they want to finish it off by map 2. Overtime is probably the most that they can stretch it.
True.
If it goes to map 3, they're probably afraid of losing steam again. Because
Yeah.
against the Hunters, it was absolutely clear that they had nothing left in the tank. They were running on fumes by then. Even then, they put up a pretty good fight, you have to admit. But putting up a good fight is one thing, but winning matches, that is a completely different and much better outcome that everyone can agree on. Hunters obviously have long since overcome these endurance issues. They used to have this. It used to be a big talking point against them in BO5s as well, that Mercenaries would just drag out the game constantly, or KIRA would just drag out the game constantly to tire the Hunters out and take easy wins in the latter maps. That no longer happens. Hunters have since become nearly unsurmountable in most cases. But Mercenaries have sort of held on to that, issue. They had that endurance issue less than the Hunters, sure. They can still go farther than Hunters used to be able to. But now that the Hunters have outclassed them in the endurance department, Mercenaries' mistakes become all the more apparent, because now they're the ones making them. Now that's the mistakes that we start talking about. And as time goes on, as matches progress, Mercenaries are now the ones that need to focus, need to get themselves through the match before things can get dicey. Unfortunately, against the Shaheens, that sort of playstyle that is laden with urgency, right? That is laced with this need to get kills, finish off rounds quickly, get a grip on the match, is exactly what Shaheens are expecting. They love that playstyle, and they love playing against it because that is their playstyle. They know it like the back of their hands, and they know what to expect. That's why they can send these odd operators out to do just whatever. Goyo downstairs roaming, doesn't need to use his C4. Azami off the site, 3 Kiba berries in her pocket, does not care. Smoke peeking closet window, because why not, right? They're getting the kills, that's all that matters, right?
Yep. And yeah, that's the thing. Mercenaries, because they're playing into the hand of Shaheens, Mercenaries now need to level Shaheens when it comes to the kind of fragging department both of these teams have. And if I'm being honest, before heading into this matchup, when I was thinking about the BO3, I genuinely thought both of these teams in their current forms were on par when it comes to kills. And when I say both of these teams, I mean you average out all of the players and their performances in that sense. Of course, exactly statistically, there are going to be ups and downs, and I will be wrong when I say they're equal. Someone will be better, someone will not be better. That's perfectly fine. I'm just saying the way in which MRCZ have been playing. Yesterday, the kind of kills they had against KIRA Esports, day before yesterday, the way in which they absolutely did not give any opportunity to the side of Hunters LFO. Every single map, we saw Mercenaries on Villa, on Oregon, on Chalet, wide swing angles and get kills. I'm talking just dry peek them, and they were getting headshots. And I thought, if they are doing that against KIRA and Hunters, surely they can manage it against Shaheens as well. It's going to be quite equal, because even Shaheens go for that. That, however, has not been the case today. Today, Shaheens have been better than MRCZ. Again, slightly, but it's more than enough to make the difference. And as all of us can see right now, Rehost is there, 5-1 is the score. A huge part of the extra 4 rounds Shaheens have is because of the extra kills they managed to get. All the times MRCZ have gone for that roam hunt, what has eventually happened? In the aftermath of things, Mercenaries start off 5 versus 5. They're like, okay, we have gotten information. There are like 2 or 3 defenders downstairs. Let's go hunt them down. 2v2, 2v3. Shaheens have the advantage, and as defenders, when time is running out, a 2v2 is still perfectly fine to play with. It's really the attackers who have to scramble around, find the anchors, kill them, deal with the utility. Defenders, you can just sit down on the bomb site, have a field day. Things are going to be amazing for you. So keeping that in mind, yeah, those slight kills that go the way of Shaheens are a big driving force behind what is allowing them to win those extra rounds. And I genuinely feel like Mercenaries need to put a stop to that. There are many things MRCZ need to think about. I think the operator ban phase was something very different. We haven't seen Twitch and Flores being banned. And I don't think we'll be seeing that, happen in the next 2 maps. Either one of them. Even if we go to the decider map of Cafe, I think these 2 teams, they'll be focusing a bit more on that Jackal ban or the Lion ban, maybe a Dokebi ban if they really want to. But Twitch, really I think is they'll keep Twitch around just to deal with more of the utility. But let's see how Shaheens deal with on their own attack as well, right? Because now we need to see, does the Twitch and Flores ban affect them, or is their attack still going to be relentless in such a way they double down with the Jackal Lion strategy, they double down with hunting these roamers and then eventually executing, even if it means you will have to deal with the extra utility the defenders have set up.
Imagine after all this, right? All of this setup, Shaheens decide, okay, it's the first round of attack.
Yeah.
We're 5 rounds ahead. Well, 4 rounds, technically speaking. 4 rounds ahead. We have plenty of rounds to like just sort of experiment with. They go back to Operation Chimera, you know, reject modernity, go back to Lion meta, and just blitz rush the site.
No, that's not gonna. Which was that? Oh, it was Hunters, right?
It was Hunters who did that.
Oh,
yes,
no.
we saw how that. We saw how that went. It was on Oregon, right? Yeah,
Yep,
Oregon.
Oregon bunker.
Blue Elbow. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a disaster, as it were. Now, I'm not saying Shaheens will do it. But I'm not saying that they won't.
A variation of a safer variation of that.
Maybe,
yeah, it's like
so.
in chess, you know, going for like Sicilian knight off. Like it's a safer variation other than going for like hyper accelerated drive. You know what? Enough about chess. Let's get back to chess, but with guns. Rainbow-Six-Siege, very complicated, but still amazing and very, very fun to watch. The match should be starting, and yes, indeed it is. We can have a look at the players once more. We can see the mentality they're in. They've had plenty of discussions. Everything has been ironed out thanks to our administrators who have made sure all the players are in. The players as well, they've made sure no problems on their end, and we indeed can start off with round number 7.
Here we go. The second half is finally getting started, folks. And of course, that means MercenarieZ will be on the defense and Shaheens will be on the attack. We're starting off with second floor Aviator Games Room with the same operators that we saw from before, primarily because the rehost was called while in the prep phase instead of the pick phase. So, you know, MercenarieZ are a little constrained in that front, but I don't think they'll be too disappointed with that. They've gone for, again, a bit different from what we saw from the Shaheens. They actually have the Valkyrie intel. We did not see Valkyrie at all.
No, we didn't.
From the Shaheens. So that's one change. And the other being Hasib back on the Capcan. He loves playing the Capcan. And Capcan, you know, is really good for a lot of reasons. We've gone over that.
I think you personally have as well with your own content.
Yes, the days of maining Capcan. I mean, he's fun. I'll give him that. So regardless of that, you know, it's all about sort of dealing damage without having to actively take on the Shaheens, I feel like.
Right.
The Valkyrie cameras will be remotely getting intel. There'll be C4s being tossed. Maybe even that one impact that Hasib still has, right? There's 2 C4s. There's obviously the Capcan traps. That everything will basically force the Shaheens to keep their eyes on every single corner of the map. And the more the Shaheens do that, the more time is potentially wasted. The more time is potentially wasted, the more mistakes they'll make when they try to rush into the site trying to get the diffuser down. Or alternatively, trying to go for kills.
Yeah, what Shaheens were trying to do with MercenarieZ with their own player positioning, Mercenaries are trying to achieve with their utility. Same theory. You make the attackers, you know, you force the attackers into being extremely situationally aware. Mercenaries, to a certain extent, sometimes it did not happen from their side. Sometimes, you know, they didn't watch out for that odd roamer. Someone like, I think Skywalker, was that one Jaeger who was just peeking such angles that no one was anticipating. And well, speak of the devil, it is. This time it's not the Jaeger, but the attacking counterpart on the Ash, and already he starts things off. Taha is gone, C4 eliminated, and Taha, the player who usually gets the entry frag, is the casualty. That's a big blow to the side of MercenarieZ. Shaheens are quite rapid with their roam clear. MercenarieZ aren't even going for like, you know, a change in flows. Like what we saw from Shaheens, you know, when it was second floor AVG, was that they had a lot of their people situated in towards first floor living room library. Mercenaries were like, no, we'll just have Taha behind the reinforcements on second floor statuary, and that didn't work out. That meant that Valkyrie is gone, so now Shaheens have an easier time pushing towards classical hallway, getting that 90 control and eventually executing. And I feel like Mercenaries, with all 4 of their people now staying either in the bomb site or very near the bomb site, fights will happen very, very rapidly, and that's exactly what they go for. Hasib, good for him and good for the defenders, they find one.
And a big one of that too, that Caesar, the Thatcher gone, the breach is going to be so much more difficult for Envy to pull off now without, of course, the EMP grenades. You still have the frag grenades themselves from the Sledge, from the Iana, one of which, mind you, has already been expended on 90 Bend, the desk of 90, which is where one of the players is currently contesting. Doctor really wants to get that defender out of there. We'll take out the default cam as he tries so. as the MI7 has since retreated all the way down Classical Hallway, all the way up to the main stairs landing. Again, getting behind cover, just kind of hit and run tactics from MercenarieZ right now. They really do not want to take these gunfights, but that is a lot of fire that the side of Shaheens have to deal with, as the Goyo canisters are going to be doing a lot of time wasting right about now. Each individual canister lasts something like 20 seconds as well. So that's a lot of time taken away. 15 and less will remain, as Dane gets another one, huge one of that. That's Invi gone, your breacher off the board. The Capcan Trap strikes as Hasib gets one passively. Mighty Ali taking damage, trying to enter into the site, but just unable to. He gets one, but the pistol prone peek from Ayan will be the finishing blow that MercenarieZ need. What a way to put a second round on board for themselves, but better late than never. And that utility play really working out in the end. Again, we saw the Shaheens, they had to look every single room they had to go into. They had to check the doors, both sides. They had to check the ceilings for Valkyrie cameras. They had to check for prismas. They had to check for canisters. So many things. And they hadn't even gotten close to the site. And then for, MercenarieZ to run interference on the landing door and on 90 was beautifully done. Well timed. Overall, just great plays from them.
Exactly, and a bit on the side of Shaheens as well, right? Because they were focusing on so much. They had a very one-directional push that MercenarieZ had such an easy time dealing with. I mean, all four of the players on the side of Shaheens, right? All of them wanted to enter from red stairs, top of red stairs, statuary trophy, classical hall control, and then you enter from aviator in games. That's it. Shaheens didn't send anyone down first floor, push them up, have them push up main stairs, someone contests from study, or someone peeks, the 90 hallway from that other angle. That could have definitely helped and made things so much more efficient for their side. But sadly, it didn't happen. Shaheens just situated all four of their players. Maybe they didn't decide on it, or maybe they didn't think about it, because again, there was so much going on. They just couldn't. They focused on what the situation was at hand. And ultimately, it led to that, round loss for their side. But yeah, MercenarieZ, great defense for them. They make sure that, they keep on forward. They make sure that they still are in the mix. And yeah, they are cutting down on the round disadvantage and the round disparity that was, and that is actually to a certain extent present between their side and Shaheens. 3 more to go, but still a lot better than, giving Shaheens already that match point. Shaheens will be fighting for it. Yeah, they know they have that buffer period. However, Shaheens still need to go for the kills. This time, the situation has been turned on its head. Now it's the defenders, but it's the MercenarieZ defenders now who are looking for the kills. Skywalker, who got that entry kill the last time against Taha, is now met with similar forces, and this time the Ash has to forfeit. This time the Ash will indeed be the first casualty. Great stuff. MercenarieZ are looking really, really solid. And Shaheens, it's going to take a long time for them to clear out these roamers and then eventually get vertical control.
And mind you, even if they do get vertical control, they still have to get in the site. Plenty of site adjacent areas are present on this map. On first floor dining, you've got the pantry stairs, you've got Astro stairs, and the hallway that connects the both sites as well from the outside. Memorial room itself that can't be entirely covered with verticality, and other adjacent rooms as well. Living room, library, mud room, plenty of things. Oh dear me, Skywalker disconnecting, but of course he was already down and out for the round, so no big loss there, at least for now. Hopefully he can reconnect before the round ends, of course, as we will continue. 1:06 on the clock still. MercenarieZ, interestingly enough, they don't have to do much, as Doctor will be taking down a lot of damage as well from vertical angles that he himself has made, and is taking damage through. There is still Taha C4 that can be tossed, and a couple of impacts as well from Ayan and Hasib, but it won't matter. MI7 gets Doctor. That is your sledge gone, actively contesting that angle. Mighty Ali takes the Capcan Trap position. He's already in the site, going straight in, and in the meanwhile, Caesar will take down Ayan. That's another big drop right there. Then not flashed by the flashbangs being sent in. Still contesting. There's another one. This one should get him. It does. But the alibi will not be contested. Another flashbang goes out. Hasib finds one. MI7 goes down to Mighty Ali in the meanwhile. Kills are happening left and right. Envy going down. Mighty Ali needs to do something about this. He's the last one standing with 20 seconds on the clock. Being shot by all angles. He finds Din. 1v2 and 10 seconds remaining. Give or take. Here's another flashbang. Hasib has to fall back as a result. But Taha's there on the cross to finish off Mighty Ali. A little bit closer. Shaheens are inching closer to a potential round victory. But again, struggling to quite seal the deal, getting these early bodies taken away from them, especially this time Hasib, of all players, to play that aggressively. He really has changed his role, hasn't he? Going more for entry fragging and so on and so forth. We'll just have to see how things go from here. So it seems like there has been a timeout requested. Yes, we can see on Doctor's monitor and Envy's that it is a Shaheens timeout. They needed this, of course, this tactical timeout, as it were, because now they've lost 2 rounds in a row, and post-rehost, it seems like that momentum that they had slowly slipping away from them.
Yeah. I mean, the entire dynamic has indeed changed of this matchup. I feel like this one map of Villa is extremely defender-sided based on how things are going. I mean, still, all Shaheens really need is 1 round to secure overtime, and then we shall see what happens. Mercenaries, 2 more rounds to equalize, 3 more to secure overtime. A bit more work to be done. However, the way in which they're playing, it doesn't seem like it's going to take a while, you know. It just feels like it's going to be over very, very quickly, because Shaheens, yeah, they are staying alive till the very end of the round, but most of the problems that are happening, they're not being able to deal with them they're not able to deal with them really properly. A case in point being, you know, all the vertical angles being established.
Yep.
Yes, Doctor, you know, as the sledge, he established all the angles. Did they do anything? Sadly, no. If anything, they worked against Shaheens because Doctor died through all of those. And eventually, Mighty and Caesar were forced to, you know, go through the break room stairs and enter that way, enter into the site horizontally after breaching on forward. The vertical angles didn't help. Vertical angles help if you have someone situated upstairs and you have pressure from like the horizontal avenues. You have someone through break room or through memorial, or like I said, you know, any other aspect, or laundry as well for that matter. But this time that didn't happen, and this is becoming a major problem for Shaheens. The 2 rounds that we have seen, their eventual pushes are too standard that Mercenaries are very easily able to deal with those. What happened on AVG was Shaheens, 4 of their players wanted to enter from landing, 4 of the players wanted to get, you know, classical hall and AVG entry control and then execute. That's just not possible. You know, Mercenaries are going to deal with that instantly, and they're just going to get rid of your attack very, very quickly. Second round, you had no vertical control, just had 2 players pushing in horizontally. There was a disconnect between those pushes as well. And of course, you're going to lose out. Shaheens need to make sure that everything they are doing is synchronized, connected with one another, and that's how they move on forward.
That's the thing, though. Their attack has looked a little bit desynchronized, as it were. You were mentioning this, of course, just a second ago, and they'll need to try and combat that. We've seen this happen to teams attacking on Villa time and time again, where their attack ends up getting desynced, where the coordination kind of just breaks down once they start losing bodies, because Villa, as a map, as an attacking team, you need all bodies alive. You need all players to be functioning at full capacity to be able to try and get these rounds. And sure, it's only 2 rounds, right, for the victory for Shaheens here in this map, but those 2 rounds can be very, very hard to get should MercenarieZ get their way, and so far, well, they have been. This time around, again, from the attack, we're not seeing too much of a difference. The main thing being that Doctor has brought out the Nomad full flank coverage. That's what Nomad, of course, excels at with her air jabs, and we've seen Nomad a couple of times so far from the Shaheens attack.
Yeah.
But on the other side, for the Mercenaries defense, this time they have forgone the Valkyrie, bringing in the Kaid in her place. And other than that, it's largely the same. You still got the Alibi, you still got the Goyo as well, you still got the Kapkan Hasib, continuing to main that Russian defender, as it were. But of course, all talk aside, we'll have to see how that pans out. Seems like we're going to have a mostly bedroom and maybe Astro-centric push from the Shaheens. Doctor is going to be going on the rappel, the upside down rappel. That is, of course, the Astro window. He's got a drone here as well, so he can gather info as well as, you know, doing a bit of killing work should anybody try to go for a cross, or, you know, anybody get cheeky, try to peek bathroom through Astro. But for the time being, until Din's shield is removed, not much can be done about that. Ayan is still down below as well. Hasib playing the red carpet stairs. They're very much positioned to hold off against a bedroom take at the minute.
Yeah.
Shaheens, pretty much the way they're playing, they're going to be falling into their hands, but that's a beautiful first kill. Envy finding the alibi then off the board.
It's been a while since Shaheens have gotten the entry frag. This will mean a lot to their side. But yet again, what is their attack looking like overall? Can they breach towards a statuary? Seems like they can. They want to ready it up, but MI7 close quarter and the vector works beautifully. Not only that, he's hungry for more. He's got the support of Taha as well. Both these guys, they've got C4s to their name. They can peek any angle they want. They can opt for these gunfights. It's free reign for them. Doctor gets tagged even more. It's a double peek. One's going through the bedroom door. One's going through the breach that has just been made by these attackers. And again, these attackers can't really jump in. They need to force their way through either bathroom or through that bedroom doorway, get the kills, and Skywalker is looking to do just that. The attackers, they are finding their way through. Look at the map control they've gotten, pushing in towards Astronomy as well, pushing back Hasib, who now needs to fight 3 of these attackers. He has done an excellent job so far, but his time has only started. He needs to work overtime in this round and more. He will be wide swinging, and Mighty Oli takes him down. Shaheens, they win round number 9, and they shall indeed be getting the match point they have long desired to get.
That was a long time coming, that is for sure, for the Shaheens, but they will be happy to have done that. 1 round on the attack, finally going their way. But folks, let's not forget, MercenarieZ as well had a single round on the attack go their way as well. So far, the second half has shaped up largely similarly. In fact, the site that went MRCZ's way, Trophy Statuary, is the same site that also goes Shaheens' way in the attack. So really mirrors of each other at the moment. Shaheens, the onus will be on them to break this cycle. We're going back to second floor Aviator Games Room. Again, immediate change-up of the site, because MRCZ know if they go back to Trophy, high chance they lose. They can't pull off the same thing that the Shaheens do. So they will have to be very, very careful about this as they make their, overall decisions for the site. And looking at the attacker repicks right now, that's an interesting decision. You've got a Montaigne in the lobby, folks.
So Mighty has kept with that.
Yes, he's keeping the Montaigne.
Boy.
There's a Lion, there's an Ash, there is still a
Niana.
And of course a Sledge. Monty will probably be the one bringing smokes. There'll be plenty of flashbangs as well. No flashbangs. Ash with Claymores and Lion with EMPs instead. No hard breach as well. So they're going to look to brute force the side behind the Montaigne.
What?
But
Where are they planning a study take? I think they are. Send the Montaigne through study. He holds the angle, he holds the wall the attackers open up, allows his teammates to push in, and then they break through from study. But still, okay, it's all about kill. Skywalker yet again, he takes his revenge and more. Hasib, the lone standing player from MRCZ for the last round, is the first one to depart. And without your IGL being present in the round, yes, he can have more overview. Yes, he can spectate every single player. But still, that's one player gone. Taha, make sure that all hope is not lost. And very, very quickly, he can jump back in. Ayan does the same. And Shaheens, the plan that was there to attack the bomb site is now getting sidetracked because of where these defenders are on the first floor. And seems like, well, Montaigne has taken to his own reign to start going for kills. Mighty finds one. He can get another. Taha is all alone towards library. But no, Mighty is caught completely off guard. Doctor by himself. And yeah, this round that looks so good for their side, well, still can be pulled back, but it's very, very difficult considering the situation Doctor finds himself in. He can push towards hallway, he can swing 90, unless he isolates a gunfight. Not much is happening. Diffuser is in the line of sight of Taha. He's got to hold this angle. He waits, he watches, and only then he peeks. Still highly risky what Doctor is planning right here.
Absolutely, and he's got to get this done as well. He's going to be going in towards Vault. He should know that there's one there. The peak definitely giving away that position, but Taha from the rotate from the other side will instead clothesline him, not allow him any more entry into the game's room. That is another round gone, and I have to say that was probably Shaheens' sloppiest round in this entire matchup so far. And mind you, they had a Montaigne and a plan to boot, which was to send Skywalker hunting down below, I feel like, get the roamers out,
Yeah.
maybe with another player, doing the drone work and so on and so forth, but they got caught out very weirdly as well. It wasn't, I don't know, it didn't quite feel like Shaheens had it all there. And then, of course, to get like the Iana Caesar got caught sending a drone out while just pretty much in the open. And Montaigne, Mighty Ellie, right, playing the Montaigne, reloading in the middle of the stairs. He just cleared out main stairs. So he's got that shield. He can take cover there, realistically speaking. But he chooses to be halfway down the main stairs, go for a full reload and not be covered as well, which is interesting decision making, to put it lightly. Yes, to put it lightly. But Shaheens, they still have map point, mind you. They still are 6-4 up. But again, a round like that will cost them a lot. And even if they do lose this round, which will then make it 6-5, push it to last round of regulation, the Mercenaries will be forced to go back to trophy statuary. Maybe they're banking on that, maybe they're not, but they need to try and win this round. They've got the IQ specifically for the Valcams this time as well, and for other utilities. Envy will be the one flushing out defenders and taking out utilities, so they're not too worried about the verticality either. They've got the breach charges for that, and they've got the breaches from the ace, but you've got to get these operators themselves out of these key positions first.
So, for the side of Shaheens, yeah, they've got to get those operators out of the positions, and they need to force out the members of MRCZ. I think one of the key factors that have helped, MRCZ and their players has been the fact that they can just roam around on first floor, and they don't have that pinceral pressure on them. Like, they don't have someone, really gunning down for them from the south and the north side. Usually, it's two players coming in from south together. While that is good, the defender can just simply fall back even further, and you have to draw yourself even further into that map, in towards first floor to hunt them down. I think that is something MRCZ are really, really good at. Again, further confusing the attackers, further drawing them in. Shaheens, if they're looking to go for kills, get them quickly, otherwise leave. Don't go, don't go for that half procedure where you're just halfly putting your heart into it. Kind of like what happened to Mighty early in the previous round, like you were talking about, Jack. Just, he knew there was someone in library, but he was like, oh, let me go for the reload and then I'll hunt down the Valk, and that's when Taha just swung wide, and easy kill for the Valk, really. So don't go for all of that. If you're really looking to hunt down these players, which Shaheens should be, considering their playstyle, they got to completely commit to it to ensure the least amount of time is spent. And once more, vertical control is established. Rather, it's Ayan who gets one kill. There is Doctor next to the bomb side. Oh, he can jump in if he wants to get even more kills. But pressure is on the attackers. The defenders are back in. Hasib on towards second floor. He's drawn out. Skywalker gets the kill. He's got the 5.56, not the LMG, but it still works wonders. And Shaheens, they need to move on forward. MRCZ and their anchors right now, not too much utility to their name, but still great positions with which they can hold off the bomb site.
But they have to be mindful about losing their lives. Din is so low, and Skywalker with a pistol from above gets him. That's one more down. 2v3 on the 20-second mark, and it could realistically still work for them. They just have to hide. They need to make sure that they are able to run away once they get something going. As Ayan gets one, but MI7 goes down. It's all up to this lone
9 seconds.
Can get one. He down Skywalker. Doctor's the one with the diffuser, but he's gunning for the kill right now.
3.
Needs to find the pulse. He swings.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness! That was so close. And actually, now that I look at it, it was a Capcan trap that did Skywalker in. Nothing else. There were 10 seconds remaining. Skywalker could not have checked that either. That round was way too close for comfort. My heart can't take much more of that, I'll tell you what. But, whoa-wee. That, definitely Shaheens are not going to be happy about that one. There was a 2v3 advantage. They should have won it. That is what they'll be telling themselves. But again, the coverage for the final two, even with MI7 down, the fact that the Pulse, right, had
Ion,
enough
yep.
situational awareness to back out towards Laundry with a couple of hard walls protecting him as well. He can't get shot, which forces the defenders to gun for him or go for the plant. And Doctor cannot do that solo because the Pulse will know where he is. Well done.
Oh my god. Ion again being not the most recent recruit for MRCZ, but still one of the young star players. And I mean, this goes to show it's not just, complete aim. He, like you said, the situational awareness is there. And in such a situation with pressure on the shoulders of everyone, my god, he pulls it off. That was a magical round. And now I honestly feel like MRCZ can push it to overtime. Problem for them is, as they already had gone for a tactical timeout, in the first half, they don't have any more tactical timeouts remaining. The reason why it's showing in game they have one more is because, of course, the lobby had to be rehosted. But yeah, Mercenaries, no more tactical timeouts for them. Whatever needs to be thought and talked about needs to be done right here, right now. Having a look at the players as well, I gotta say that, yeah, pressure must be getting to them because Villa, it's only map number 1. This is MRCZ's choice. Shaheens have been so close to winning it out. All they still need is one round. They can win right here. They can ensure it's theirs, and 7-5 it can be. We can go to, the next map. We can go to Skyscraper with Shaheens being an advantage, or overtime it is. Whew. Final round, trophy and statuary. Last time we went here, Shaheens managed to get a win, my apologies. Mercenaries did not have a really solid time, but this time, a lot of changes. I think the biggest being Ella has been brought forward, then on the Ella. So, yeah, this isn't Chile, guys, this is Villa. But still, Ella has been opted for. You've got the Jaeger-Vamai combo. Not a lot of area denial, I've got to say. So, these guys, they're really banking on that, information factor, and of course that utility dump. What is Shaheens' plan? Are they looking for that roam clear, Jackal, Lion, any one of them brought out, or do they just want to set up their flank watch with Doctor being on Nomad?
I think as the seconds, sort of wear away, that is going to end up being the case. Skywalker is the one going for the Iana as Envy switches out to the Sledge. But no more changes, and the time for changes has passed. The 3-second mark in the prep phase is when these changes, these attackers are fully locked in, and there's no way to change it after that. So, with that being said, we've now got ourselves in a position where Shaheens, they desperately need this round. The timeout that was taken now, of course, means that it's pretty much now or never.
Yeah.
Right. They both teams right now are on the highway to the danger zone, and there's no way to back out of this one. It's a one-way trip, overtime or map 2. This one round is what separates us from either of those, futures, as it were. And as I like to call it, the round of ones, round 12, the final regulation round. Once again, a big stack up from the Shaheens on the bedroom balcony. Not sure if this is the most wise idea from their end. There is no meat jammer to be worrying about, so the drones can run rampant, which they most likely will. You have Doctor with the air jabs and, of course, the flashbangs and a grenade. Envy, beautifully read, finds MI7. That's the Valkyrie first down again. But as he wants to be aggressive, you can see his shadow. He was there in the bathroom for just a quick second, but falls back, opting to hold the long angle towards bedroom door. Instead, Ayan is still completely uncontested. So is Taha on the first floor. The roamers are not what the Shaheens want to go for. Instead, it is a full-on sight brute force push, I feel like, that they are opting for right now.
Yes, indeed, they are going for it. Last time, again, we saw this trophy breach. It didn't successfully happen. Only a single. This time, I think they're looking to get the entire breach done, get astronomy control. Mercenaries will be contesting it time and time again. You have then SMG alongside the fact that, another defender, it's Haseb behind the shield. So 2 people watching Astro. Where do Shaheens get another kill? They've got people situated on the window. Attackers are present on towards bedroom as well. They can peek these angles. It's all about getting the kills. Hasib, is he dropped down? No, he still stands. It's the Vamai magnets that pull away that frag grenade from the Vamai And again, it's the defenders who stand strong. The attackers have got to make a move. Skywalker wants to do something. Envy finds another. You have got heavier presence from the defense on towards the astronomy side. But what they don't realize is Skywalker's inside of the bomb side. Hasib. Oh no! Hasib is indeed gone. That's it. Taha also very low on HP. It may just all fall down to Din, who cannot escape from astronomy stairs. He's also eliminated. It's all down to the Skade. No utility. Very low on HP. 5 angry attackers looking at him. The diffuser shall indeed... No, it will get planted. He gets a triple kill. Are you kidding me? 3 to his name. He wants more, but no indeed. It shall not be. And Shaheens get map number 1. Villa is theirs.
My heart cannot take much more of this. What in...
How did he get 3?
Incarnation?
No one's watching.
How did Skywalker get in?
3.
Yeah, exactly.
3 headshots.
There were 2 instances where both teams completely dropped their guard on that same door, right? Skywalker just walking into sight, and then Taha very nearly pulling it out as well. You know, he got the 3, all of them lined up for him as well, on the door, by the bomb chassis, on the other side, through the double archway. He got them all, and very nearly got a 4th for his trouble as well. Had he pulled that off...
No, that would have been... No.
That would have been something else. I think I would have collapsed. I'll tell you what. That was a tense situation, folks. Shaheens will be very happy to have weathered the storm right now. And they have finally put the lid on this MercenarieZ comeback. They very nearly did it. Again, Mercenaries, the point has to be stated that MercenarieZ on Villa, a very, very, very threatening force to be reckoned with. Let's go into the highlights. There's a lot to talk about with this match, as it were. Boy, howdy, what a way to start the lower bracket final.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I think, yeah, I mean, Shaheens have indeed, put the lid on Villa. But whatever was brewing in this entire pot of madness has definitely gotten into the players. And a bit of it got into my throat as well. I definitely have yelled a little too much. And it's only map number 1. That's the thing. There's so much more in store for us. Next is Skyscraper. Arguably another map where we should see a lot more of these confusing plays. Like, what exactly is going on? But no, MercenarieZ, man, they gave it their all. To go from a 1-5 to a 5-6 takes a lot. And almost they pulled it off had they not, fumbled in that last round where kill after kill after kill, Shaheens just found their way. These are the kind of rounds that, Shaheens really look forward to, that snowball effect or that domino effect, whatever people want to call it. That's exactly playing off of each kill. That's what Shaheens are looking for. You get 1 kill, pressurize the defenders even more, they make a play, doesn't work, before you know it, it's that 3v5, and then so on and so forth it goes. So keeping that in mind, yeah, Shaheens do indeed secure the map of Villa. Now we'll be going into their map choice, and MercenarieZ will have to play on Skyscraper. That's a difficult sort to, move on forward with and think about as well, right? Is that if we all put ourselves in the shoes of MercenarieZ, yes, these guys, they know how Skyscraper is played, but Shaheens have picked it for a reason. It's because it's a very strong map of theirs, and this playstyle that Shaheens have of always contesting for kills may work out to an even greater extent.
That's the thing, right? Skyscraper as a map, we've seen so little of over the course of the last playoffs, over the last month even, right? It's very hard to say how that map will shape up, purely because of how little we've seen of it and how little we've seen teams actually play that map. Even Hunters, who for a while there during the summer series and maybe at the beginning of the fall series, right? Yeah. They were still feeling like Skyscraper was one of their go-to map picks. They would bring it out against nearly everyone. But then suddenly they themselves have stopped as well, and so far we have not seen Skyscraper from them either. In fact, we've only seen, like, odd maps wise, we've only seen Bank once as well. Yeah. Anyway, highlights are done. Let's go into the match summary, folks. The map summary, I should say. The statistics, KD, cost, kill rating, all of that stuff. There's a stacked card, I'll tell you what.
Oh, indeed it is. I mean, let's have a look at the top fraggers, right? 12 kills for Taha, 11 for Haseb, 12 for Skywalker, 11 for Dr. Envy as well. Yes, some people didn't have... I mean, again, I'm not going to say anyone had a quieter day. Sure, Din and Caesar, a little more is expected from the both of them, really, because, yeah, they are the... I think, okay, Shaheens is a team formed, like, all 5 of these players have been formed together. There are no recent recruits. It's not an organization, unlike MRCZ. But then, I'm not going to lie, he's been having quieter days for the past 2 days, even yesterday, you know, against KIRA. I mean, oh, sure, against KIRA, MRCZ overall just had a stunning performance. You can't really fault him. But when it is needed, those extra odd kills, this was a talking point of mine earlier, is that those extra odd kills of, you know, the 1v1s that can really go away could have pushed MRCZ and could have pushed MRCZ to get another round. You know, we could be seeing overtime right now, things along those lines. But still, when you talk about entry kills as well on the side of Shaheen, Skywalker with 3, Envy with 4 entry kills, and only a single time was he the opening casualty. Really good statistics. The rating of Shaheen's players as well, they were doing a lot more on the map. They were surviving for a lot longer. Essentially meant that yeah, you know, it was a better time in the server for them, even if it was really close between the both of these rosters.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. I mean, there's no two ways about this. When it comes down to this map, just brilliantly played from both sides. And Shaheens overall, sure, they may have walked away with the win, but there it will always be that thought at the back of their head going into Skyscraper that we were pushed really far back by mercenaries. For a moment, it really looked like overtime was going to happen, especially in that last round in Trophy Statuary, where it was, what, minute 10 and no bodies had fallen. I was thinking that this was going to go just like how Aviator had gone, where, you know, Shaheens had taken so long on the map to actually do just about anything that mercenaries were just very stable on the map, right? They didn't really have to move. And really, for a second, my thought process was, yeah, it's going to happen again. Overtime is confirmed. I was getting ready to do the whole thing, you know? But no, Shaheens this time a lot more secure. Again, mercenaries just for a brief period dropped their guard on that Astro door, and that was their undoing. Mind you, Shaheens themselves nearly made that same mistake as well. Taha nearly wrecked shop for just a hot moment there. Man, just a little bit better positioning maybe. Had he even run away, I think he could have gotten
HP,
away with
he was
that.
on 25 HP. It got further down to like 5, 7.
And even then,
he's still alive for like a couple of seconds.
Yep.
Whew.
Oh, that was just insanely close, as it were. But again, really well played to both teams. MRCZ and Shaheens, these two teams, like Hunters, right? They know how to give us a show.
True.
And that is full credit to them for that, as it were. Once again, let's go into the map veto. Just rehash what we've seen so far and what we are going to be expecting going forward. 7-5, Shaheens very nearly avoiding overtime. On MercenarieZ map pick, they will be the ones to win that villa. Next up, Skyscraper, the map that we have barely seen anything of.
Yeah, we haven't seen Skyscraper at all in the playoffs of the Nationals so far, and it's been a while since we've seen it. Even in the group stages, towards the last couple of days, wasn't played as often. I remember a couple of matches on the side of, I think it was Militant Esports, who had chosen a couple of times against some of their opponents. But still, Skyscraper hasn't been seen that much, and I think as a map and the entire, like all of the top teams in South Asia are quite aware of that, and they're perfectly fine with it. Skyscraper doesn't have to be Clubhouse, Chalet, Villa, you know, where it's going to be picked as often. Neither does it even have to match the level of Oregon, where Oregon has now transcended to that, you know, that occasional map, but still a very consistent map. Skyscraper is on par with Team PAK. If a team really likes Skyscraper, which in the case of Shaheens, yes they do, they will opt for it. Kind of like how KIRA also really like Team PAK, they'll opt for it. But then again, there are some teams who don't like Skyscraper, who don't like Team PAK, they'll just straight away ban it. MRCZ in this instance, banning out Team PAK makes a lot of sense, right? We just saw Shaheens defeat KIRA Esports 2 days ago. So MRCZ were like, why bother? Let's not go there. Rather, let's ban it out. Shaheens was still like, okay, that's perfectly fine. We'll choose our own map. Skyscraper, you guys get to choose Villa. Why should we have to compromise? We'll choose an equally stronger map of ours, and it's up to you guys to defeat us. Already an upset has happened. Shaheens have, you know, emerged victorious on the map of Villa on the choice of MRCZ. Now pressure is really on Mercenaries, because again, to give it all context, ladies and gentlemen, if you are not aware, if you aren't aware of this matchup, these are the lower bracket finals both of these teams find themselves in. The losers of this matchup will be going home. They will be getting $1,000 to their name, but they will be eliminated out of the South Asian Nationals. The winners will only be the ones to move on forward, face off against Hunters LFO in the grand finals. But both of these teams, especially Mercenaries right now, fighting for survival.
Absolutely. It is a fight of their lives at the moment. The greatest stage here in South Asia, the Nationals, of course, brought to you here by Ubisoft and the Esports Club, as it were. Great games to be expected. I think going into the finals, playoffs, as it were, the top four, we knew full well that this was going to be an absolute barn burner set of games, right? There was no two ways about it. However, so far what we've gotten, some of it has even exceeded our expectations overall, especially the Hunters and the Shaheens' games. KIRA, unfortunately, a little lackluster, as it were. Their form not quite matching up to what we've seen from them historically, as it were. So, sad as it is, you know, sometimes some of the old guard has to make way for newer teams as they arise. And even then, Shaheens' players, 3 of them have been in that winning spot before, right? Playing for Mercenaries, playing for other, even older teams than that, as memory recalls, as it were. So plenty of experienced players now once again back at the top. And of course, if you've been following socials recently, we've been hearing rumblings of another potential team coming back, as it were. We don't know exactly who it is, but the players of said team have been, you know, slowly riling each other up, as it were. And whether or not it's just a few fun and games, as it were, or if they're serious about it, we'll have to see. But that, of course, depends all on them. For now, Map 1 has just ended. We'll be moving on to Map 2 in a short while indeed. And that, of course, that Skyscraper is once again a very intriguing map. A map of mysteries as well. How will these teams perform? We have not seen Skyscraper. Similar to Cafe, we have not seen either of these two maps in the playoffs so far at all.
Cafe, sadly. Man, we haven't seen it at all.
Yeah.
It's
like we had that one Skyscraper match, like I think
offline. I think it was, I believe, between MRCZ and Shaheens only.
Yes, they had an off-stream game where I think Skyscraper and Cafe were picked. I remember Cafe being there.
And I think Shaheens did manage to win that one. It was of the group stages. Mercenaries this time, again, on broadcast, lower finals. This is the thing about MRCZ. When the matches matter the most, that's when Mercenaries shine the brightest. So, keeping that in mind, maybe this will be the time they'll go for that counter upset. They'll go for the full, you know, comeback. Win out on Skyscraper, win out on Cafe once we go there. But, again, there's a lot of speculation about that. If I'm being honest, right now, Shaheens do indeed have the advantage, particularly because it's their own map choice. They know Skyscraper like anything. Mercenaries are also well aware of this map, but I feel like MRCZ will put up a fight. No doubt about that. We will not be seeing a 7-0, 7-1. Definitely not. It's going to be quite close, almost as close as Villa. We may just see even overtime to a certain extent, but victory for MRCZ, they got to rely on outliers, and we need to see a lot of things that don't have the rationality of happening. Kind of like, you know, Shaheens making a lot more than usual mistakes, or MRCZ just having the best form, which, yes, MRCZ can. You know, MRCZ have been in great form for the past couple of days, but this map of Villa wasn't the best indication. They were putting up amazing fights, they were getting kills, they were contesting against Shaheens on par, and even better for a couple of the rounds, but it just wasn't enough, sadly, to, you know, overpower them, push it into overtime. And I think a big reason of that, Jack, was 1-5, the scoreline after the first half. Still a little too much for Mercenaries to come back from. Had it been 2-4, oh, honestly, overtime would have been there, certainly. But 5-1, yeah, it just tips the balance extra bit in favor of Shaheens, and MRCZ took some time to, you know, recover from that. But overall, I gotta say, match was really entertaining, right? And I think one of the reasons was the game. It was Rainbow-Six-Siege, and all the people watching as well, right? If you have enjoyed watching the South Asian Nationals so far, you're not already aware of Rainbow-Six-Siege, definitely go down in the description, check it out right here, R6 as well. You know, you can get it for an amazing price thanks to Ubisoft as well. And if you're looking to have your PC be up to specs, or even better, you can run any game you want, definitely power yourself up with some GPUs from the side of Zotac. Make sure that, no matter what you're doing, whether you have some work, whether you're into, creative arts, you have a lot of work to render and produce, you really like playing games at 1440p, 4K, highest settings, maximum frame rates, GPUs can definitely support you, and they can grant you that extra bit of ability to really do whatever you want. Or if you really what you want to do is just sit back and relax, Loco is also your place to go for the favorite entertainment. But so far here, the Esports Club entertainment has also been relentless, kind of like the attacks of both of these teams, and we are only going to keep on forward. Skyscraper should be starting very, very quickly, and while we wait for that, this is the time where I ask you, Jack.
Oh boy.
What do you think shall happen on map 2?
Throw me in the bus, are we?
Yes, yes, yes.
I see what you did there. But if we're going in for predictions, might as well go all in, right? All things considered, with the way that MRC sort of played. Now, there's something I don't really talk about at all, but something that's always going on in my head. If a team really struggles on their own map, even if they win, right? If it's an overtime win or a 7-5, then chances are then when they go onto the enemy's map, their opponent's map as it were, they'll probably struggle, at least for a good bit, right?
Yes.
And it's happened like more or less 70% of the time. Unless you're like playing exceptionally well that day, that tide of not being able to perform at your fullest isn't really going to break anytime soon. So I feel like, on Skyscraper, Mercenaries will struggle, not just because it's a bit of an unknown for them, given that they haven't really played it ever since like summer series of the pro at
they may have played it in fall, but not in the finals.
Once or twice, but not in the finals.
I mean, they weren't
not.
in the finals, like their last matchup.
Yeah. Like, which was, what was it? The lower bracket final. Yeah. They didn't play it then, and certainly early fall, maybe they might have. I remember a match against KIRA. I specifically remember it because Hasib went on the Nook and just, completely.
I think I remember a bit of that, but
yes. But if I recall correctly, that was back in the summer series, not really in fall. So Skyscraper really fell off.
Yeah.
Fell off. Like, wow, beautiful. But jokes aside, for Mercenaries, even if they've practiced this map against Shaheens, it's still an unknown for them.
Yes.
And they still lost 5 and 7 on their own map. Now that's a big factor to keep in mind, folks. Had they won it 7 and 5, I would still say that they'll be pushing Shaheens back a fair bit. But because they lost, and because it was a 5-1 first half, no less, I'm probably going to end up saying something along the lines of that. Mercenaries are in for a very tough time. I do not expect 7-1, 7-2 even.
Same, yeah.
7-4 is like my minimum if Shaheens do win. If Mercenaries manage to find their footing, then overtime is, I'm like 90% sure of overtime there.
Yeah, I gotta agree to that. Overtime is a possibility. Cafe also still a very strong possibility of that happening. But kind of like what happened with the second half of Villa, right? Where Shaheens 5-1 advantage. And I had said that. In my mind, I thought that Shaheens, there's no way they can lose this.
Yeah.
Or like they're just going to continue with the momentum. But then MRCZ swung back. And they really did. They stopped Shaheens dead in the tracks. And I feel like to a certain extent, Skyscraper is also going to fall into a similar direction of heavily relying on which side you are on, whosoever is starting first and who is defending first, and of course B definitely being the momentum of things. If your team gets the initial round win, you're gonna move on forward and get a lot more rounds, because again, unlike other FPS shooters, Rainbow-Six-Siege doesn't have that economy system, right? There's none of that. If I am Hibana in the first round, I can opt for Hibana for the next 5 as well. No one is stopping me from doing that. If I want Ash, I can do that. So keeping that in mind, momentum is very, very important, because the only things changing between the rounds are your operator compositions and of course the objectives. You can go for second floor tea room, or you can opt for second floor office and initiation. Either one of those choices can be made, or even first floor for that matter. That's perfectly fine. But similarly, you need that start to go your way, and that is exactly what we saw with this matchup of Villa. There was a lot of back and forth. Eventually Shaheens settled the dust, and eventually Shaheens, they really took that advantage against MRCZ, stretched the entire first half to that 5-1 scoreline. But I feel like, at least on at least on a Skyscraper, something along those lines can also happen, which is why these teams need to make sure they are starting off with the best foot forward, and whosoever gets those initial rounds to their name, they will get that big advantage. But then again, the savior can be the side swap that eventually saves one of the two teams who will be at that disadvantage, essentially.
It could really come down to that side swap, like you said, right? It's very possible. And again, much like our Villa, where the side swap actually really mattered, even with the 5-1 first half, like you pointed out, right? The fact that Mercenaries were still able to push Shaheens back that far, great stuff from them.
Right.
But again, the fact of the matter is that they ultimately still lost their map, right? And that very fact that we lost our map, we have to somehow win this. That'll be what's playing in the back of their heads. There'll be that air of urgency that we talked about at the beginning of Villa. That will slowly, if they start losing rounds on Skyscraper, they'll slowly turn into an air of desperation as they, struggle to get any
like
sort
KIRA.
of licks in. Yes, any sort of licks in, any sort of round, anything to go their way. But once that desperation sets in, that is truly where Shaheens are in the position to, strike that final blow, as it were. Because, again, when a team gets desperate, the number of mistakes they commit exponentially goes up. We saw that with KIRA. It really was a full display of why, as a team, you need to keep your composure. You need to stay level-headed. If you don't, things will just get more and more and more crushing until eventually the hand of fate closes and that door that you were looking to get through will be locked. The key on the enemy team's hands, as it were. Metaphysical allegories aside, basically you get the point what I'm trying to make here. Shaheens have that advantage where even if they lose the first half, as it were, say it's a 2-4, say it's a 1-5 even, they can still say, okay, we're still up a map, we still have time, we can still afford to, just go back, They can take a tactical timeout and just really switch the whole momentum of everything. Mercenaries don't have that luxury, not anymore. Because losing this map, they're done. Third place will be their new home until the next big competition. So they don't want that, obviously. As a team that has historically fought for first place with the Hunters, to see Hunters now pull ahead this far, I'm sure it'll sting for the Mercenaries, right?
Yeah.
A lot. The fact that they weren't able to get there where it really mattered most. So all of that will be playing in their heads, in the back of their minds constantly.
Now, I remember this as well. I remember asking this question to MRCZ, during the interview, which again, it's a shameless plug from CCV. The Esports Club Instagram, R6 Esports SA on Twitter. You can check out the interviews from all of your favorite teams, right? All top 8 teams that made it to the Nationals, all the players, individual player interviews also dropping very, very soon. Again, be on the lookout for that. But as a team, I remember specifically asking this from MRCZ because, after the group stage had ended, Mercenaries were looking, good with their, with their recent form, but they had improved like a bit, and they also still had their problems, running around. So I had indeed asked them this question, that thinking about the fall edition of the Pro Series as well, knowing that MRCZ finished 3rd over there, they were overtaken by Shaheens, who actually ended up defeating Hunters as well. I had asked them that, with more and more newer teams such as, Shaheens, such as Phalanx, such as Won't Stop Peaking, and all of these guys also picking up a lot of traction, and older rosters like MRCZ and KIRA Esports, not having the best of performances. What are their thoughts on that? And similar to KIRA Esports, MRCZ were quite open in accepting that their recent form wasn't the best, but they also were very, very confident knowing that they can face off against Hunters, they can defeat, Shaheens, they can defeat these two teams, they can be the best. We have seen glimpses of that. We have seen Mercenaries defeat Hunters 7-4. We have seen Mercenaries defeat Shaheens, in the Pro Series, in the group stages and all of that. But still, right now, that's not happening. And I know I've said this, MRCZ, when it matters the most, that's when these guys shine. Today just doesn't seem like to be their day. It's only map 1 and it's still 5-7. But every single round that MRCZ lost either could have to a certain extent gone their way, or had they not made those silly mistakes, they could have definitely made such a better fight. The way in which Skywalker just pushes in as the Ash, gets 2-3 kills here and there, and MercenarieZ are left clueless. You know, this is the same MercenarieZ who themselves go for these kind of plays. If we jog our memories back, you know, when they were playing against KIRA Esports on that map of Chalet, I think it was, KIRA Esports, they have 3 defenders on the second floor. Hasib's like, 3 defenders, huh? Okay, let me enter from bathroom. I can go back and I can kill all of them, and that's the MercenarieZ, you know, being very, very strong. But yeah, so far these teams, they need to think about, you know, Skyscraper and all of that. As for all of us right now, yes, it has been a while. The players actually are experiencing a couple of tech issues. Again, our backend administrators are trying to sort that out. But meanwhile that happens, we shall indeed be going for a break. So stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back.
I'm fresh on the scene. Back, 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 I'm fresh on the scene.
Back, I'm fresh on the scene.
Back, I'm fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back, I'm fresh on the scene.
Back, I'm fresh on the scene.
Back, I'm fresh on the scene.
Welcome back everyone to the South Asian Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, represented right here at the Esports Club, supported alongside Ubisoft, powered by Zotac, alongside our broadcast partner Loco. I am C-Sweet, joined alongside Blackjack. We are bringing to you the lower bracket finals. Only 3 teams remain, 3 of the best in South Asia up against each other. These guys have fought time and time again, and once more, a best of 3 it is. Map number 2, it is going to be Shaheens up against MercenarieZ. The map, it's Skyscraper, chosen by Shaheens. These guys have already been victorious on Villa, and now they look to continue that streak of win.
Oh, they do, absolutely. Skyscraper, brought out by the Shaheens, a map that we have not seen in a hot minute, as it were. And now we'll be going into it right out the gate. Shaheens on the attack, MercenarieZ on the defense, folks. This is what truly could be the last map we see MercenarieZ for in the playoffs. There's only one way to find out. MercenarieZ will have the first ban on this map, and of course what could potentially be once again the final set of bans for the night. Again, we're really, sort of hyping up the finality aspect of all of this, but you have to realize this very well actually could be it. Flores once again from MercenarieZ. No surprises right there. They do not like going up against that operator, Flores and his RC Rateros, where if mute is not available or banned or not picked for whatever reason, so you can say goodbye to all of your utility. Same with the Twitch. Speaking of which, Twitch has been banned as well. So it looks like that set of bans will remain the same. Both teams want to have full access on defender utility. They do not want to give anything up. Now the first defender for the map this time will be Shaheens' ban as well, and it is going to be Melusi. So Shaheens again banning that particular operator. Looks like there's a little bit of a targeting going on, as apparently MI7 having Melusi banned is you get the point. We see the banter, as it were. Anyhow,
yeah,
Melusi still really good operator in all regards, really slowing down operators. I mean, we saw the extent of how bad it can get, and that is once again a really good ban right there.
Skyscraper as well.
Yes.
I mean, then again, Azami is really that versatile operator. You can honestly pick Azami for 85% of the bomb sites on all of the maps that we have, and in the competitive pool, and she can still have a huge presence in terms of essentially helping out the defense. But enough of that. First things first, it's MercenarieZ on defense. Karaoke and T-Room has been opted from their side. What kind of defense are they planning? Yeah, it's all standard, They haven't brought in a mute, which is interesting. So they're really going for the shotgun with the Hasiv as the only thing to, have a lot of close quarter combat damage. I mean, 2 MPXs, one with Din and one with Taha, those are also good. But yeah, nothing significant. No SMG-11 and MA-85 combo that can make life hell for the attackers. And of course, no smoke gas canisters also mean that if Shaheens do manage to, breach into the site or repel in, as maybe the plan of Envy, going for Ying, he can have the Candelas, he can have the smoke grenades as well. I mean, the defenders can be confused, where exactly these attackers are coming in from. But yeah, overall, finalizations are done. I do not think MRCZ will be doing anything different from how usually Skyscraper is played. They want to stick by their guns. They want to, go for the most standard, the most standard of plays. Don't do anything extra out of the ordinary, considering the context of this entire matchup and the situation MRCZ find themselves in. They want to be as they want to employ as much of these tried and tested tactics as possible. A Skywalker, he spots Taha, and already one of these roamers has been identified. They are known. Taha will have to escape. He'll go all the way around towards kitchen, then swing wide, and the attackers are still on the lookout for this Valkyrie. So an early death for Valk can mean disaster. Is he ready to swing the angle? Yes, he does. He tags the Yana. Bullets are fired back and forth. Damage is traded also back and forth, but still no bodies dropped. Means that pressure is maintained on both the sides.
Absolutely, and that pressure can go a long way in the map right about now. Taha and Skywalker, varying degrees of over or under half health. Then not sure where that tiny bit of damage came out from. Could have been from the Frost's secondary shotgun, the ITA-12S as it were, as that little rotate in and out of the sight is expanded to be a bit more comfortable. Skywalker still hunting down below, and there is a player here. We do know that for a fact. I think it's still Taha. Yes, it is inside of kitchen. The drone, Taha, I don't think it saw him, which could be bad for the attackers right now. They don't probably have a good guess on where Taha could be. And this Valkyrie could strike really, really hard at the moment. Taking really long right now. Shaheens on this roam play. They haven't done anything close to the site either. As Skywalker will send out a Gemini. That's going to go straight up black stairs as well, ignoring where the Valkyrie could be, trying to find defender positions. And meanwhile, you've got a Talon Shield and an Ace with an Osa behind it. That's top of black stairs. The landing, but Taha beautifully timed. But no, he was holding a grenade. MI7 came around, found another one. That grenade did not do much. It did down the Valkyrie. Caesar will finish off that kill, but that again, 2 for the price of 1. I don't feel like that's worth it. MI7 walks away with a free kill at that too. Caesar taking damage now, trying to go up. We'll see one beautiful shot. That's MI7 down. That is one taken care of. Oh, this could be big right now. Envy from the back. He's coming up. He's getting really close right now. He knows where the Warden is, and then could be gone. But no, Envy's down. The Frost Trap! Ion finds Doctor, and there goes the last one. Ion with the double. The Frost Trap, the Ying missed it. And Mercenaries will take round 1. Oh boy. Well, it's already off to a start, all right.
Oh, it is. Man, good shots from Shaheens, and Envy could have been that exact catalyst Shaheens were looking for. Nobody would have watched for him. He could have easily cleared out the entire hallway, go towards, karaoke as well, and then further cement the attack, launch the execution, or at least assist in launching the execution. The round very well could have gone their way, but the one frost mat Hasib brought out means that no, it's going to be a defensive round win for MRCZ. Whew, that was extremely close. Now office and initiation chosen, so extra, I believe, resources will be spent from the side of the attackers on towards hard breaching. Good for them that Thatcher is already present. Thatcher has not been banned, so Caesar, I think it's going to be a permanent pick of his. We saw Caesar on the Thatcher in the last round. This time Mighty Oli as well, back on that Ace. So yeah, hard breaching is going to be there time and time again. Not many changes with that. It's really the other operators that will be swapped in and out. Good to see Skywalker, back on the Ash. He's completely now focusing on just, kills. Iana, okay, it was well and good. He had the frag grenade, he downed Taha, but still the replicator meant that he had to spend a lot of time gathering information and giving that information to his teammates as well. Now, he can definitely focus on just the killing side of things. As for MRCZ, still pretty much the same, with the exceptions of, of course, when the side is swapped, what kind of changes you guys are looking for. With Din being on the mute and MI7 already once more having the bandit, means that extra anti-breaching properties are there. But is MI7 really looking to bandit trick the wall, or just, keep the bandit batteries and then fall back, eventually knowing that, yeah, one way or another, the breach is going to happen nonetheless?
Most likely that's going to be the case. I don't think MI7 is going to be going for a bandit trick right now. He's also used up one of the batteries on that single wall that connects not Karaoke, Geisha and Dragon. As in the meanwhile, MI7 comes around, finds Doctor. That's the Dekebi gone. That's a big drop as well, as the bandit is doing a lot of work. MI7 so far has been a bit of a nuisance for the attackers to deal with. There's also the castle halfway down the mid stairs here. Caesar taking damage. That is from the terrace window as well, as he's just going to jump in. Should see someone on terrace. Will get that. That's a tight angle, and that is Hasib gone. Your Frost off the board. And there goes another one. Tha comes in with 2. The mid-stairs castle really doing a lot of work right now. And there goes the Ash as Aeon comes around, finding Skywalker. Caesar, the last one standing. Beautiful shot onto 1. But can he really pull this off in a 1v3? Diffuser isn't with him. Time is slowly ticking away. It's a really hard ask for this lone Thatcher at the moment to pull off a clutch this big. But he's still going to get another one. That's a triple kill for him. He could potentially do this, as any second now he could find the final 2 as well, disabling the bandit battery that's on that single wall just to be able to cross it without taking damage. Again, has to use these utilities in this way because there's no other way he's actually crossing safely. He's getting close to the site. He's going to play for picks because there's no way he has the diffuser and is able to go for the plant safely, but it doesn't matter. MI7 will wide peek across the bomb chassis, get the final kill. MRCZ now 2-0 up.
So far, Shaheens, I think they got to realize this is not Villa, and not all gunfights are gonna go their way. Now, MRCZ really have the advantage when it comes to the gunfights, and I feel like this is a core problem that, you know, MRCZ used to have a couple of times, even against like Hunters LFO. The upper bracket quarterfinals that eventually MercenarieZ did lose was one of the reasons that happened on Oregon. MercenarieZ were constantly overpeaking these angles, thinking that, you know, the gunfights are going to go their way, just like what happened on Villa. Similarly, Shaheens are opting for these skills, you know, clearing out the roamers, opting for the early gunfights like they usually did on Villa, but this time it's not working. I mean, the only person who has gotten kills on the side of Shaheens has been Caesar. 2 rounds, 5 kills, really good average numbers for him. But again, he's the only person. You know, Doctor went for that initial kill as a KB. He died. Then more and more people followed. I think Skywalker was the next one to depart. Taha picked up a double kill. So again, as Castle with the UMP, MRCZ just in open hallways are able to find these frags, definitely means that Shaheens need to work on their team coordination. Shaheens definitely need to work on the way in which they are, you know, proceeding with the map. This is not going to be easy for them. I think they should be aware of this, but still, yeah, many problems for their side.
Absolutely. Tactical timer from the Shaheens, as once again, those problems that you mentioned, they need to be ironed out. They need to find out what's going on, why they can't quite string something together. I mean, if you look at the stats as well, 2 rounds in, and Caesar is the only one who has gotten kills from the side of the Shaheens. Skywalker, Doctor, usually they're the 2 top fraggers of that team, yet to really fire off, as it were. Of course, Doctor has had a couple of support ops as well. He's been doing stuff in the background, sure, but again, not enough. Envy and Mighty Ellie as well haven't really started out. They haven't gotten off the mark. They're still caught in the crease, and they have to take that first step forward. The front foot needs to come out from them. Shaheens need a round. Timeout is over. We're going to be going into round number 3. The site will change, as it were. Of course, now down to first floor, barbecue and kitchen. Pretty much the most contentious, I would say the most divisive site for Skyscraper. Attackers, defenders seem to win this mostly regularly in like regular intervals. And of course, there's the fourth site that nobody talks about. Again, every map nearly has one of those, as it were, unless you're Chalet. Chalet, all for sites.
Even again, I'm going to make
Chalet though, yeah.
No. I was going to say even Cafe. You can actually go for, you know, train. It is again a good bomb site, but then again, Cafe is Well, all right. Time to get back to round number 3. Yeah, the 2 seconds of grief I have for Cafe. It's always going to be there in life. You know, that long breath, you always have to grieve that way. But still, hopefully, maybe we see Cafe. You never really know. All depends on just how much Mercenaries want this. And I mean, that's a rhetorical question. Mercenaries want this entire BO3 more than ever. They want to go to that grand finals. They want to face off against Hunters LFO again and defeat them, because this is the thing we have seen in the 2022 competitive year of Siege. Hunters LFO looking like the strongest team overall, two-time winners of the Pro Series, spring and summer, had a perfect run in the group stages, have had a perfect run. Sure, they dropped a couple of maps, but still no losses, have had a perfect run in the playoffs, and now the first team to be in the grand finals. Shaheens, okay, they're looking like the second best team. They made sure they won the fall edition of the Pro Series as well. Yes, they've also been, called and titled as winners. Mercenaries, not happened so far. As much as Mercenaries, are on par with Shaheens and with Hunters in terms of their gameplay and in terms of the experience these teams have, still, no victories for MRCZ. They can swoop in and take the title of, national winners and the overall 2022 competitive year winners of South Asia for themselves. But in order to do that, they need to make a comeback. They need to win on Skyscraper, then go to Cafe, and then go to a best of 5 against Hunters LFO and defeat them, which is so much more easier said than done. I said this in 15 seconds. It's going to take so much more longer for MRCZ to make that into reality. Whereas so far, it's taken a long while for Shaheens to just, get into the map and again clear out these roamers. Minute and 30 seconds, and again, it's Doctor to be the first one to depart.
That's again a big shutdown right there. The Lion, not sure exactly where that gunfight happened, but Ayan, wherever he got it from, is going to be very happy to have found that operator, specifically Lion, can be such a menace. And mind you, Mercenaries, they are not running a mute, so that is another point of contention right now, as we've got a Selma going in, we've got the Geisha Breach coming as well. Of course, this is where the verticality really comes into play. Caesar can't seal the deal on that Aruni. Taha manages to run away. Caesar now taking a ton of damage in return as shots are fired towards him. There's going to be somebody peeking him, and he's going to lose that gunfight. Taha gets that. Very low on HP, but it does not matter. Skywalker has to deal with another castle barricade right in front of him. He's going to try and melee it out, but there's only so much he can do about this. Again, the roam from Mercenaries clearly looking strong.
Yep.
And as Envy is DBNO, it's looking worse and worse with each passing minute.
They can't move on forward. There's
really
no way
can't,
Shaheens can do anything. Skywalker has to brute force his way in. That's also, again, same as his teammates. Mighty Envy left. And, okay, Mighty Early wants to peek forward. Whew, closely misses out. Then takes out the other attacker. And it's the ace all by himself. Can he get an ace? No, he cannot. Mercenaries get yet another round for themselves. 3-0. This is the same as how Villa went, except back then it was Shaheens on advantage. Right now it's MRCZ who are looking very, very strong. And once more, smiling faces, I gotta say. So Mercenaries know that Skyscraper very well can be theirs. It's only a matter of, putting it into, it's only a matter of putting it into practicality and, again, essentially securing those rounds, which MRCZ so far have been doing. The only saving grace for Shaheens can be, yet again, that side swap, because their attack does not seem to be working. No matter which bomb site, no matter what kind of theory tactic Shaheens are trying, they are just plainly being shut down. This is, yet again, what we saw, MRCZ up against Hunters LFO, where Hunters just could not get kills on board. It has been 3 rounds, and only Caesar has gotten some frags. Rest, the entirety of Shaheens, no kills for them.
And that's the big one, right? Doctor and Skywalker, those two so often are the leaders in terms of frags, in terms of kills for the side of the Shaheens, and they have nothing to their name so far. That is insane to think about. Same with Mighty Ali, same with Envy. These are players whom we are used to calling for multiple kills, multi-round, round spanning, massive plays, so on and so forth, but not tonight, it would appear, as things just have not gone the way that they would have liked. For now, the side has once again gone back to the old reliable second floor tea and karaoke room. And that is, of course, where things will have to be settled. Again, Shaheens have to do something about this. That was a very aggressive approach by Taha. Unfortunately, not working out this time, trying to contest Skywalker. But finally, Skywalker will get off the mark. He's looking for another. There is an alibi there. He sees the head. Wait, he doesn't take the shot the first time. Tried to line it up, but Ion gets away with it. Skywalker goes down early. Doctor fires on to Hasib in the meanwhile. That's one more down, but then finds Caesar. They're trading constantly. MercenarieZ are making sure that Shaheens are never comfortable on this map. As the drones go in, the breach has been done on that wall. The wall being of office, mind you. That's not site wall. They haven't gotten into the building yet to a degree. And that, again, is a big issue for the Shaheens. They aren't able to make headway because mercenaries are meeting them at the doors, at the windows, at these important entryways.
I mean, usually, again, if mercenaries were going for this is a proper Shaheens method of defense. Again, example would be Shaheens up against KIRA Esports on Team PAK. This is what Shaheens were doing. Back then, KIRA as well were not able to defeat the defenders. They were not able to, retaliate back, kill off the defenders. And unfortunately for, Shaheens, this is a taste of their own medicine for their side. Look at Envy. Wanted to take a gunfight, took one, got severely damaged. And that now means that, yeah, all three of the defenders, full HP for them. Minute on the clock, the attackers need to launch an execution. Where do they go? How do they proceed? Where do they find these skills? Or actually any way to, again, get some map control to roam around, because again, just staying on balconies isn't enough. You do have one of the players who's made headway towards drum room, but Doctor is now picked off. Once again, Sledge is now gone, and the two hard breaches that remain, both of these guys, they are support operators. Envy has got one flashbang. Mighty Ali is down in the frost trap, that nonetheless.
That's the second one this map.
Yep, Envy is going to, hold off, waiting for any defenders looking to, who were looking to be greedy, getting that kill, then falls into that. But still, both of these attackers so low on HP, and MI7 just swings wide. Another round for MercenarieZ, and yet another tactical timeout for Shaheens. It's only been a single half, and both of them have been requested.
I gotta say, Shaheens right now just not looking good whatsoever. They have not won a single round. And as you can see, folks, from the MercenarieZ camp, they are all smiles at the moment. Absolutely very cheerful at the fact that this map so far really has been just a cakewalk for them. And no two ways about it. Shaheens have not shown up, not in the slightest. And yeah, you can see Envy, his hand is on his face again. Caesar as well, looking very much done with everything at the moment. Skywalker apprehensive, of course. Oh boy, things are not going to be going well in that Shaheens discussion, as this timeout, again, very crucial for them. They need something to go their way. They need a round. Right now, they're lacking in confidence as well. Look at the stats, folks. It is 6 and 6 kills to Ayana and MI7, 4 to Taha, 2 to Hasib, 2 to Din as well. And for Din, for Hasib, they've been just playing support ops. Taha been doing the flex work as he normally does. Ayan and MI7 getting kills and doing what little they need to do elsewhere. But you look at the Shaheens. Caesar, 5 and 4. He's been doing pretty much all the work. He's been locking the Thatcher in, getting utilities cleared, getting the EMPs out, getting the kills. He's just been the one single-handedly doing everything. Skywalker, Doctor, Envy, 1 kill in that last round to each.
Yep.
And we are about to enter round 5. Ali hasn't even gotten off the mark yet.
No, he hasn't. Can you imagine a playoffs where you get to say Hunters after 4 rounds have had no kills, and Shaheens after 4 rounds have had practically no kills? That is, again, as a team, a very scary thought, because again, as viewers of this game, to all of us, yes, this is very confusing, and of course this is very off-putting. Like, how did that exactly happen? I don't think, this doesn't usually happen, but it doesn't affect us. For these players, this is a scary thought to face, knowing that you just can't get off the mark. Shaheens right now, they might as well start thinking of cafe, and looking to change things there. MercenarieZ, on the other hand, couldn't be happier. This is MercenarieZ day number 1 against Hunters all over again. And yet, it's such a weird feeling saying that, because no one knows when this kind of playstyle is happening. And to a certain extent, even if I talk about it personally, I am not sure what is happening if it is MercenarieZ just being on a godlike level with their, crosshair placement and fragging department, or is it Shaheens completely being deflated with theirs? What part of the extreme is this? Or is it a mix of both of them? Could very well be, but I'm still not sure, and I feel like it's these players trying to figure it out as well, right? Shaheens are looking for some optimal alternative to this predicament that they find themselves in. How do they deal with the situation? Mercenaries are like, well, let's keep this going. If it ain't broke, why fix it? This is working really good for us. Let's keep it, let's keep the momentum flowing. Let's make sure the dynamic doesn't change at all. So for the side of Shaheens now, pressure's all on them, and I feel like this match as well is reaching such a stage, Jack, that I don't think the side swap will be able to help them just because of how extreme the result has been.
Again, it's that conversation we were having back in Villa, right? When Mercenaries were 5-1 down, would it even be realistic to say that Mercenaries could make a comeback happen? Well, we saw as a result of all of that, that Mercenaries very nearly did as well. So who knows what could go off in this map. Oh dear me, that EMP did not go where it was intended. The breach will happen. MI7 a bit too late to go for the bandit trick. C4 is out, but all that we'll find is probably a talent shield and no more, as the attackers have since dispersed. Office wall is open. That is good. That is a great way to pressure the site. In the meanwhile, MI7 takes damage from an attacker down below. He wants to contest that attacker as well, as the roam clear needs to be cleared out before things can realistically progress. Hasib, once again, mindful of the drones around him. Anything that could give away his position is going to be up on the chopping block, but also anyone that can give away his position. Skywalker taking damage from an alt angle, has to be careful about this. He's once again on the ash, down on the first floor, trying to do something, trying to pull something for his team, as Invi's grenade will start things off. This time MI7 will go down. Skywalker, beautiful flick right there, spray transfer as it were, gets Ayan. That's another huge one. Caesar crossing over to the breach, crossing over to the other side of the breach, trying to get another kill. Skywalker down and out. Taha makes short of that. One kill taken in return. EMP is out, and now the landing office, the office landing wall will be broken open as well. That's another avenue of entry and another open line of sight that Mercenaries now have to worry about. Then we'll have to do double duty here, effectively speaking. So will the Frost. That's on the other side. Taha is watching all the angles. Mighty Ali gets one, and Hasib finds another. Hasib going down. It's a 1v3, all down to Din. He tried to peek it, but Doctor wasn't having any of it. And finally, after such a long struggle, Shaheens will put their first round on board.
They have, and yeah, we can look at these players as well. Whew, big relief for their side, because they stopped the train before it just, left the station. Had MRCZ gotten 5 or, 6 rounds, God forbid. Had MRCZ gotten a 6-0, no, there's no way Shaheens would survive on Skyscraper Cafe. It would have been 4-2. This is still highly, optimistic. I'm thinking of Shaheens. Honestly, Mercenaries can still win this round, and probably they will, based on recent performances again. But a 4-2 is still, it can be salvaged. As I always say, it is salvageable. No, it won't be easy, but you can do it. And I feel like both of these teams, they have, had enough comebacks in their own professional matches, scrims, ranked matches, and all of that, in their own personal experience as well, to pull off a successful comeback. But doing so in this setting, yeah, it's going to be very difficult. Shaheens are not out of it, but they are very close to, just getting kicked off and getting kicked out of Skyscraper, being sent to Cafe Dostoyevsky. Mercenaries want to go to Cafe as soon as possible, and very well, I still think, even with a 4-2, Mercenaries will have that chance, of pushing it to Cafe, because this matchup has just been that entire shift of dynamic. This has got less to do with Skyscraper and has more to do with the mentality of these players and the way in which they're proceeding forward. It's not about the map, it's about the player performances and the player psyche of all 10 of them and both of these rosters. So, with all that being said and done, right now, still, Shaheens, really good round, the one they had previously. Would like to keep this going, would like to make sure they essentially, don't change anything. and still replicate what had happened previously. It's up to MercenarieZ to have a couple of different changes. I see that Ion is on the Echo, so more in importance being given to that information side of things, but rather no Valkyrie, so he still needs that anchor, and the bulletproof shield is of course really reliable alongside Hasib as well, who's bringing another. So yeah, Mercenaries want to lock this map off from Shaheens. That's what we are seeing with the castle barricades, prevent the attackers from really rapidly moving on forward, but the attackers still have made great way, and very quickly nonetheless.
Oh yeah, already here towards delivery corridor. They're going to get that castle barricade open nice and quickly, and that will allow for Skywalker to go for a peek or two should he decide to. But of course, he's got to be careful of the Surya gate. That's going to be stopping him from progressing for the time being. As meanwhile, Doctor goes down. Hasib with a big first kill, and that is the Osa taken care of. That is not something that the Shaheens need right now. Every round that they have lost the first kill is the round that they have lost so far in total. Envy goes down. MI7 getting a second peek as well. This is once again looking so very dicey for the Shaheens. The one round looks so good for them, and yet now in the second from it, they just cannot seal the deal. Caesar comes around, finds one, but there's a player above. They didn't clear second floor, and they're paying the price for it, as that's going to be Taha finishing off the carrier of the diffuser, excuse me, right there. That was, of course, Caesar to go down. Now, Skywalker, what can he realistically even do here? He wants to go for the retrieval, but he has to watch above. Somehow lands that shot, manages to pick up the diffuser, is still in a safe corner, relatively speaking. Mighty Ellie has to be careful. There's a door that will lead into his demise if he doesn't watch it, and that is exactly what happens then. Takes it, and now Skywalker, the last one standing, does damage to Hasib. Needs to be careful from above as well, and there you have it, 5-1. Mercenaries turn the tables on Shaheens in a big way, as just like Villa, where Shaheens were 5-1 up, now it's Mercenaries on Skyscraper 5-1 up.
Question is, kind of like Mercenaries on Villa, will Shaheens be able to at least etch a partial comeback? Will they manage to get a couple of rounds on board, or is it going to be a proper shutdown from the side of MercenarieZ? Given how things have been, I'm going to go with the latter. I feel like MercenarieZ will shut them down, but once more, it's the side swap. If there is anything that can really shake up the entire dynamic of a Rainbow Six, of any 5v5 shooter, it's the side swap. And this is where, even on Skyscraper, now we get to test its limits in its current form with these two opponents, right? There have been times on Skyscraper where, the sides don't really matter. It's one team just having an exceptional time. They know the map better. They can conduct themselves better, and the rounds generally are, like I said, better for them. And one of the teams just can't, get any footing on board. But there are also times where Skyscraper also falls into the same barrier of it's heavily attacker-sided, it's heavily defender-sided, and whichever team is on the attack or on the defense, it favors them. So far, it has looked, defender-sided. I mean, MercenarieZ's performance in general has been has been very dominating, that as defenders, they just didn't allow Shaheens to, do anything on that map, progress forward in any way possible. That Shaheens, sadly, lost out on so many of these rounds. But now that Shaheens are on defense themselves, you never really know. This round is what decides most, is what decides a lot. If MercenarieZ managed to win right here, I feel like Shaheens will start thinking about Cafe immediately. But if Shaheens can at least get that initial round forward and, show to everyone and prove it to themselves as well that they are still in the fight, they can still take the win, it's going to be a lot more confident, and they're going to be a lot more, proper. But as soon as I say that, it's Ion, the Ash himself, getting rid of the other Ash, that's Skywalker. This time he was on the Alibi, and this time he's once more 6 feet under.
Again, just speaks to the way Mercenaries have been conducting themselves on this map so far, which is to say, absolutely wonderfully. There goes another Ion with 2 now. This Ash really looking unstoppable right now, but a great shot from Doctor will drop Taha and the diffuser. Mighty Ellie finds one as well. Has to be careful, there's another player in that region, and then will take the refrag. 3v2 as well, as a gas grenade was attempted from Doctor. He will finally get that off. But again, so many bodies lost, and so much ground lost as well. Now Envy's taking damage, as he's got to be careful. Another grenade is thrown his way, but he will fall back in time, trying to save himself, trying to save the round. The Skyscraper pick, I mean, at this point, I'm not sure what the thinking was or may have been from the side of the Shaheens. MI7 finds another and another. Two beautiful flicks. And that is MercenarieZ on map point now. Map 3 looking very, very, very possible indeed. Shaheens, they've been pushed into a corner and pushed pretty much out of this map. One round separates MercenarieZ from map 3. Shaheens, I kind of get that, you know, Skyscraper may have been your map to a degree. Maybe you thought it. Maybe that's what the scrims led them to believe, as it were. But as the thinking to bring it out here, I mean, I'm questioning everything right now.
Yeah. It's, it really makes you ask the question that, I mean, okay, you know what? Skyscraper as well, Shaheens shows it. But the question that's on my mind is, yet again, I had mentioned this previously, is it MercenarieZ just having a blast in the server, or is it Shaheens just completely not having any traction whatsoever? Because once more, the performance is Envy on only 2 kills, Skywalker on 3, Caesar, okay, he's got 7, but Mighty on 2, Doctor on 4, after 7 rounds in the decider finals of the South Asian Nationals. This is not the performance that any team should be looking for. I'd said the same thing about Hunters LFO when they were having a very quiet time in the server against MercenarieZ. I said the same thing about KIRA Esports as well, right? I'm going to say it because this is not the benchmark you're really looking for. And yet again, the questions will arise, you know, on the side of Shaheens, another team who have who have so much associated with this matchup alongside MercenarieZ going on to Cafe. You know, both of these teams, they have invested heavily into preparing for this match and emotionally as well. I'm sure we all can, to a certain extent, even understand why this means a lot. If you as a viewer, even if you are just a casual viewer of competitive R6, you can still understand the context behind this matchup. You can still understand what these teams are fighting for, what it means. So for Shaheens to have such a loss dealt to them, it's going to be heart-wrenching, because it's one thing to really put up a fight on Villa and, you know, push it to like 5 rounds maximum of maximum rounds of regulation and then lose out. But a 7-1, 7-2 just amplifies that pain, or again, you know, that frustration with your playstyle as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, it's well, it's a game and a half for the Shaheens right now. If they still somehow win this round, they have to then win the next, and then the next, and then the next. They simply have to play this round by round. They cannot afford to think about like 2-3 rounds after this, because again, you just have to clear each round. They have to be able to win the rounds as they come, overcome the challenges as they see them, and then go from there. No risky peaks, overly aggressive play styles. We've all seen it come out time and time again from the Shaheens, but today clearly is not it. Shots fired, and oh boy, Skywalker really wanted to re-peek that, but Asif was just not having it. He had the pre-fire already set and the angle as well. The crosshair was placed, so I'm not sure what Skywalker thought he was going to accomplish by doing that. That's another one gone. Mighty Ellie with the smoke gas canister, allowing for the push out. Envy gets one, but immediately down the hallway, there's the Ash. Ayan getting one more. Doctor goes down. And things are looking worse and worse by the minute, as slowly but surely we have now this 2v2. Caesar, one peek out. There's a grenade at his foot. He very nearly still lives. Mighty Ellie, in the meanwhile, finds Ayan. There we have now 1v1. It's a shotgun that's out. And he's got to try and find this. Diffuser has been dropped as well. The sledge has gone to the other doorway. Ali has to be careful. He still gets it, the 1v2. Shaheens pull off one more round. So desperately required. They needed this. But the question is it too little too late here?
I mean, they live to see another day yet again. The night is dark and full of terrors, you know. It's still going to be quite dangerous for them to further and further push into the matchup, because they're now in the same boat MRCZ were. They know they may just be able to pull this off. They know maybe, just maybe, it is overtime, but they also know all it takes is one round.
Just one round.
All it takes 3-4 kills for MRCZ, and bam, not much can be done from the side of Shaheens. So they know just how much work needs to be done from their side, but also they're very well aware of just how little MRCZ have to contribute with an advantage of theirs to essentially secure the map and again send all of us to Cafe Dostoyevsky. Shaheens, it's a grim position to stand in, especially when you are a map up in the decider finals. Because, okay, if they were a map down, had MRCZ won on Villa and Shaheens was still 2-6 down, then it would just be wraps. Then Shaheens, you know, would move on to that acceptance stage maybe, of just knowing that, oh, this is just completely out of our hands. They know even if they lose, Cafe is theirs, but that is why they have got to prepare for Cafe. That's why they've got to be like, what will we do there? If this is our performance on Skyscraper, you know, if we are not able to find kills, unless it's really, really needed from our side, how will we proceed on Cafe? How will we survive, you know, and how will we win 7 rounds right there? So, yeah, lot of questions, lot of discussions will happen. I assume, you know, Envy will definitely have a word with all of his teammates. Envy, again, being the IGL, will be talking through what has happened so far. Meanwhile, Hasib, I think he'll just say, you know, I'm proud of you guys. We have already won here. Let's forget Villa. Let's keep Skyscraper in our mind. And let's just move on to Cafe. But all of that is if Mercenaries win. It's still a little bit of an... I mean, most likely, MRCZ should be looking to win. It's just a matter of when it shall happen and how long can Shaheens delay.
Oh no.
Number 14.
Oh dear me, that is indeed team kill number 14. Taha's in here, but he's flashed. The Ying has flashed his own teammate, but they're already in here. Doctor goes down, but it's a 2v4 already. It's all down to Hasib, as Taha has been down. What even happened?
Why did they try this?
I don't know why or who or how, but Hasib hasn't even entered the building yet. Oh dear me. Mercenaries, of all the times to have a teamwork collapse like this, you do it now. I get it though, you know, like 2-6 up, experimental rounds can come out every now and again, but
This
folks,
kind of an experiment?
This? No
I mean,
way.
this experiment is again mixing hydrofluoric acid with like a base and, I mean, expecting it to be safe. Like, not a major, I'm not a major in chemistry, but I know enough of, yeah, it's gonna go wrong. But enough of that. Yeah, this round, horrible for the side of MRCZ. Tactical timeout requested, very well. A much needed timeout, because I think this is when MRCZ realized, okay, enough messing around. Let's finish this. Because Shaheens now, yeah, 6-3, 3-round deficit can still happen. So, what was this round? There is no need for a recap. MRCZ, this reminds, oh no, please don't tell me MRCZ did that. So, I don't know, Jack, if you remember this, but I think in the first Pro Series that we had, Spring Edition, or in one of the Community Cups, back when, you know, in the Community Cups, the rule wasn't there that 3/5 of a South Asian nationals team could only play, or the entire team could play, back when MRCZ could participate in the Community Cups with all 5 of their players. It was the map of Clubhouse. I don't remember who they were up against. The bomb side was CCTV and Cash. I think this was when Ayan had, Motazim, Ayan, again, same person, had just come into MRCZ. And that's when they decided, let's breach into CCTV wall and 5 people rush in with flashes. Thing is, it worked for MRCZ back then.
Right, yeah, I remember, yeah.
Okay, you do remember. I'm sure a couple of our viewers as well will remember. Very historic moment. I think I was casting that, and in my mind I was like, how did they make this work? MRCZ were like, man, if it works on Clubhouse, it should work very well on Skyscraper. What's the difference? It's different maps. And they did, and we saw, I mean, yeah, okay. They went for something, didn't work. Alright, it's all well and done. Even Hunters went for it. They still managed to win on Oregon that day against MRCZ. MRCZ went for it against Shaheens. Maybe they also managed to win out on Skyscraper. But a lot of talks do indeed need to happen from their side about how this entire matchup has progressed and how can they just, you know, stop this bleeding and move on.
Pretty much, because they have bled the last 2 rounds away. It's not a hemorrhage just yet. This wound that's been opened can be closed back up. It's just down to how MRCZ conducts themselves on the rest of this map. Now, mind you, after Mighty's clutch, the 1v2 that he pulled off a couple rounds ago, and that last round, Shaheens will at least be feeling a bit more confident than before.
Yeah.
They'll be feeling a little bit better about how this match has gone so far, and they will definitely be thinking, okay, we've taken a couple rounds, we've taken a little bit of ground back from them, but there's much work that still needs to be done. There's a lot more ground to cover, and they have to go through it again, round by round. There's no sense in thinking of it, 5 rounds later what's going to happen, 3 rounds later what's going to happen. They need each round to go their way first. And that starts here and now in round number 10. We've hit double digits.
Yeah.
I mean, at one point it looked like we wouldn't even be able to do that. So that's a plus for Shaheens already. It is first floor, a barbecue. Again, the site that when we first saw it come out, of course, we called it the most divisive site on Skyscraper. Maybe that still stands, maybe that doesn't. We'll just have to wait and find out.
For the defenders, the past couple of rounds have been working. MRCZ just making extra mistakes, and I think that's what MRCZ, or I guess Hasib would have mainly discussed, is that we don't make any more of these mistakes. Doesn't matter what kind of an attack we are looking for, doesn't matter where we enter from, how many people we send through a specific hallway, doorway, direction. We don't make silly mistakes. We actively drone. We rely on communication from our teammates. We trust our teammates, and then as a core roster, we move on forward. As a core unit of players, we move on forward. Shaheens need to do everything in order to disrupt that, disconnect the push, isolate the attackers, and then pick them off one by one. So far, Shaheens have been excellent for the past 2 rounds at doing just that. I mean, MRCZ, no matter what kind of kill they're going for, there have been times where Shaheens just, make sure MRCZ can't even get into the map or can't get any footing whatsoever. If that can be repeated really well and good, that's going to be a solid advantage for the side of the defense. But again, doing that is so much more easier said than done. I feel like Shaheens will still have to be careful in order for the gunfights they have to encounter, and in order for the gunfights they'll be choosing to go for. So keeping that in mind, MercenarieZ right now, what is their plan of attack? Now we talked how they'll be looking to attack. Again, together, cover each other's backs, active drone, but where they're looking to essentially counter. They're going for a proper second floor roam clear, You enter from office initiation, you drone out towards drum, eventually move on forward towards tea and karaoke, get that vertical control, open up the hatches, and after that only, if they are able to find some of these roamers, kill them, and then move on forward. Caesar is right here towards Geisha. Oh, it's very, very, sneaky. And Envy is holding a much more aggressive angle. So this can be lethal if MRCZ are not aware. Envy, concussed, gets no choice, has to retreat. And already he goes back to the first floor.
Again, smart choice right there by Envy. The concussion from the Zofia could have been very, very difficult to deal with. And he knows that full well. So he's going to choose to fall back instead. Falling back, mind you, there's another player that he's trying to contest on the first floor. There's castle barricades that the attackers need to deal with, and the feet that are exposed are being shot at. That's Caesar doing that work, but MI7 starts things off, and that is delivery hallway shield taken care of. Big drop right there, and Envy, again concussed, still wants to contest that angle. Oh boy, that is a difficult one. MI7, my goodness. It is something else right now. C4 goes out from Mighty Ellie, and that is a beautiful flank. He's managed to equalize the scoreline, but gets taken down in the meanwhile. There's a player down. That is Din, who can be picked back up. Doctor will need to find one here, but he's making a lot of noise. There's a player right next to that shield. We saw it by the reception desk as well. Caesar from above. He's getting these pings. The Valkyrie cams are doing a lot of work right now. This castle has to do something, and he will. He gets one. Immediately retreats. The Frost has to peek this, or not even. 8 seconds remaining. Finds the buck. Can he find the nomad? Yes, he does. Shaheens continue. Another round to them. Look at Envy, so excited. He should be, folks. 6-4. Now only 2 rounds for Shaheens to try and push to OT. MRCZ. The attack coordination, it's falling apart, CCV. Oh boy.
If it's coordination, that's fine. It's time. If they're focusing on being rapid, it's the coordination that's falling. MRCZ just need to get everything under control. Things are going out of their reach. They're scrambling away, looking to find back the momentum that they had, looking to find back the form that they had in half number 1. Still, now it's Shaheens who are in the driver's seat. We saw the same thing on Villa, but we also remember what had happened on Villa. I'm not going to say it just yet. Maybe MercenarieZ, win this round 7-4 it is. But Shaheens are looking really, really strong right now. Everyone is pitching in. Okay, Skywalker and Envy, if these guys can also, jump in towards the kills, it's going to be a lot more prominent. But I think this is the time MercenarieZ definitely have got to realize that it's not just about kills. I mean, for their side, MercenarieZ need to deal with all of this defender utility, defender positioning, and then they execute. And eventually, the 1 and 2 kills these defenders are fighting for and winning these gunfights are so important and so, so influential that eventually Shaheens have such a huge advantage. We just saw what happened to MRCZ. It was a 3 versus 3. In a normal setting, attackers could win it very easily, but given the time pressure, given the lack of utility, and of course given the attacker positioning, these guys being nowhere near the bomb side, just meant that MercenarieZ were caught off guard and they couldn't breach forward. This time as well, it's going to be easier going for the roam clear. I don't think MercenarieZ will particularly be focusing on that first floor. They haven't had a flank watch brought in. No Nomad. They just have, the claymores, the 4 claymores from Hasib and Taha combined to watch out for any of those potential flanks, because I generally feel like, Envy is going to opt for it. But overall, these attackers, all of them are just going to be focusing on second floor, getting through there, and then executing forward onto the bomb side. But that's still a very time-consuming process.
To quickly break away from the seriousness of the matter, right? Remember back when Skyscraper used to be called the Claymore Heavy map? Because of the number of jump outs you could go for? Old Skyscraper. I had to just quickly point that out. I felt like that was, I don't know, it felt necessary to me. Anyway, shots have been fired. Diana's taking damage in the meanwhile. The Finger can heal herself back up. Envy is also close to half HP. Got to be careful about that. The 3 speed of the Alibi, of course, that means that she's only got flat 100. As we've got the flashbang coming out, Skywalker will get flashed. There's a grenade. He's going to fall back instead. He sees the Prisma on the other side get, hit, but never mind. Caesar is taken down first. The site is being approached rapidly. And he has to be careful here. He's playing on a very tight angle. He could find 1 or 2 if he is able to time his play correctly. Peeking out slowly. The drone, I don't think, quite saw him. He's going to fall back instead. And he's going to fall back all the way downstairs. Yeah, that's the play that I was looking at for Envy. But he's going to choose to come back to mid-stairs instead. Ayan taking damage now. Could have been a toss of the smoke gas canister. But no, Envy's been down. This could be huge right now. There comes Doctor with the C4. He finds 1. Nearly Skywalker getting a second as Taha finds Envy. That is the cleanup. There's another. It's all down to Mighty Ali and Doctor as they're trying to do something right now. Again, they have to pull this out from the depths of nowhere as the attackers encroach slowly but surely. Doctor has to watch the plan, but he can't do that. Mighty Ali gets 1, but it's a 1v3 and a near unwinnable one at that. He's got to clutch this one out. Position given away now. That's 2 attackers in front of him. He can't cross, and MercenarieZ will close out Skyscraper 7-4. And folks, we are indeed gonna be headed all the way to map 3 CCV. That wish of yours has come true. It will be Cafe Dostoevsky to be played.
Man, what a match. And again, another hard-fought victory for the side of MRCZ. Yet again, early on, they were looking just so confident. But then again, the side swap being the savior for the side of Shaheens, essentially again, delaying, that victory of MRCZ and potentially, for a couple of rounds, even putting it into question that are MRCZ looking for a direct win, or is it going to overtime? Maybe Shaheens are looking for that comeback. Maybe it is indeed actually possible. All of those questions were brought up, but eventually MercenarieZ did manage to secure that win, and that, of course, does mean third map is going to be Cafe. But talking about Skyscraper right now, again, it got very spicy, and these 2 teams, they had so many of their problems to deal with that I feel like it's not, there's no point talking much about Skyscraper. Rather, you have to focus on the form of these 2 teams.
Oh, yeah.
Especially heading into the final map. That is going to be, the decider. That one map that remains, because of course this best of 3 has now been turned into a glorified best of 1. But all my flashy lines aside, you still have to talk about how these teams performed. Let's have a look at the highlights and let's see all the problems that happened. For Shaheens, they started off just without any presence, any map presence whatsoever. MercenarieZ, kill after kill after kill, things were looking so consistent, things were looking so good. Shaheens, for the initial 4 rounds, were nowhere to be seen. Then, okay, they got a couple, things were looking now equal. Okay, Shaheens can salvage it. MercenarieZ, they pushed it and they got that match point. And that's when the issues started arising for MRCZ. Their executes being disconnected, these guys not having form, over-peaking angles, going for wild, wacky plays that are of course bound to fail. All of that being said and done, these teams need to make sure all of that really doesn't happen when it matters the most on Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, just again, the first half entirely, from Shaheens all the way up to round 8, I would say. Round 8 is where they actually pulled it back a little bit, right? But before that, they just had no presence on the map whatsoever. Complete shutdown from MercenarieZ left and right. And it took Shaheens really pulling out some very, very aggressive plays and stuff that you only see in ranked kind of things, right? Just to break MercenarieZ' ordered, structured gameplay. And even then, to no avail for that regard, as it were, as right now, oh boy, things are not looking good for the Shaheens. I mean, any momentum they had post-Villa is gone. That whole buff of having won your own map, having won the enemy's map, you're going into your own, gone. The decider is usually the most neutral map possible between the two because neither team wanted to pick it, but they didn't want to ban it either. So both teams are okay on it, but they're not the best. And mind you, this match has gone on for quite a while already. So like how it was with the Hunters MercenarieZ game, when it went all the way to map 3, that became quite the sloppy game as it were. I'm pretty sure we're going to have quite a few sloppy rounds in Cafe as well.
I mean, for more than one reasons. The second being, Cafe, in all honesty, at least according to my eyes, is the true decider map. Given the context and given the reason, neither one of these teams have played it for a long time. Okay, both MRCZ and Shaheens played against each other during the group stages. But that's only a single map in months and months. I'm pretty sure they must have played it, during their dry runs and offline scrims and all. But still, in practicality, in actual matches, your performance is very different than that in your practice sessions. And well, speaking of performances, let's have a look at the numbers. MercenarieZ just looking a whole lot better than Shaheens were. 12 for Aeon, 11 for MI7, Taha as well jumping in. Din still having a quieter day, but I feel like Din now having that support role, even MRCZ have realized that today, at least for the day, Din can be fine on another role. We can have our players who are in form and we can give those guys the entry fragging roles or the frag heavy operators.
Yeah, but look at the other side. Look at Shaheens, right? Doctor actually picked it up right towards the end because first half he was having very quiet first half. He was like, what, 2 and 6 going into round number 8. Then 10 and 9 total 55%. The same cost percentage shared by Caesar and Mighty Ellie, right? 9, 9, 6 and 8. But all of the survival ratings also sub 1. And Envy, 5 and 9, 36%. Quiet map for him, just in general, in terms of the support performance he normally puts out. But then you have Skywalker.
The entry who's gone.
Yes, exactly. The driving engine of the Shaheens entry just not starting up today. For whatever reason it may have been, just Skywalker on Skyscraper, ironically enough, not the map for that player. It is what it is. 3 and 10 and being entry fragged 3 times along with Doctor as well. Again, just not the best performance from Shaheens, not even close. Villa Shaheens and Skyscraper Shaheens are like 2 different teams entirely.
Even Villa MRCZ and Skyscraper MRCZ, also 2 very different teams in how they proceeded with the map and how essentially they got round after round after round. They moved on forward. So with that all being said and done, I think that a lot of pressure is on both of these teams. And on Cafe, I think my biggest point is going to be, what gameplay will we be seeing? is it going to be the same cafe it was, in 2021, back when it used to be played in South Asia, where, say, if you are attacking on a third floor bar, you're essentially looking for that pixel control on towards cigar, you're looking for cigar lounge control, cigar shop control, and then you move on forward. Then you get Whitehall's control and essentially execute after getting into bathroom, a kind of default strategy. There was a time where, I think it was Monka S, in the mini majors, who went for their eastern sided attack, where they went for cocktail balcony executes, which, I mean, you needed vertical control for that in second floor library, but you can still make it work if it happened. But yeah, is that the kind of cafe we are going to be seeing? Is it going to be the same thing or something radically different? We are only going to find out, once we jump in. And of course, once these players, get used to it. Because honestly, I feel like the first 2 or 3 rounds are just going to be these guys trying out the different bomb sites and getting a feel for the map, seeing what they can expect out of one another. But what all of us can expect out of cafe is going to be one banger of a best of one of that final decider map. Ladies and gentlemen, we right here at the Esports Club will be taking a very, very small break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We shall be right back.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals, presented by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, of course, hosted here at the Esports Club, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host, The Real CCV, as we are back for map number 3 of an exhilarating game that we have had so far.
Yeah.
It is going to be CCV's favorite map, Cafe Dostoevsky, that we're seeing for the first time in a long time. How are we feeling, CCV?
Man, I gotta be honest, I'm more excited about going to cafe than most 18-year-old South Delhi kids. Because cafe. But okay. Anyways, amazing joke aside, it's a very, personally, it's a very relatable joke. But yes, I am actually really looking forward to cafe because, like I said previously, it's genuinely going to be a decider map. Because what usually constitutes as a good decider map? It's a map where no team really wants to go to very heavily, because otherwise it's going to be a preferential map for their side. Neither is it a map where a team wants to ban it out. Kind of like, we saw MercenarieZ and Team PAK, right? They saw how good Shaheens can be. They were like, let's ban this map. That's why they don't want to go there. Cafe, neither one of these teams has really gone for it. We have talked about that one matchup these guys had, the offline group stage match of MercenarieZ and Shaheens up against each other. Back then, Shaheens did manage to win, but a lot has changed. A lot has changed since then. Right now, it's not even about Cafe that much more, so it's about the state in which both of these two teams are after the initial 2 maps of the BO3.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, both Shaheens and MercenarieZ will have a lot of their energy drained away by now. Both maps have been draining, both maps have run long. And of course, the longer it goes, the more, Cafe drags on, it's going to be longer and longer for any one of these teams. It's going to be extremely hard to really pull things back. The length of distance between them is going to continue to widen, as it were, the gulf between the two teams. And Cafe truly will be, like you said, the decider map to end all decider maps, as it were, because, again, Cafe is probably the most neutral map in all of competitive Rainbow Six. Again, debatable.
A bit towards attackers, but again, in South Asia, you can't say anything.
Yeah, that is true. In South Asia, Villa, generally considered a defender-sided map, attackers can win 10 straight rounds. Let's be real here. So it's one of those regions that we live in, folks. So that's, with all that being said and done, of course, we now have to think about how Shaheens specifically, I feel like, will be playing on this map. We've seen MercenarieZ on Cafe quite a bit, to be fair, over the years. Maybe not so much in the last few months, but over the last 2 years, in the mini-majors, in, other tournaments, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of MRCZ on Cafe. At one point, they used to pick this map themselves as well, before things went, the direction of Clubhouse Cafe Villa. Clubhouse Oregon Villa. How could I forget Oregon, right? But all that aside, before that all happened, Cafe used to be picked a lot. We've seen MercenarieZ on this map time and time again. We kind of have an idea of how things will go, but then again, back then, they still had their old roster, right? Now they've got Ayan, Din, Vortex, and all of them to, play with us. Ayan and Din, excuse me, to play with, as it were. Rosters have changed, playstyles have changed since. As for Shaheens, we have not seen them on Cafe. They did, like you said, they played an off-stream game on Cafe, which they did win, but we don't really see what happened there. So we can't really say what to expect. So Cafe is a bit of a mystery map for the Shaheens specifically, but also for MRCZ as to how this version of the roster will perform here. Now that they're going to be very high on the fact that, flying high on the fact that they've won Shaheens' map.
On their post, exactly. Yep. Yeah, keeping that in mind, MercenarieZ will be on, they'll be extremely prepared.
Oh, yeah.
But you also have to consider the strategical route these teams will be opting for. And I think the earliest example of that is going to be the operator ban phase. What kind of operators are you looking to ban? Because Cafe, much like the 2 maps we have seen so far, right, Villa and Skyscraper, has a roam. Only thing is, Cafe has, again, an extended roam if you want to go for. Think of the times we have seen those first floor kitchen defenses where you have a vigil setup, an Ella, an alibi on 3rd floor. Then they drop down a hatch, you go cause chaos on the 2nd floor, go for their impact plays, go for wall bangs and whatnot, and then even fall back on 1st floor and further look for kills towards the restaurant side of things or towards Christmas tree and whatnot. But still, enough of speculation. If we are talking about the operator ban phase, we shall see the operator ban phase. Let's have a look at the players as well. Everyone seems to be ready, locked and loaded. Very, very soon, the game itself also shall be starting. And yes, indeed, Cafe Dostoevsky. It has been a while since we have seen the visuals of this map, and can I just say it's a beautiful map as well. I mean, I made this point even a couple of, I think it was just a conversation we were having, Jack, where I said that Rainbow-Six-Siege overall is a stunning game. It's just since it's a competitive game, most players, you know, don't play on the highest of settings in order to maximize the frame rates. But still, beautiful game nonetheless. And Cafe is that perfect blend. It's not as chilly as Chalet. Neither is it as structural as something like Border. It just has the perfect blend to it.
Yeah, it's a map that fits very well into pretty much all conceived notions of, oh, wait, what? Buck?
Bye-bye verticality.
Yeah, actually, that's a very smart ban. You know,
I mean,
verticality,
on Cafe, verticality happens
with
on
so
every
many
single...
soft floors and soft ceilings, soft walls.
That's soft
patches.
ceilings.
Yes.
Yep.
So many things that Buck can just, you know, demolish. Yeah, I kind of get it. It just took me by surprise. We never see Buck get banned. You know, I mean, we don't see Cafe come out either. So, in a way, I shouldn't be surprised, right? Azami and Mira will be the final two bans coming out. No real surprises right there. A bit of a shame, really, that we, you know, didn't get to see Azami on the map of, you know, Cafe. I would have liked to see Azami here, honestly. But we'll have to just wait and see about that, as some technical difficulties have been pointed out. We may or may not go for a rehost. Again, it'll just be admin's call, of course. Admins will have to get to that and see what the whole deal is, as it were. Maybe a bit of a hiccup in the round start. But again, all...
Now, I gotta make a point.
Okay.
I have had this in the back of my mind for a while.
All right.
I don't know if anyone in chat has noticed, but Doctor really is wearing a MercenarieZ jersey while he's playing for Shaheens.
I was thinking about, yeah, when we came back, right, when we saw Doctor's cam while we were going to the cafe, I thought that shirt looked oddly familiar.
It is the new edition of the MRCZ jersey.
Wow.
So, yeah, that is amazing. Sportsmanship. But yeah, apart from that, you know, should I call it an Easter egg? Whatever it is. Just a point of interest. Currently, the thing is that, yeah, you know, it's going to be, the players, you know, going through a couple of issues. It's going to all be rectified. Whatever action needs to be taken shall indeed be taken. But it only means these players will have, you know, a little bit extra time to think about the operator bans and how to proceed forward. But, you know, the point you were mentioning of Buck being so influential is really... I think he's a very influential person on Cafe primarily because Cafe is one of the very, very few maps where verticality works both ways.
Yep.
You can have vertical destruction from the floor below. The only the only other map where this is really prominent is Border, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, on Border it happens on, I mean, in certain situations it can obviously happen on every map, but on Cafe it really happens a lot. Like if you are opting for third floor or even second floor, be ready to, you know, have those vertical lines of sight established from the floor above and the floor below. But still, regardless of all of that, Azami also being banned goes to show that even in a map where teams don't have a lot of experience, they can theory craft and speculate just how important Azami can be. And I gotta agree, if I was in one of these two teams, I would also ban the Azami, especially if I was on the side attacking first, just because of how much more difficult she can make attacking things on, you know, again, if we take third floor as an example, getting cigar control, entering through the windows, it's going to be so much more difficult if you have Azami Kiva barriers in front of you, defenders are peeking left and right, there's that pixel as well through which defenders can jump in, through which defenders can jump in, pop in, go for kills. But all of that being said and done essentially means that, yeah, you know, for these players, it means that Azami being off the board is also, again, very, very influential, just like Buck.
Absolutely. You know, again, bans like this, when you just think about them for more than a second, they really make a lot of sense, and they really shine through as being just some of the most smart decisions that are being taken. Right?
Yeah.
All things considered, when it comes down to it, when it comes down to this map specifically, I have to just point out this fact, right? Cafe is a map where a lot of thought goes into how you're going to approach a map. as a map, Cafe isn't really all that complicated. And because it's been in the game for so long, in this state, right, its map buff was so long ago at this
Yeah.
point. Like, this version of Cafe is just as old as Cafe used to be when it got buffed. So,
True.
you know, players have had a lot of time to learn this map. A lot of players have played this map in, you know, regular gameplay and ranked and even in scrims and competitive, right? Across the world, so on and so forth. So the map itself is pretty simple. It's kind of easy to understand. But because of that simplicity, players themselves need to think their decisions 5 times over before they go forward. Because when you have all those thoughts in your head that, okay, this is what we're going to do, this is how we want to push. Let's say we drop down a red, go for the breach on piano wall, get in there, clear our pixel, go for white and go for cigar shop.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. As a map, Cafe allows, like in that 3rd floor push, there's always going to be 1, maybe 2 defenders are down below. Again, simple stuff, expected. But if the push fails to account for it, or say they get careless after getting the early picks, the 2 flankers can then completely negate any advantage that the attackers will have. Because red stairs goes directly onto hatch drop on the landing.
Yeah.
And white stairs overlooks the hallway which the attackers are trying to push, having taken piano. So those are 2 very important areas, of course. And then you have C4s from below, a common sight to see on Cafe. So roam clear then becomes important. But how many players do you want to delegate for the roam clear? Waste too much time there, and your side push will be completely scuffed.
That's what we saw
lose
in
bodies
Skyscraper
there,
and below, yeah.
exactly. And lose bodies there, then you might as well forget about pushing the side at all. Diffuser itself is going to be dropped way outside the building. Plenty of things to think about. And again, that simplicity of Cafe is what makes all of this work. And of course, that is what we will be looking forward to and what we will probably be seeing. Again, technical difficulties still abide, and again, we'll have to just wait and see what the whole, you know, resolution of that is. Again, we're just casters here, folks. We're the messengers at the end of the day. But I gotta say though, Shaheens on this map, they have had issues where they kind of seem to you know, ignore or forget about or get careless about their flanks or, you know, the off angles that they should otherwise be watching.
Yeah.
A team of their caliber at that too. So they need to make sure that those issues do not happen, that those difficulties are not faced, and going forward, they do not end up falling prey to the issues that we just talked about, right, overall. And as a team, I feel like Mercenaries are definitely able to pull off something like that. But again, what happened on Villa earlier today could also be an indicator that maybe at least Mercenaries as they are now could potentially be facing some issues on that front as well.
Yes, they could. I mean, MercenarieZ also need to ensure that they're the ones making fewer mistakes. I think both of these teams, it's got to be about their mentality most of all. Most of all, I wouldn't say overconfidence, but getting complacent with the way in which these guys go for kills and these guys go for the wide swings is one of the indications that something is going wrong. We have seen this time and time again at multiple stages against multiple opponents. Still, you know, I think of like MercenarieZ up against Hunters LFO on that map of Oregon, upper bracket quarterfinals, where on Villa, Mercenaries really solid, but on Oregon they started losing a couple of the gunfights and they lost enough, which should have given them an indication that, okay, these guys are playing better, they are still in the server, they're not out of the game, we may risk losing to them if we are not careful with how we proceed, so let's just, you know, back off and play a bit restrictive. But no, MercenarieZ still went for those hyper-aggressive kills. Yes, they had that 6-4 advantage, but eventually after they went into overtime, sadly they lost out. MercenarieZ very well could have found themselves to be, you know, in the upper bracket finals, potentially even looking at a spot at the grand finals directly, instead of having to fight against KIRA and right now having to fight against Shaheens for that grand final spot. But still, it's up for grabs. Only a single map decides which team will be moving on forward. Only 7 rounds now decide which team will be going out and getting 3rd place in this tournament. But yeah, mentality wise, even the side of Shaheens have had their fair share of problems when it comes to going for kills and overpeaking the angles. We saw this to a certain extent on during the early rounds of Skyscraper, where Shaheens wanted to go for kills. They were planning on doing just that, but what they soon realized was Skyscraper is wildly different to how Villa was, and Shaheens were nowhere near their form on Villa, and eventually they just completely lost out because of that.
Yeah, and We'll just have to see how things go from here. Again, Villa, Skyscraper, they've given us a lot to talk about. And going forward from there, we'll just have to wait and see how the response is from the side of the Mercenaries, from the side of the Shaheens. Again, the team to get the first few rounds is probably going to set the tone.
Yeah.
And then it is up to the team that's going to be, trying to trail, how they then continue setting that tone, how they then continue taking those fights, and how they then continue the retaliation that they will be going for. Ultimately, it comes down to that. And kind of, when it comes to the Shaheens, I feel like the ball is in their court currently because they were the ones to lose their own map, right? That is what happened most recently.
Yep.
So that's going to be fresh in their heads. And they're going to need to calm down. They're going to need to take a second just to remove themselves from Skyscraper entirely. Tell themselves that, okay, Skyscraper didn't work, but there's still another map. This is still a best of 3 after all. It's 1-1. We can still win this. All we have to do is get this map. We got to play better. We got to change up our mentality. And from there onwards, we just have to play, whatever game of Siege gets us the most wins.
True. And figuring out this as well, right, is going to be quite important the earliest they can, because there's so many different ways generally teams can play. And of course, so many different ways in which Cafe can be brought out, in which Cafe can be taken. You can attack bomb sites directly. You can opt for, roam clears, and also looking to go for essentially all sorts of map control and then execute. It's not like some other maps where something particular is really needed. Like on Chalet, map control and roam clearance is needed. It's very difficult to directly execute on a bomb site most of the times because of the angles, because of the way the map is structured. Your attacking side is going to lose out. On Cafe, yes, it's risky, but it can be done. Taking third floor as an example, you can have players towards Skylight, you can have players towards, the eastern balcony. If you get that breakthrough kill, you can plant towards cocktails, have the cover of a couple of reinforcements, play off of them, have someone covering, white hallway for you, and then relatively it should be a bit easier. But it's still not going to be the easiest, it's not going to be as easy as directly executing. Directly executing on a bomb site, I feel like can happen on Favela to a certain extent. On Favela, really. If you open up the amount, the mammoth amount of walls, the soft walls, that also, of course, can't be reinforced, then you can plant the diffuser. But of course, no point talking about Favela. It's not there in the competitive pool, and to a certain extent, it's not even there in ranked. It gets banned out. Deserves, even after the rework. I tried to like Favela. I played death matches there. I played a couple of, unranked as well. But it just is way too chaotic, way too much going on, that eventually you're like, man, I'd much rather just play again, Chalet or Clubhouse for that matter.
I can kind of see why, Favela as a map has a lot of issues, as it were. Sure, the stairs and the rooms are all color-coded, and you have pretty unique names for some of them, right? But as a map, it suffers from just too many issues, right, to be really viable and ranked, let alone competitive. And I guess some could say the same of that of the newer map, right? Not the stadium, the two stadium versions. Emerald Plains, yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Because Emerald Plains, the first floor is actually pretty solid, Emerald Plains. It's the second floor that really kills the map. Because every room, every hallway has just 5 windows and 2 doors that you can enter from, which is so hard to do anything against. I played Emerald Plains. I intentionally ask my friends sometimes, don't ban M Plains, right? To actually get a feel for the map, right? Because everybody just said, no, we're not doing it. But I want to experience it, right? So I do that. I asked them to get Castle, to get Aruni, to get Azami now that she's, fully... So ever since she's been there, she came out before Emerald Plains as well, so all that. We get all of these reconstruction operators. We get Capcan as well for some traps. And of course, no one can go without the Jaeger, because let's be real here, there's 50 things that are thrown at you in ranked, so might as well. And even then, second floor, impossible to hold down. It is just, why as a map, why was this decision made? But anyhow, that's all of these maps and all that. Doesn't really matter. They're not really in the competitive pool, as it were. So it is what it is. So for now, again, still waiting on the technical difficulties to be taken care of course. I think some of our more astute viewers will have probably spotted on Doctor's cam exactly what's going on. So I don't think we quite need to state the obvious, as it were, but we're just waiting on the lobby to be fully prepared once again while we get all the players back in and get going from there.
Yeah. And yet again, I think this is the time where for the players, it's going to be about themselves. Because usually after this, no matter how many discussions need to happen from a team, things like conversations die down and, you are by yourself a lot longer. Like, again, as players, of course, all of viewers as well, right? Doesn't matter if you guys just play ranked, casual, if you are with a group of friends, think of like when you lose or win a map, what happens right after? If you lose a map, there's going to be a lot of frustration. There's a lot of, that anger. Talked about everyone. Sometimes people are yelling. Sometimes the people are just disappointed in how the matchup went. It should have been a victory of yours and you lost it out. If you win a map, it's the polar opposite of that. But everyone is participating in the conversation. Everyone is jumping in. Then 5 minutes go on and the conversation dies down. Maybe you're waiting for the cue of, the next matchup, and that's just happening. Many discussions happen. For esports players, definitely a lot more of discussions happen. You got to talk about all the problems, everything that went right, everything that went wrong, how to prepare yourself for the next map. But after a while, eventually conversations will go down. And even right now, as we can see, Shaheens doesn't seem like people are particularly talking. Mighty, we are not seeing his camera, unfortunately. But yeah, even on the side of MercenarieZ as well, right? They're just waiting on reconnecting and just making sure everything is ready. But yeah, this is when the players are by themselves, and this is when your individual mentality needs to be rock solid. No matter how pressurous the situation is, no matter how much you have to think about, you have to think about the matchup, no matter what the context is. You need to be ready. And it seems like, ladies and gentlemen, we are all ready. Back in cafe, we shall be going. Operator bans have happened. It is Mercenaries starting off on defense. Shaheens on the attack. And the first bomb site MercenarieZ opting for is going to be second floor reading in fireplace. Okay. Not third floor, not first floor, not one of the prominent bomb sites, but rather the tertiary bomb site.
Now that's interesting to me. Reading and, reading fireplace. Yeah. Of course, the tertiary bomb site, like you said, back when Cafe used to be played regularly, I remember this is something that Mercenaries and Hunters used to do regularly. Even KIRA Esports chipping in on the odd occasion by bringing this particular site out right off the get-go, just to sort of throw the attackers for a loop, right? And of course, back then, we didn't have things like attacker repick and all that. So once, things were set, there was like a 6th pick you could go for. Back then, 6th pick was a thing.
Oh my god, that was amazing.
But it was still before you knew the site, right?
Yep.
So there was no way to actually, sort of rearrange your team to be more suited for a site if you had already selected things. So as you can see right now, Envy will switch out from the Iana. Mighty Ali also switching out into the Hibana. The slice being brought in, tons of soft breach right there. That's what attacker repick does, is that the surprise factor of these sites is mitigated to a certain extent because you can still realign your team, realign what your team brings to then be able to take on the site in its fullest. Now, mind you, this is the first time in the entire game that Twitch is not banned. So we're going to be seeing plenty of that from Doctor, I feel. DMR in hand, 2 drones to take care of any and all utility as well, as the hatches have been opened very, very quickly. And of course, that means entry is going to happen pretty soon, I feel. A couple of air jabs down the stairs and already entered into 3rd floor.
Yeah. Air jabs are down, and of course, attackers, good thing for them. Good thing for them on third floor is they've got plenty of places to drop down from. Usually, this used to be such a cheeky angle defenders held from the bottom of red stairs. But well, speak of defenders, and MercenarieZ start things off in a better manner. That is Envy. Sledge now gone. No breaching charges means that vertical control is going to be extra difficult from the floor below, from first floor, goes Skywalker again, being that person no one is really on the lookout for. He can catch a couple of off-guard kills. Now, Cafe overall is such a large map that essentially means, you know, there are so many places for the attackers to enter from. The defenders need to be situationally aware which angle they are, you know, being vulnerable to by essentially, you know, going a certain direction or being in a certain room. They got to be really aware of their player positioning and the angles, of course, that they're peeking. But so far, the defense is looking rock solid. 2 kills now for the side of Mercenaries. Minute and 15 on the clock, and Shaheens are nowhere near to being ready for an execute.
Not even close. They've just lost their flank watch as well in Caesar, but Skywalker will fire back. He finds MI7. He's now already very close to the site. The only player to do so far. Doctor trying to push Piano Hallway, but can't quite do so as the Goya canister will be popped, and that will be another hallway and another doorway now blocked off because of the flames. Skywalker is looking for kills in the first floor. Doctor is going to join him down the red stairs as Mighty Ali continues the pressure on second floor. But 4v3, it's still going to be pretty difficult, all things considered, as Ali breaches into the main bar. He's going to go around trying to find somebody inside of Cocktail Lounge. In the meanwhile, Hasib gets Skywalker. That's it. Zofia gone. Doctor could find one. Yes, he does. Ayan goes down, but the damage done to Doctor is no laughing matter. There's Din for a double kill. Now Mighty Ali off the board. Doctor, 1 HP basically. Ooh. And there he goes. Hasib proning in the middle of the site, using the footholds that they had made earlier, establishing a crossfire, taking it, using it, finishing things off. The first round once again goes to MRCZ.
It's nice to see not much has changed since, you know, 2021, back when Cafe used to be very prominent in South Asia. It's still relatively the same theory the teams are applying. Only change is how are they looking to change up their composition, because then on the mute, this is exactly what I was going to say. In the previous round, the third floor roam defense focused a lot on area denial. You had that Goyo, you had the barbed wires, you had the bulletproof shields, essentially preventing the attackers from pushing in, and of course the reinforcements. The other method of that is bringing in Mute Mozzie. I've even seen Vigil be picked up. I mean, generally, if there's one map where Vigil is a really prominent choice, it is Cafe Dostoevsky. Just because of how large it is, just because of the sheer balconies and hatches and doorways there are for escape for the roamers, Vigil can confuse the drones, confuse the attackers, and then, of course, you know, make a safe haven back towards the bomb site. But yeah, Mute Mozzie as well are 2 operators who can be very, very prevalent right here, and then actually undergoing that, going for that mute. But I believe that's mainly for the anti-breaching, to, you know, delay the breach from happening as soon as possible in towards the bomb site.
Taha, meanwhile, getting a bit risky right there, running out that side door of the building, as it were. Going for a spawn peek and not really getting anything off of that. Of course, no attacker really peeks that angle at the moment. That is a common spawn peek. But wait, Doctor's already in Big Bakery, and so is Mighty Ali. They want to go for this breach as soon as possible. Skywalker's going to come in, try to give them the EMP so that they can go for the breach. There you go. Salma's going to be out, or it could be the X-Carrots. One of the 2 vertical angles have been established, mind you, on the second floor. That is something that these players from the Shaheens will have to be very wary of. As the Glory canister should be popped. He's not getting the angle there, Mighty Ali, of course. So he's just going to watch that for the time being. Smokes are out. Are they going for a quick plant? Not smokes, excuse me. Flashes might be out. There will be a drone thrown in. 3 drones for that matter. Currently scoping out the site, scoping out vertical peaks. And yes, there is another. As Caesar will find Ayan. That is your Oryx gone. Big first drop right there. But they still need to get the Legion. Taha, who's still being a nuisance from above.
Yep. Taha is still upstairs. He can hold those vertical lines of sight. Meanwhile, in the bomb site, you've got the Captain Hasib. He's back on how he was playing in Villa. He's not going to stop anytime soon. He may be the IGL, but right now he's leading the charge when it comes to the kills. Mighty Ali as well. He wants to get in the bomb site. Sneakily he enters. He finds one. Numbers have been equalized. But once more, the attackers, their location has been known. They're all towards that one direction. They just need to enter from Bakery, trying to plant the diffuser. But angles are being found. Defenders looking out for them. and the attackers are having such a difficult time finding that stability. Taha lands another shot. That's the person with the diffuser dropped. Mighty early now gone. It's all down to Skywalker. He's got plenty of walking and killing to do, but it's going to be MI7 who secures things off. Yet another defensive round win for the side of MercenarieZ.
2 rounds in a row, MRCZ, what a way to start. And as you can see, Taha all smiles right now. Their plan to play this almost like bar and stage on Clubhouse, where it's all about playing vertical, all about the side retake, really worked out. Because normally what do you see from teams playing kitchen, right? They have like 3 players inside, 2 players above, and the roamers, they kind of just waste time until they fall back into the site, and all the gunfight happens. The freezer wall is breached, bakery wall is breached. It's like a 2-sided push. None of that. Mercenary said, we're going to change it up, and you're not going to like it, but we're still going to win. They went above. They were the ones to establish vertical lines of sight, and then put the Shaheens into the blender. Completely mix them up by doing that, because the Shaheens then had no idea. They thought they could brute force into the site.
Yeah.
Hasib then said, no you don't. Pulls out a Nuno reverse card, gets 2 headshots, and then from up top, you have Ayan, you have Taha, everybody.
Even MI7, yeah.
UNCS, even MI7. They lost 1 body in that entire round. Meanwhile, Shaheens lost everyone.
And question is, are they losing the plot? Is the Skyscraper all over again? Now, I'm not going to call anything just yet, particularly because Cafe is the expertise of no one. No team are an expert at Cafe in this current meta, or like the current atmosphere of SAR6,
Yeah.
right? Because no one has played this. So if this was some other map, if this was Team PAK and Shaheens were losing like this, then I'd say, oh, even though, you know, Team PAK is supposed to be the map of Shaheens, they're losing out, Mercenaries have a solid advantage. It's just 2 rounds. Shaheens can very easily make that comeback. It's only a matter of what kind of gunfights Shaheens are looking for, and are they successful at them? Because so far, MRCZ, you know, even if the early, like, even if the first kill doesn't go their way, they can still make that comeback. Their defenses are looking really, really solid. Now we see 3rd floor, and I think this is going to be the crux of the entire dynamic. Yes, Pixel is being held, and it's being held by Taha with a Pete Rooney, surprisingly. It's a good weapon, and Taha being on the Aruni, I don't feel like it's the correct choice. A Vamai would have been so much more better suited for there, but yeah, MRCZ haven't gone for that Vamai. Neither has a Goyo been opted for. Rather, they're playing Castle and Aruni, really looking for doorway denial. And then, of course, you know, you've got the smoke gas canisters as well for that close quarter combat. And the only utility destruction right there is Jaeger. So very quickly, Pixel will be cleared out. I mean, that's obvious. If you don't have Vamai, chances are you're not going to be lasting in Cigar very, very long. But MRCZ are perfectly fine with that. They are, you know, investing their resources elsewhere. They are investing their resources in other forms of area denial with, again, those barricades and the Aruni surrogates. Still, this time as well, last round was Caesar. This time it's Skywalker who gets the initial kill. MercenarieZ are down a person, but time pressure is on Shaheens. Hasib also goes down. Ayan takes a big hit. And okay, the attackers have just flooded the bomb side, it looks like. They want to go for frags. Ayan finds one, but his team is in dire need of more support. MI7 also needs to jump in. There's that one player towards, you know, Skylight. And every defender needs to be on the lookout because there are just so many doorways that these attackers can enter from.
Absolutely, and Caesar has taken over the angle that the smoke was holding. Hasib inside a cigar shop, right? That tiny breach that now Din has to be wary of. But of course, MI7 holding the long angle, balcony to balcony, will go down. Skywalker with a beautiful shot. Now it's come down to this. Ayan and Din trying to hold off. Less than 30 remain. Caesar's found Ayan. 1v4 now. Din has to do something about this. Position given away. He gets 1. Can he get 2? Not quite. Pulls out the bailiff, but it's too late. Doctor comes in, finishes him off, and finally, in place of what could have been a round 4, round 5 first round for the Shaheens, it is round 3. They put themselves on the board, and in a good fashion to boot. 3rd floor bar, probably MercenarieZ is weakest, all things considered. It is probably the more divisive out of the 3 sites when you really think about Cafe as a whole. But then again, could just be down to the hold. We are, of course, going to be going back to 2nd floor reading now in round 4.
Yeah, the thing about, you know, 3rd floor bar cocktail is that there are just so many things you can go for. I mean, one of my particular favorite compositions was Jaeger Vamai, because of course you need that pixel hold. I think theoretically on 3rd floor bar and cocktail, the longer you hold pixel, the more you increase your chances of winning. It's just how it goes. There's a reason why we used to see 3 Jaeger ADSs back when the ADS rework didn't happen. 3 Jaeger ADSs, Vamai magnets, everything being dumped there, bulletproof shields alike, and anyone holding that angle. There was a major reason for that. Now, of course, MRCZ didn't really go for it. But yeah, one of my particular comps was Jaeger Vamai, and then you either had the Maestro or the Echo. A solid 3 armor, 1 speed anchor with an amazing primary rifle, and the utility being exceptionally well paired up with smoke gas canisters. Because let's be honest, if there is a smoke gas canister and an Echo Yokai or Maestro Evil Eyes, planting the diffuser is so much more difficult. It's really, you're going to have such a difficult time doing that. So yeah, Maestro Evil Eyes, Echo Yokai Drone, Smoke, Jaeger Vamai, and then your 5th operator can be a roamer if you really want to, a flex operator, particularly whatever you're looking for. That freedom you have to yourself. But yeah, it was a very, very anchor heavy setup, because 3rd floor bar and cockpit is such a bomb site where the attackers directly execute. They get cigar control, they try to go for that time and time again, they peek from skylight and then they enter. But still, this time as well, cigar control will be necessary, bar control as well will be necessary from the side of the Shaheens as they look to, you know, repair and refine their attack when it had lost in round number 1 on towards 2nd floor library.
Once again, it's all about getting your mistakes cleared up and, of course, learning from them as you go. Once again, 3rd floor, excuse me, will be the area of contention for the Shaheens right now. They need this room cleared out because they know, unlike Kitchen, they can't just brute force their way into the site, because once again, vertical angles will be in play. This time they're going to go down red significantly quicker as compared to the last time, and changing things up. One is on the balcony, that's Skywalker, peeking across all the way. Peeked away from the default cam, might have had the Jaegers out and he stayed there for just a little bit longer, but then we'll live to tell the tale for another day. Now inside of Piano, they've gotten Pixel out quickly, and now they're going to be looking to get another shield taken care of. But of course, there's the ADS. And Ayan finds Skywalker with the launcher out. That, of course, you can't really do anything about. You needed to take care of that shield. And if you hadn't, well, there was no way you were going to push that. So understandable how Skywalker went down, but it is what it is. Envy, in the meanwhile, the window in front of him gets blown open. Ayan taking damage. But I think he wants to test that maybe. Yes, 50 seconds and less now on the clock. And again, Shaheens are caught in this roam clear. They can't quite get through it. Doctor finally goes down the stairs, sees and finds Ayan. That's one. And Envy onto another. That's then gone. 2 big drops right now, but Taha will meet Doctor on the stairs. That's a 3v3. He's got cover as well. Crossfire is established. You have the Gemini going into the side, giving away intel on where these defenders could be, as Mighty Ellie takes damage, trying to go behind that Gemini replicator, but of course, the Goyo canister doing damage in return. 20 and less now. They've got to get in. They've got to get the plan going. They won't have any time after this. They're waiting for the canister fire to fall away. As soon as it does, Caesar will flood in. MI7 taking damage. So does Envy. Flashbangs out. Envy gets MI7 down. 3v2. Taha's above. This could be a huge flank right now. He drops in. Gets one. Gets the planter. Hasib coming in with the kill as well. The confirmations from MercenarieZ. And again, 1 player left unattended. That was all it needed. The mute, I think Taha was still above, wasn't he? No, he went. He went above. After all was said and done, we saw a shadow on white stairs, right? From the attacker's perspective. Well done to Taha. Well done to MercenarieZ, as they will move on to 3-1 up.
Really stunning stuff right there from Taha. And of course, I think the unsung hero of that round was also MI7, because he was holding pillars from a train museum. And one of the players on the side of Shaheens caught notice of that. I think that was Caesar. But in doing so, Caesar now focused on train museum. And that's how Taha, I think he managed to go upstairs and then drop down, get even more kills. And of course, win the round for the side of MRCZ. Say it again, things looking really, really good. One of the players on the side of MercenarieZ has disconnected. I believe it's going to be a game disconnection or a game crash. Whatever it is, and no matter what it is, hopefully rejoins as soon as possible. But yeah, overall for the side of Shaheens, problematic things, you know. Yet again, the rounds are going out of their hand. And thing is, all of these rounds are so close. This is not what we saw on Villa. Neither is this what we saw on Skyscraper. Those were two very different instances of, you know, teams just not having the best of grounds. Like on Skyscraper, Shaheens were just nowhere to be seen. Right now, they are dealing the damage. They are getting equal kills. It's just the most important kills where MercenarieZ get the cake and you know, everything to themselves, and Shaheens are just left stranded, thinking what went wrong, thinking how they could have improved. But overall, yeah, amazing stuff right here. MercenarieZ are looking adamant on securing the map of Cafe, on securing a spot in the grand finals for their side. As for Shaheens, still trailing behind, but the 3-3 half can be equal. Overall, again, generally, statistically, Cafe is prone to be a little bit more attacker-sided. But like it has been discussed, in South Asia, there is no data to base this off of. All the data that is there is the form of the current teams. That's it. You don't think about statistics. You don't think too much about theory, even though theory needs to be included. That's why I have been talking about how, you know, Cafe Dostoevsky is generally played. But so far, yeah, Shaheens just need that extra element, 1 or 2 gunfights, or be better with their time management to essentially allow them to, you know, get the rounds and equalize the half at the very least.
For the time being, Shaheens, like you said, CCV, of course, they need these 2 rounds. They need to equalize. Once they go on the defense, they can take a little bit of a sigh, you know, of not of relief, but wait, okay, there's a Capitao in play. First of all, Envy already trying to storm the entryway, right? The pantry entry, as it were. Met Hasib, took a ton of damage, couldn't quite get the Capcan out of there, but the Thermite has since fallen in. They're going to go for the breach, and pantry is being emphasized on, but that Capcan is going to be a nuisance. We know exactly how strong Hasib is on this angle. There's a Goyo canister to boot here, and of course Hasib is currently the lone defense on this side. You have another canister just right on the reinforced wall. That is again going to waste time. It's all intended to waste time. There's how many defenders on the side? 2 probably, right? Hasib is there. He's got a partner with him, and the rest are all above. Again, it's a whole vertical whole site retake sort of situation. But the defenders are going to peek everything. Hasib once again starting off strong. He's going to get 1. He's got the mute here with him, Din as well for support. Of course, everybody else is above MI7. That didn't flash him, interestingly enough. Oh, it went outside. Flash Caesar instead. Did he do that again? Okay.
Oh, boy.
Well then, Caesar. Not having a great day with the flashbang throws, I'll tell you what. MI7 has to be careful about this nomad, though. Caesar could still get the kill if he manages to time his jump in all correctly. There are 2 pings. Okay, never mind. MI7 throws the C4. Gets that. Envy, a little bit more damage done to him. And in the meanwhile, the Thermite is trying to get in the site. Smoke bolts will probably come out. There we go. But shots are fired from all over. Mighty Ellie is very low on HP. He's going in. 2 kills, as that is going to be very important. 3 now. 4 now. Suddenly, it's all turned around. 1 minute remains, and Taha above needs to do something about this. Can he find one? He saw the feet of a player, but can't quite do something about this.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Passively. It's the Capcan trap again. That's diffuser dropped as well. Taha goes in the site. He doesn't know exactly where the kill happened, but he will look for this nonetheless. 1, maybe. That's all he needs. Does Envy know where this is? No, he doesn't. Goyo canister is popped. Taha gets 1. He could get another. He saw the Capitao. This could be all it takes right now. He needs to be careful of the doorway. He's right there.
There's the diffuser.
He knows where diffuser is as well. Yes. He could
Oh my God!
he does the 1v2! There's no way MercenarieZ walk away with that. Oh my God. I cannot make excuses for that Capcan trap kill this time. I am sorry. There was, what, over a minute remaining. No reason to not check the door right there. That Capcan trap should have been taken out, should have been droned out. They needed to be more cautious. They lost it. They lost diffuser. They lost the round. That was the single moment where they lost the round. Taha snuck back in because I'm pretty sure the comms on the Shaheen side were just completely cluttered. Because they're like, wait, you died. Okay, we don't know where the defender is. Where's defender? Where's drone? We need diffuser. So many things that they're saying to each other now, and they can't get themselves into the position to get it back, nor can they get themselves into the position, excuse me, to then try a sort of plant, right? And just the panic, and then again, well played by Taha.
Oh.
fantastic stuff. But again, Shaheens, guys, you gotta do better than this. And oh, are you seeing that, CCV?
I am.
So
That entire comp is...
there's a Ying,
Yeah.
a Lion. The only normal pick there is actually the the Iana.
Yeah.
The Amaru, we've seen that before a couple times, but the Sense. I want to see how they play Sense here. I have not seen Sense from Shaheens ever.
I have not seen Sense, I mean, a match I was casting ever. So the green screens are going to be quite interesting. Again, that is the official name. There's no, but well, the Amaru may not even see the light of the day, considering Mighty Ali how much he has been tagged already. And again, inhibiting fear in the side of Shaheens, what MRCZ are doing. MRCZ are now essentially doing Shaheen, or like using Shaheen tactics against them. You know, what I mean by that is, you know, going for spawn peaks, going for aggressive peaks, and just having confidence in general with the kind of kills they want to go for. And so far, it seems to be working brilliantly for their side. I mean, again, 4-1. This very well could have been a 2-2. This very well could have been, you know, again, a 3-2 as well for the side of Shaheens. Had those couple of mistakes not happened, Taha securing the 1v2. I mean, actually, Taha has now secured so many double 1v2s. But yeah, Sense goes for the green screens. And yet again, attackers, they're going for an East execute. This is highly risky. Mighty Ali goes through. Already killed. Ayan gets 1 kill. He is flashed. He is dazed. He can't see for anything. But he still knows what needs to be done.
Diffuse is in the site.
And what needs to be done, kills need to happen to the side of MRCZ. 2 have already gone down, 3 more to follow. But this is finally when Shaheens retaliate back. They're watching Skylight, they're holding the angles. The man count has been equalized. Shaheens are on the counter attack, and Mercenaries have got to quiet down.
That they do. They got very excited with those first 2 kills. But yes, there you go. MI7 pre-placing the C4 on the diffuser. Soon as he gets the call of someone rappelling in, he can blow it, and the diffuser will still be dropped. The Ying gets another in the meanwhile. Invi has found one more. If these 2 go down, then of course the round goes to the Shaheens anyway. They're still watching diffuser. They will not let go of this position. They know how absolutely precious this is to them at the moment. They're watching stairs. They're watching Cigar, the window, the windows, everything. They're trying to hold it down. MI7 and then they could still do this as the Gemini will go by. Did it see? I don't think it has quite spotted any defenders, so never mind. MI7 has to be careful about this.
Oh, red pings go out.
He's got red pings. Yeah, there's a Valkyrie in play, right? Yes, there is. He's going to get 1. He's going to get 2. That's 2 downs. Skywalker's on the floor. Envy's the last one standing.
Oh my
MI7, are you serious right now?
Everyone in MRCZ is having such an exceptional performance. Taha being the star of the show. MI7, when it's needed the most, he jumps in. Ayan, great for entry kills. Hasib leading the charge and then being there for whatever else is needed. 5-1, Jack. Mercenaries, ladies and gentlemen, are 2 rounds away from heading on forward to the grand finals of the South Asian Nationals 2022.
You know, I'm going to just say this, right?
Yeah.
That Shaheens, up until Cafe started, they have performed admirably.
Yeah.
Just going off of that alone, them being in the, grand finals, would have been deserved. Like, they played very well to get this far.
Yeah.
However, this performance on Cafe from them, for one, has been
and on
lackluster.
Skyscraper.
And yes, like
to a
last half
certain
of
extent.
Skyscraper, yeah. But Cafe specifically, I'm talking here, is that it's been lackluster from them. They've seemed out of it, as if their coordination isn't working. That last round, you look at that last round and tell me how that failed. Because no one can. The first kill that went off on, who was it, the Sense, right?
Yeah.
Yes, the Sense was the first one to die. I think what happened was somebody peeked Skylight. Because I don't think Doctor actually dropped.
I think so. And then the second kill was Ayan just saw Mighty Ali as the Amaru going to... Which again...
He got the sound cue, right?
Yeah, of course it's in the bomb site.
Exactly.
How did Mighty think that would ever work? I mean, I guess the Ying Candela was there to support him, but it's easy to pre-fire a window.
Yeah.
It's very easy to pre-fire a window.
Yeah, because like the hallway directly leads into the window.
If CCV can do it, I'm pretty sure Ayan can do it. That's all I'm going to say.
No, but like that hallway directly
Yeah.
leads into that window as well. So the one they chose wasn't quite the best
True.
for that. And I feel like what happened was the Lion and the Ying, they were doing a large amount of pre-firing, right? They probably stopped to reload while the Amaru had just gone in, expecting the Kendelas to do the rest of the heavy lifting. Except, that's not quite how it works, clearly, as the round ended up going to the Mercenaries. 5-1 up now. Shaheens have opted for probably what is to them the safest pick, I guess. Third floor bar, the site of choice. But as we've seen with the Mercenaries, this site can be upended without too much effort. You just got to remove Pixel. You got to make sure that the balcony to balcony connection is severed.
True.
And you've got yourself a pretty good entryway already.
Oh, wait, the Twitch already destroyed the ADS. Oh, that's Pixel done.
Yeah.
That's Pixel actually. Yeah, again, MI7 is checking confirmation. Another Vamai magnet goes through, and that's it. Pixel will be gone off. Mercenaries, they've taken their fair share of time, but really Pixel control is what they needed the most. And as soon as they have that, yeah, Taha can now jump in. Hasib can also repel towards a Cigar if he wants to, or for the time being, he's focusing on white holes, which is also perfectly fine. But yeah, any utility that's there from the defenders can now be disabled, and you can move on forward and, even get more information. So Mercenaries so far are doing the necessary that needs to happen when it comes to map control. What is needed now are kills, because 40 seconds on the clock, a 5 versus 5 shall heavily favor the defenders if the attackers cannot get any kills or find any avenue of executing. Mercenaries even can't play for the diffuser, because where are you looking to play on the diffuser, The defenders, they've got so many lines of sight. Without eliminating them, it becomes redundant to go for that. Doctor, he waited for Hasib. He saw the drone was there. He watched Hasib drone it out. He fell behind. He fell short, and then he struck. Ayan's inside of the bomb site. He can be the playmaker. He can be the X factor. But no, even he departs. Skywalker picks up a double. This can be a third, and this can be the second that Shaheen so desperately needed.
All right, again, just denying based on the amount of ground MRCZ had. Well played by the Shaheens, I gotta give them that, Skywalker to hold off from inside of Lounge against players approaching from Freezer, players approaching from the straight bar hallway. Good stuff for the Shaheens. Definitely they needed this round, because the only other round they've taken was round 3 so far. 2 rounds to them, again mounting what could be a possible comeback, but that point needs to be stated with a hint of apprehension, because, well, we said largely the same on Skyscraper, right?
Yeah.
That they're mounting a comeback now that it's 5-2, 6-2, so on and so forth. But again, if Mercenaries get to match point in this case, even series point, so to speak, then again the pressure will be huge. I think what Shaheens are trying to do right now is just deny match point. As long as they can keep Mercenaries away from match point, the ultimate pressure, they don't have to face it. But in order to do that, they have to put pressure on themselves to then deny that match point. That makes things more difficult. That makes, their plays, every single play that they will make as defenders now, every single one of it will have to be thought of 5 times over, and then some. This time, the comp I like, except for the exclusion of the Wamai. They're going to be going for the third floor hold.
Right.
Site is second floor after all. Wamai is very good here, right, for reasons that are obvious. But they've gone for Valkyrie, a Rooney, and Alibi. A little bit more intel gathering, utility soak type of, playstyle with the castle as well, of course. Time wasting will be mostly managed by roamers and the Goyle canisters. So it's an interesting pick. Ooh, Caesar had to have been careful there. That breach charge, if he had kept running, that breach charge would have probably downed him right there. That hallway is very thin.
Yeah, had to have been careful about that. But still, he is safe and sound, and he retreats back to White Hallway. No, that's good, Yet again, Mercenaries, slowly but surely, they're getting that map control. This time, they've got to be a little bit more quick with it. But to aid them, this time there isn't going to be enough or as much of utility on that third floor as there was earlier on. So, keeping that in mind, it definitely makes things a lot easier. It definitely, is going to allow MRCZ to start pushing in, start gunning for kills, and kills is really what it's all about. Shaheen should be fighting for it. MRCZ as well will really be looking to get that information and play off of it. So, now that, Freezer is breached in, Asif is looking for White Hallway. Does he see any defender? There is one towards White Stairs, but Doctor also retreats. Shaheens are playing the safe game, and this makes sense. The only problem that could arise for the defenders is that they get too cramped within the bomb site, and that can lead to some mistakes, and the attackers can easily pick you off. But so far, the structure of Shaheens has been really solid, and Mighty Ali finds the opening kill. That's your ace now gone. The defense is looking really confident how they want to proceed. Mercenaries now pressure all onto them because a minute still remains and 5 defenders are still there. Oh,
what a shot right there. Mighty Ali is really feeling himself right now very clearly. Then going down to that vertical angle that was created by the C4 no less. You've now lost your Iana. Where do you go from here? Is it going to be a White Stairs push? Is it going to be a hatch drop onto Laundry? That one, of course, is a death box for attacker, so can't really do much there. But Ayan has found Envy. That's your Valkyrie gone. The other C4 no longer in play. That's good, but they need more. 36 seconds and less on the clock. Doctor still halfway down red stairs. Skywalker, beautiful angle right there. Finds one on the balcony. That's going to be another one taken care of. And again, they can't get it done. Mercenaries can't approach the site. But Ayan gets one. He wants to brute force this, but can't quite stand up to Caesar. That's one more gone. And Asib, the last one now standing. He knows the position of one, but it doesn't matter. Skywalker gets it. A round 8 goes now to Shaheens.
Another round, and yeah, Shaheens are very well back into this. 5-3 now, only trailing by 2 rounds. Mercenaries, yes, they're a single away from match point, but it's not going to be easy. Considering the amount of bomb site changes that we have already seen, considering the fact that Shaheens are looking to take their wins time and time again, it's put the pressure on MRCZ. This is going to be yet another bomb site. Bomb site number 3, we are going to first floor kitchen and servers. If Mercenaries can't win on here, then it's dire straits. Then Shaheens may just take the cake, or at the very least push it into overtime, considering how the following rounds will go. But so far, Shaheens are completely in control, and the way in which, again, the structure works is that they are putting the pressure on MRCZ, and I think the linchpin of this entire plan of Shaheens is we just wait until there is so much pressure, Mercenaries look to make the move, and that's when we get the first kill. Mighty Ali, in the previous round, not only did he get the first kill with the C4, but rather a follow-up as well, 5v3. And again, as was mentioned, less than a minute, you have 3 attackers against 5, you don't have site control, you're a floor above. Yes, verticality is there, but what will you do of verticality when there's no one to plan the diffuser, when there's no one to contest the defenders head on? So that round is gone to the side of MRCZ. Okay. Now, in this round as well, first floor means there is going to be a roam setup. I think Doctor should be taking up that responsibility. They can even send Skywalker. Both of these guys, they have been having really good times, getting the kills, even in the last round. With the DMR nonetheless, Skywalker managed to pick up multiple kills for his side, and I think the same can be repeated in this one as well. It's only a side difference. MRCZ, much needs to be changed from their side.
Absolutely, a lot needs to change from MRCZ's end if they want to make this work somehow. But again, what will be the changes? They've got Ayan playing the IQ now, specifically for Val cameras, for off pieces of utility that they can then shut down on, clamp down on, as it were. But in the meanwhile, a call has gone out to the reception door because that is where an attacker did just open up the door, but I don't think MRCZ are going to be emphasizing on that one just yet. They're going to have to wait and chill a little bit. Shaheens, that is. They can't afford to let the last couple of rounds go to their head. Hasib was already cleared out top floor, opened up the hatch into Laundry Cubby, and will be going into that part of the map very soon. Ayan as well. Very quick clear into second floor for MRCZ, but that's the thing. Shaheens aren't doing any, big roams, as it were. In fact, they're not doing any roams this round. All of their play is vertically on one particular part of the map. C4 has been spotted, and that part of the map will be avoided by the side of Mercenaries, as they should. Hatch is going to be breached, and of course, now going in, Ayan sees another C4. I think there's 2 potentially.
One has been destroyed. And
one has been destroyed, yes. The other one is in Caesar's hands right now. Another Valcam will be taken care of. The IQ doing a lot of work at the minute. And there you have that C4 currently being pinged. It's going to be thrown in just a moment here, as that's a phone camera. Could he get a shot off onto that? I don't think he can. He's lost the sight on it anyway. so it doesn't matter, I guess. Ayan giving away intel on just about anything and everything he possibly can. But
time.
again, time, yes. 45 seconds.
Yep.
Mercenaries, where do you want to go? You need to get to the site. You need to start clearing, and you need to finish this now.
Are they looking for the hatch drop? I feel like they're looking for the hatch drop because,
Maybe.
again, it's not just about verticality. It's where you enter. Is it going to be white hallway? Is it going to be bakery? Is it going to be the hatch drop? Seems like it's going to be white hallway. Then eventually into split from the long hallway. They are watching that angle, and MI7 does get the opening kill. But 20 seconds on the clock. The attackers, they've taken a hit to their damage, and they have taken a hit to their plans. But still, the diffuser goes down. The defenders, they're not ready for it. Can the diffuser be planted? Yes, it will be planted. Taha sacrifices himself, but ensures his team is in good hands. Skywalker, he's taking it, but Ayan eliminates him alongside his teammate. Only 2 to go for the side of Shaheens. Only 1 remains. That's all down to Caesar. The IQ, not only does she help out with the utility, but also the kills.
Right.
First it was Taha, then MI7. Now it's Ayan's turn to shine. And Mercenaries now, ladies and gentlemen, get series point.
It's been a long time coming for MRCZ. Series point for them as they are now just 1 round away. But it feels like deja vu. We've been here before.
Oh, that is true.
Because there have been so many moments, particularly if you recall Shaheens on Villa. They took map point there all the way out. Where was it? Round number 9 as well. Yes, we're in a roughly similar position here.
Yep.
It's 6-3 again, and it really came down to the last couple of rounds there. It could have been a 6-3, 7-3 finish for them on Villa, but it was 7-5 ultimately. Will Mercenaries make the same mistakes? Will it be overtime, or will we end up with what could be a Mercenaries 7-3. The site is once again 3rd floor bar and cocktail lounge, the site of choice. And of course, we're just gonna have to wait and see. Sorry, I nearly dropped my tab there. This game is nerve-wracking.
It's dropped my jaw. I mean, that's for certain.
I mean, yeah, already, yeah.
But yeah, yet again, for the side of Mercenaries, how do you proceed here? Are you looking for the same pixel control cigar and then push in? Or are they looking to do something completely different, like kind of what Shaheens wanted, you know, with that East execute, repel in Amaru, but again, that was, it wasn't the best of rounds. But still, regardless of that, okay, Shaheens are going for your standard setup of pixel. Vamai is going to be there playing behind it, and that is really good because all the Vamai magnets are recurring because you can get them back after a temporary period of time. Mighty playing behind it is constantly going to be wasting utility. This is one of the core principles of the pixel angle. This is why alongside the Jaeger ADSs, it makes this such a heavy utility wastage for the attackers. Feel like the Flores and the Twitch have, you know, subsided it a bit in general. Of course, right now, specifically, Flores is banned. That's why MI7 is going for the Twitch. But regardless of that, utility wastage, most importantly, time wastage is going to be there from the side of Shaheens. But what we have seen is that even with very little time on board, even with, you know, like 20 seconds to go for, Mercenaries can still launch a really good execute and still a very risky one. What Taha did in the previous round, it's, I mean, you gotta salute it to a certain extent. But still, you got to be careful. This time as well, our eyes are all on Taha. He's got the diffuser. He's watching, looking out for a defender. But no, it's the Twitch. The Twitch is gone. The Twitch drones as well. Now, not being able to use. If there are any remaining, they can only be looked out for to get that information. But that's pretty much it. Hasib is like, well, let me clear out Pixel manually. He does indeed do that. He checks till White Hallway. There are no defenders. Time pressure is building on MRCZ. And yet again, this is what Shaheens are banking off of. They want to, you know, strike when it's the most desperate of times for Mercenaries.
Strike when the iron's hot. That's exactly what Shaheens are looking to do right now. Doctor holding down White Hallway. He knows full well that there could be somebody there. Envy as well with the Val cameras will be very important for this. As Skywalker, in the meanwhile, will throw out one of those deployable cam EMP things. I don't really know what to call them specifically, but looks like they want to go for the piano corner plant. Ooh. Doctor, in the meanwhile, finds Ayan. Big drop right there. 2 bodies down for attackers, and no defender has yet to be even hit. Then there's another Envy finds Hasib, and it's all down to these last 2, Taha, and then Taha, of course, clutch master for Mercenaries. He's done it time and time again, and he has to do it again here. But the flank, and there's the other flawless round. 3rd floor bar for the side of the Shaheens. It truly is a map and a half for them, a side and a half as it were. And once again, it is another round going to the team that is in the deficit. We are 6-4. Mercenaries still have map point and series point, and they will take the tactical timeout.
Much needed one indeed. I mean, Mercenaries know they've got a 1 round buffer, but that's it. A single round. If they mess up right here, then, the next round, I mean, you got to play it nonetheless, right? You need to win that one. Otherwise, overtime it is. So, they can I mean, again, Shaheens can get till 5 rounds, but Mercenaries would like none of that to happen. They want to end this right here. They want to make sure that overall, things are just a lot more better for their side, and they don't have to face the pressure of Shaheens getting the win. Because right now, MRCZ are the only ones who can take the win, unless we go to overtime. That's when Shaheens can strike. Right now, Shaheens are playing catch-up, and it's Mercenaries who are leading the charge. It is Mercenaries who are leaving the trail behind for Shaheens to catch up on. But MRCZ would like to, just cut this trail off completely and make sure the entire matchup, the best of 3, the decider finals are theirs. But yet again, saying that is so much more easier said than done. For the side of Shaheens, they have been looking good. That previous round, I mean, it got very, very dicey, but overall on their defense, considering the next bomb side is going to be 2nd floor library as well, I feel like Shaheens should have that advantage. They should, again, be gunning for that heavy 3rd floor presence, have the utility set up, prevent Mercenaries from getting easy access, because the one major theme of this entire matchup has been time. Just how much can you waste that time of the opposition? Just how much can you force them into desperation, and then going for dry peaks, going for, active gunfights, and, of course, then acting on it?
I mean, of course, all of that will then result in the overall question of how do you really proceed if time is such an issue. Maybe expediting the process of getting your peaks and getting your first blood, getting the utility clearance done could probably be the answer. But the issue is these teams have already tried it, right?
Yeah.
The reason they're not able to do it is because whichever team is defending is being an absolute nuisance by constantly moving around, never giving away their position for more than a second, and doing hit and run constantly. They're doing damage, they're taking kills, immediately backing off. They know full well there's another attacker there. They don't want to take the gunfight. Why take the risk?
Yeah.
You just bought the advantage for your team. You don't need to anymore, right? So all that being in play means that Mercenaries on the attack now have to worry about that, as well as flanks, as well as clearance, as well as verticality. This site will be a pressure cooker for them because there's so much to do. On top of which, you add Shaheens' mannerisms, their playstyle, and it suddenly becomes a full-on blender that is very hard to get out of.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult getting out of that situation, and it's going to be extremely pressurizing as well. But still, they can escape it, they can avoid that. So far, Mercenaries are just getting prepared for anything. They are anticipating spawn peaks and all. And honestly, again, Shaheens, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, again, in a situation like this, maybe, just maybe, Shaheens try something similar. A run out here, a spawn peak there, looking to get that early initial kill, and maybe they hit jackpot, right? They can get the vertical player, they can take the sledge off the board, something along those lines. But regardless of that, Mercenaries are safe and sound. They're on the roof of the map, planning for that drop, planning to essentially get back in. As for Shaheens, what is their defense looking like, How exactly are they holding off? Already, Doctor taking many gunfights. He's got the protection of the bulletproof shield, reinforcements, and a Surya gate. So it's not like the attackers can reach him easily. And then I think Mighty is playing a new balcony as well. So that means that it's going to make things easier for the side of the defense. Ayan already wants to take the gunfights. Very low on HP now, gets tagged significantly. Mercenaries want to move on forward. They want to make this progress. But yet again, question arises. How exactly do you do that? Where do you look for the kills? Shaheens have been looking quite strong for the past couple of rounds. With their own frags, Mercenaries, sooner rather than later, will have to brute force their way in. And that's exactly what Hasib plans on doing.
Absolutely, you have the Sledge going ham on the wall there, but again, they haven't removed the roamers yet. And there's one player watching vertically up from Pillar's hallway up to the new balcony, or cigar balcony as it's now called. And as Din watches the red stairs for anybody going for a flank, Mighty Ali is going to repurpose some of his Goyo canister. C4 is out, and of course the Valcam will give him the info needed as to when to blow that C4. Could be any minute now as they've evacuated top floor entirely. Again, taking time away from Mercenaries. That is what they're trying to do, and they will get the first kill as well. Envy finds Hasib. That Sledge down. Taha's DBNO as well. Things are looking bad again. Mercenaries, you have got to get a hold of this. Then trying to get one, but the Valkyrie walks away with the gunfight, then goes down, and again it looks so bad right now. Ayan and Taha are extremely low on HP. They can't get these gunfights. They're not able to finish off their plate here with these kills, with whatever they need to do. It just isn't happening. MI7 will find the first defender finally after so long, and one kill is taken, but they have 20 seconds to do this, and 20 seconds is not a lot of time, folks. There's another kill because there's a player in Pillars who's been there the whole time. Doctor gets refragged, but Ayan can't even get into library. Skywalker goes down. There goes another. They just need to get the last one. Mighty Ali inside of the bomb site. He needs to be taken out. He's going into the bomb site. He wants to go for the plant. Oh, the time is out, and Mighty Ali will just cruise in and get the kill. Oh my goodness, so close for Mercenaries, but again, too long. They're taking too long. They're playing right into Shaheens' hands. Oh boy.
And feels bad. He tried everything. He's gotten the diffuser as well. Still doesn't work out. Now Shaheens a single round away from pushing it into overtime. What was a 5-1 half is now 6-5, favoring MRCZ. As we can see, a tactical timeout for the side of Shaheens. Mercenaries having a good performance overall. Ayan definitely in the server, then trailing a bit behind, but again at this point, everyone needs to jump in. It's not just about utility. It's about that one kill. It's about that one breakthrough. Sadly for MRCZ, they haven't found it. The initial kills are not going their way. You know, Envy is doing so much as that Valkyrie, getting the info, winning the gunfights with the MPX, believe it or not, as well. Straight dead on 50-50 gunfights. Now Shaheens a single round away from pushing us in towards overtime. And man, makes you wonder from where all of this started, right? From the first map to now being here at Cafe Dostoevsky. I don't think anyone was anticipating this. The twists and turns that the matchup has had so far, and still no one knows who is going to win. It is genuinely a toss.
It really is. It is a full-on 50-50. You can't even guess at this point because, again, you could make an argument for Shaheens, but then you could make the counter-argument for Mercenaries based on the counterplay that we have seen from them so far. But then you could say Shaheens could then do this, and it just goes on and on and on. It's like one of those debates, right? Who would win, Goku or Superman? It's one of those things. There's no real answer to this. You can't really guess.
Shaktiman.
Unless, of course, Shaktiman is put into that. But anyway, you get the point I was trying to make, right?
Exactly.
There's no way to really guess. There's no way to really figure out who's going to win. There's no way to realistically have an answer.
Predict it or rationalize it.
Exactly. And now, with match point on the line, Mercenaries, you've had 2 match points so far that have not gone your way. How will this go from here? Shaheens, they are 1 round away. They've got the Echo this time. A big change from the last round. I think they had something like, I've even forgotten. I think they had Wamai, or no, Jaeger actually. They've swapped out the Jaeger.
On first floor, no. On first floor, they didn't bring an Echo. Oh, sorry, they didn't bring a Jaeger or a Wamai, actually. I think it was the...
Castle?
May have been actually, because we had the Castle and a Rooney.
Yeah. So the Castle's been swapped out now. Mighty Ali going into the Echo. That's an interesting decision to me. That means the onus is that Mighty Ali needs to stay alive
And in the
all the
bomb
way
site,
till the end of the
exactly.
round with both of his drones. If he's able to do that, and if Mercenaries are once again pushed into the very end of the clock where they have to go for the plant or nothing will work, then the Echo can just get the drone in so long as it's in a position and then just stop the plant dead in its tracks. There is the IQ. Ion will give away the position of one of the Echo drones early, probably the second Yokai drone later on in the round as well. We'll have to just wait and see. The IQ is a great pick right now. It's been doing a lot of work. Ion's been doing a lot of work for the team. Spotting gadgets, taking them out, taking out players, taking out
And
utility.
13 kills.
And yes, 13 kills as well on top of that. So Ion's has really been pulling the team forward by the feet right now. We'll just have to see how long this can continue. Again, this is just like Villa, because round 9 was where match point was taken. 2 rounds then went to the team that was trailing. Now, this site, which has so far been Shaheens' not best site, as it were. We'll see how it goes from here.
I think Shaheens have taken the tactical timeout just for this, just because they know they can lose out on first floor, just because they know MRCZ are pretty strong here. And Mercenaries, again, wasting no time. Hasib done with third floor alongside Ion. The double pincer is there. They clear out every single room, the hallways. Make sure no defenders on third floor, so they can proceed with second. But yeah, 1/3 of the work is done. Now comes again more roam clearance, more map control for the attackers. They can proceed with it, but really it's about the first floor, and already some of the attackers are making their way. So keeping that in mind, Shaheens, when are they looking to get the first kill? Are they playing how they usually play, on maps, on other maps where they can contest the gunfights? They want to contest with the gunfights, or are they just holding the angles? Even if they spot an attacker, even if it's like a 50-50 gunfight, they want to be safe and sound, play completely off of information. And speaking of info, beautiful Valkyrie camera right there from Caesar, a really nice black eye, getting tons of info, and I don't think the attackers will spot that. So that's definitely going to be really influential for the side of the defenders. They can know how many attackers are on second floor, what kind of a presence are they looking for. Meanwhile, the attackers as well, they have their own info. They know 2 defenders are in bakery. They know, or they can at least try and get rid of them. 40 seconds on the clock. This is the time when mercenaries need to start with an execute.
Yep.
This is the time when mercenaries need to put the pedal to the metal.
Absolutely. MI7 now coming around down to the first floor. He's seen the shots that have been fired. He saw the pellets fly off the windowsill. And now, again, it's down to these last bits here. They're going to go for the hatch drop on white. MI7 hasn't found one yet. Smoke grenades are out on red stairs as well.
Oh,
Taha's gone in. He's
Yet
already
again,
in.
it's a
He's gonna
sacrificial
go for the
play.
plant. Is there going to be a Yokai drone? It's shot! Yokai drone is shot, but no diffuser. It
And the
can be
smoke.
planted. There's a smoke
2
grenade.
seconds. It's done. It's done.
Operators, you have run out of time.
There was utility.
Yep.
They had it all ready. They knew that hatch drop was probably going to be the way to go.
Yep.
And with that, folks, Shaheens have just won round number 12. So, in that case, you know exactly what time it is, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play. Round 13. And we've got Mercenaries on the attack once again. Oh boy, this could go ugly for them.
Yeah, indeed it can. And you know what, Jack? I am going to be doing something completely... completely... my apologies. Yeah, something completely out of the ordinary. I shall be making a prediction.
Oh boy.
It is highly... You will know this. I've thought about this a lot. This prediction is highly rational, based on a lot of, my thinking of how the entire matchup has gone, considering MRCZ are starting out on attack as well in overtime. My prediction is going to be that overtime shall indeed be won by the side of Mercenaries. Again, everyone watching, keep this in mind. This is all because of my brain.
A lot of analysis and thought just went into that prediction, folks. Take my word for it. You'll see CCV's perspective of it pretty soon, I feel like. But regardless of that, Mercenaries, all right, CCV's locked in for MRCZ. Personally, I feel like Mercenaries still have that chance. They still have that shot. But their attack first on OT. And attack so far in Cafe tonight has just not been working for anyone.
True. That is
Both
also
halves
true.
have been 5-1 defensive halves. So that has to be now put into the fold here. Because MRCZ are OT attack, the chances of them winning are admittedly a little low. Oh my god, he tried it, but Mighty Ellie was already peeking that window.
That is...
And with the first blood going to Shaheens again, and that's the Thatcher as well.
Yep, and no trades.
No trades.
So, I mean, again, we think of the rounds, right? How slow they've been when it comes to kills. This time, it's quite the polar opposite. This time, Shaheens, more specifically Mighty Ali, gets the kill within the first minute of the round, meaning that MRCZ now yet again at that disadvantage. And once more, you know, you think of the situation they're in. They have to attack on Bar and Cocktail. What execute are they looking for? Hasif without Thermite is going to be... Oh, sorry, Thermite, my apologies. Thatcher is going to make it so much more difficult to, you know, have those EMP grenades, not having them, and not being able to flush out all of the defender utility near that pixel angle. Clearing it, yeah, Mercenaries will have to rely on their smoke canisters and smoke grenades and then move on forward. But it's going to be extremely difficult. I don't think there's a major way Mercenaries can, you know, easily get map control. They will have to fight their way for it. They need to make sure they don't get blown up, you know, by that one C4 that Envy has that he's saving up. And of course the gunfights they take. They're holding the angle. What a beautiful down onto Doctor. So that is one person now gone, but soon a lot more to follow on both the sides.
Absolutely. 55 and less, and Mighty Ellie, no! He missed the play going in the bathroom. This could be huge. Ayan walks in, gets Caesar. This could be a massive drop right there for Mighty Ellie.
Oh!
But he's going to find the kill nonetheless. Beautifully done. Headshot onto Ayan. That stopped the Twitch from doing too much damage. But mind you, they've lost the Jaeger alongside the Frost. Mighty Ellie's now watching for anybody coming up, and someone is, and it's
My
MI7.
God.
One down, but Skywalker finds Diffuser. Could he find another? His position given away. Malusi goes down. Envy in a 1v2 now.
That's a backstab.
He could potentially see one. He does! Beautiful shot!
No!
But trying to run away, then finds him. MRCZ take the first overtime round, and it's not over yet, folks. All right, so...
And they're on defense.
And they're on defense going forward. They could go Kitchen. Kitchen was absolutely amazing for them on the defense. They could go there and turn this thing into an OT victory. MRCZ, the onus is on your end now. The ball's in your court.
To think this all started 4.5 hours ago, where, yes, everything was laid out on the table by all the players, by all the people in the community watching. All speculation and rumors were made about how this matchup is going to go. But still, a matchup like this could not have been, preceded by anyone. A new precedent, I guess, has been laid out as well. 4.5 hours ago, and only now, the next 2 rounds, the next 6 to 7 minutes, shall be deciding which team moves on forward. After 4.5 hours, after 3 maps of back and forth, now you have got the 1 round that can decide it all, or the 2 rounds that shall seal the fate of both of these teams. Everyone now jumping in, everyone now gunning for kills, everyone now looking for that star moment for their side. To be the hero that their team needs if it's a time of desperation, or to be that loyal teammate that allows the rest of his team to shine and rise with him and take the spot in the grand finals. Now is the time for them to shine.
Absolutely. At this minute, folks, this game has been quite the roller coaster. 15 and 12 to Ayan, by the way. Just IQ playing, kill, like gung-ho, LMG wielding, just insane player. Insane player in every single sense of the word. And then, of course, you know, MRCZ, even Din chipped in that round, mind you. He was, 3 and 6 going into overtime?
3, 6, 3, 7, I believe.
Yeah, something like that. He's gotten a couple of kills, now 6 and 7, so he's picked up as well. That's the kind of effect overtime has on people, right? And now, at the same time, you look at, from what we could see of the scorecard on the Shaheens' end, there was a lot of like it was very even between the players.
True.
Every single player has been chipping
True.
in since the very beginning. That's where MercenarieZ has been lacking so far. Now, while, you know, Ayan and following from Ayan, Taha and MI7 are kind of even the playing field, Ayan can only go on for so long. It is already such a performance from Ayan to have gone this far with this performance. But this site, second floor reading, and, you know, library. Oh boy, I am not too sure about this. Reading fireplace. Let me just quickly look. So reading fireplace, round 1, round 4, both were won by MercenarieZ. So on the defense, they still have a pretty good record here. So it is still wise for them to pick this, but at the same time, on third floor bar, Shaheens had a spotless record on their defense, and they lost as well. So really, anything could happen at this point.
Yeah. At this point, at this stage, I mean, it's it's even, you know, I'm not going to like completely call you like wrong or anything, but there's so much more to it. Like even a single kill, right? That
Exactly,
no one thinks of. And I have made this mistake. Yes, Spring Edition Grand Finals, you know, I base it all off of like the past results and all that. But again, it's really the matchup. And right here, when it comes down to rounds, this is what makes it so nerve-wracking for these players, yet so exciting for them and for all of us watching, is that every second matters. Quite literally. I mean, in Rainbow-Six-Siege, especially on Cafe with the map we are seeing right now, with how it's going, every millisecond matters to that extent. You know, how you are taking things as a defender, as an attacker. Are you getting information? Are you getting map control? Are you setting up a potential play, or are you being set up by someone else and you're unaware of that? But Envy, really good find. Yes, he tags, you know, Ayan, but still, his teammates can do the job for him. His teammates can hunt down that alibi and look to deal, you know, even more damage. MercenarieZ and their defense so far on third floor is looking good. They want to go for the kills. They want to contest the attackers. Where are these attackers? Where are they jumping from? Still in Cigar, still wanting to move on forward. Still, they look for these kills. And yeah, they're looking to find something. But clearing out White Hallway is going to be really difficult. Taha, he's got the SMG-11. It's going to be excellent in that close quarter combat. Envy pushes towards bar. This is a lot of map control the attackers have now gathered. It's all about the kills now. Which team keeps control of third floor?
Oh!
And Taha starts off with that C4. That's now Envy gone. Entry fragging all down to Skywalker. Minute on the clock. The attackers still need more map control. The attackers still need those kills.
Meanwhile, shots from below. Taha gets another one. Doctor does find Din. The player above has been taken care of, but there's another DBNO. That's Caesar as well. Skywalker goes down.
All up to Mighty.
Has got it. It's all up to Mighty now. And he
Oh
can't
my
get
God.
it. Nasib gets it. MercenarieZ. Overtime. And it all goes to them. They are going to be our second grand finalists, folks. They will be the ones to face the Hunters. What a game from them. 2 rounds back-to-back when it mattered the most. Fallen faces from the Shaheens, but it is what it is. Shaheens will simply have to bow out of the competition here and now. And your second grand finalist, folks, has been decided. It is, drum roll. Of course, there's no drum roll here. MercenarieZ versus Hunters, the age-old conflict, back again at the South Asian Nationals. My goodness, what a match we just had.
MercenarieZ have won.
Yep.
That means my prediction.
It actually worked, by the way.
R6 Esports SA now officially needs to follow. That's all I'm saying. Prediction correct. Now we wait for the grand finals. But no, again, everything aside, this was a war. And I know very few matches in SAR6, especially in this year, deserve to be called the title of a war. But this really deserves it. And even more. Just again, I have mentioned this many times, but I'm sure all the people watching should understand the context behind it, emotionally what this meant for the players, how much they have been trying. The entire competitive year, the community cups, the pro series, the group stages, with MercenarieZ barely qualifying for the playoffs, mind you. Won't Stop Peaking could have taken their spot.
It was 1 point.
It was indeed 1 point, with Shaheens almost taking the top spot, but ultimately losing out to Hunters LFO, Shaheens still went on. They defeated KIRA. Yet again they lost to Hunters. Yet again they wanted their revenge, much like what they did in the fall edition of the Pro Series. But this time, MercenarieZ, whom Shaheens had defeated previously, were denied the opportunity. They lose out on that spot. Let's have a look at Cafe. What can only be called as a glimmer, what can be only called as 1/3 of this entire war, still bodes so much importance because of that overtime, still bodes so much influence based on what happened towards the very end.
My goodness, talk about a set of rounds that have gone as far as they have purely because of these players' sheer force of will. There was nothing else holding them together by the end there, I'm sure of it. You know, we saw a couple of very odd mistakes. We couldn't point them out because of the hype of the moment, right?
Yeah.
But as we go into the highlights, you'll see mistakes like not watching our flanks,
True.
letting go
Not
of
checking
vertical
corners.
angles, not checking corners,
Yeah.
exactly. Verticality was such a big issue for attackers throughout the map. That last run was probably the biggest example of it, as the C4 from Taha did so much work because that C4 got the first kill. Then through that C4 hole, he got another kill, then a down. Hasib then used it to get another 2 of his own. So much was done. And again, all of that could have been avoided had Shaheens like extended that vertical hole a little bit more with like a breach charge or anything, even bullets, and held that down.
True.
They didn't. And MercenarieZ made similar mistakes as well, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams indeed, you know, going for those kind of plays essentially meant that ultimately, I think both of us, Jack, talked about this, you know, at the start, like a pre-match presentation for Cafe, like the team that makes the fewer mistakes ultimately shall be getting the victory. And yeah, it was a very close margin. I mean, again, if it's not blatantly obvious by the scorecard, 8-6, you know, goes to show. Like how it was discussed, 1 kill here, 1 kill there, you never know what's going to happen. You never know. Very well, it could have been Shaheens in the grand finals right now. It genuinely came down to initial kills and those 1 or 2 frags. This is what is so good for all of us. Again, the excitement, the hype, but also so disheartening for the players as well, right? About matches in general is that no matter how much Shaheens tried, on Villa, on Skyscraper, making that comeback, on Cafe as well, they were down 1-5. They pushed it to overtime. But still, it just wasn't enough, sadly. They lost out. That means that now, heading on forward into the match summary, Ayan, 15 kills and 12 deaths for him. Taha on 10. Really very, very, you know, a lot of consistent numbers from their side. Even then, I think a couple of trade kills, so he may have had 5-6 kills there around that mark only. But everyone is almost near equal to each other if you compare it, right? Taha in Envy, MI7 Doctor, Hasib and Skywalker, then Caesar. But it's really Ayan with those 15 kills that made such a mighty difference, and 79% cost as well, right? And of course, that 1.21 survival rating. Not only did he get more kills, he stayed alive a lot longer.
Absolutely. That's also a big thing that matters a lot, right? That staying alive, Ayan made sure that he was going to live all the way till the end of the round, or his team was going to go down. The rounds that Ayan went down on were probably most of the rounds where MercenarieZ lost. I think we'll have to go back and check that later on. Maybe for tomorrow we can save that plot point, right? But then, of course, we have the Shaheens scorecard, and well, I mean, like we talked about this before, right? It is such an even scorecard between them. 10-10 to Mighty, 10-9 to Envy, 10-9 to Doctor, 11-11 to Skywalker. Caesar, lowest in kills, but still 64% cost as well. Mighty Ellie having the best entry out of the entire lobby as well. 3-1 and a 1.03 survival rating. He tried to do it all. Envy and Doctor really perked up in the second half as well. So did Skywalker, 2-2 on entry as well. Just such great performances from these teams. Overall, like really no one can be faulted, as it were. But is it any surprise that Ayan is our player spotlight for the night? Iana Alibi, 67.5% on the cost, 35-27 across 3 maps, pretty much guaranteed 1 kill per round, and
that's
1.1
like
of rating.
Averaging out on 11.5 kills per map.
Every map, and then some.
Exactly. So, I mean, that is real. Those are really, really good numbers because, again, it's all about that consistency, right? And Ayan today, when his team needed him, he does what he always does, right? He stepped up, he got those skills. At times, he had the support of Taha. At times, he had the support of Hasib. At times, he had the support of MI7. And throughout the entire BO3, the utility support from Din was always present, whether it comes to droning, whether it comes to any particular utility usage that he required. But overall, yeah, Ayan, stunning day for him. 67% cost over the course of 3 maps. And even, yeah, like you had mentioned, that average out of 1 kill per round really puts him at the top spot and really puts him as someone for Hunters to, be careful of in the server tomorrow. But really, it's this roster that Hunters, they know it. Through thick and thin, the Hunters are well aware of this MRCZ roster. But tomorrow, it's honestly going to be all out bloodshed and you don't really know what to expect.
Exactly. I mean, realistically, all things considered, this 5-player roster that you're seeing here, with the return of Hasib for full-time gameplay as well, because in the group stages, Hasib was kind of in and out, right?
Yeah.
Ashrit was playing most of the matches, as it were.
Yep.
But Hasib coming back has clearly made a big difference for MRCZ as well, because they have been on fire since. Sure, some rounds, some maps still could be better, but that's kind of been MRCZ this whole year, right? That some rounds, some maps from them can still be better. They can still have better performances, but I feel like this team, playing like this, probably has the best possible chance to beat the Hunters out of everyone in the top 8 of the Nationals.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, yet again, we saw what happened on that map of Villa against Hunters. We saw what MRCZ can do and what they did indeed achieve today. So keeping that in mind, once more, Mercenaries now, they've got a great chance. It's, grand finals yet again. It's another best of 5. They were not able to do it during the spring edition. Neither were they able to do it during summer. In fall, unfortunately, they fell off short. But overall, now it's the South Asian Nationals, the one that matters the most, the one where, you're playing for the highest prize pool as well. And speaking of prize pool, still congratulations to Shaheens for making it this far.
I mean,
as a roster that was formed at the start of the 2020 competitive year, talking to the players, they had known each other, but they'd formed this roster when, the new roadmap was announced for South Asia, still making it to 3rd place of the region overall, considering they finished 3rd in the Nationals, means that they indeed will be going home with $1,000 to their name. And this is what happened today. Don't let the scores just fool you, folks. Yeah, it may have been 7-5, 7-4, and then an 8-6, but the way in which the rounds were conducted, the ups and downs, that these players had definitely made it all the more exciting and all the more intriguing to watch.
Absolutely. It was an amazing game all the way through with no stone unturned, nothing spared. But folks, we're back. It feels like it's 2020's esports season all over again. Hunters LFO versus Mercenaries. This is it. We've had this match for so long, We've been through so many names. Mammoth Gaming, CSBD,
Quantum
so on
G1.
and so forth. Quantum G1. Of course, then Union Gaming and Mercenaries. They were finally formed at the end of 2019. And now, here they are. Hunters, of course, still LFO, by the way, throughout all of this year. It's a shame to see that LFO be in their name tag, but I do hope for the best for them.
I mean,
Mercenaries.
Hunters LFO is still better than the name they had previous. You know what?
I had to get that one in there. But Mercenaries, on the other hand, of course, they've had their downs this year, particularly low lows for them in total, as they were getting used to the new roster and so on and so forth. And Hasib was, kind of just committing to real life stuff and then back to the game, back to real life stuff, back to the game. But now that he's back, now that they've fully gelled together as a roster, MRCZ are back to that 2020 form. And it's very close now. It's very hard to tell who can win between Hunters and Mercenaries because both teams were taken to 3rd map by Shaheens. In that regard, and I think even for Hunters there was an overtime, right, against Shaheens?
Yes, Clubhouse.
Yes, Clubhouse, yes. So both have had an overtime. Both have been taken to map 3. The scores are very much settled. And of course now, it's all down to that rivalry that we have been seeing for years.
Tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow 5 p.m. Indian Standard Time, we will be getting it. Of course, if you don't want to miss out on the matchup, if you don't want to miss out on the stream, make sure you are following the Esports Club on our Twitter and Instagram. And of course, make sure you're following R6 Esports SE for all things South Asian Rainbow Six Siege and even Rainbow Six updates in general about the game. If you are a fan of Rainbow Six Siege, yet again, I mean, if you're still watching the stream till now, chances are you are a fan of Rainbow Six. So definitely, if you don't have it already, go down the description, check out R6. Amazing game. You just saw how complex, yet how fun it can be watching it. One can only imagine how fun it can be playing it as well. So if you're looking for Rainbow Six Siege, thanks to Ubisoft, it's down in the description. Of course, if you still want to buff up your PC to run Rainbow Six and any game according to your liking, you can get the GPUs from Zotac down below as well. And of course, us right here, the Esports Club, will be signing off. But if you still want more entertainment, be it Siege or really be it any game in the world, Loco has you covered with a variety of streamers. Till then, all of us right here, the Esports Club, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching this best of 3 decider finals. We shall indeed catch you, and I promise you, you should be here tomorrow, 5 PM IST for the grand finals. Till then, take care and bye-bye.
Okay. Okay. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
then I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people that best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drag my stuff and leave sooner than this. I drag my stuff and leave sooner than this. And I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.